Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Suddenly, as if sensing danger, the Pokémon around Xing moved on their own, touching their Pokeballs and returning inside. Only Vibrava stayed out, wings buzzing as it hovered protectively at his side, eyes locked on the shadows of the forest. Xing slipped the black gold scale into his pack. He already had ideas for it. Dragon-blooded Pokémon could manifest outrage, but this scale might serve another purpose. Magikarp, for instance, relied on its scales for defense. If purified and infused with the underworld dragon's power, maybe it could regain some lost function and strengthen Magikarp's armor. Before he could think further, a figure stepped from the trees behind him. Moonlight revealed a man in a plain black robe, hood up, mask stark white, featureless except for two eye holes. Simple, almost crude, the kind of uniform given only to one type of person. Executioner, Xing muttered, tapping his fingers against his thigh. Then, sharper, where were you hiding? Executioners were the Alliance's oldest tool, created as expendable squads during its early days. Cannon fodder, death units. Unlike investigators with high-tech equipment, executioners were given only anonymity. They looked like beggars compared to the elites they were meant to support. The masked man studied him for a while before speaking, his voice mechanical processed. The leader of the Full Moon Bounty Group. Long. Xing's brow twitched. You know me? He wasn't surprised. If he'd really landed on the Alliance's kill list, it would only take one executioner to handle him. The man gave no answer, simply drew a pokeball from his belt. A burst of light revealed a Flygon radiating elite-level pressure. Xing's pupils narrowed. Ghost energy surged within him as his hand touched Scolopede's pokeball. His system's light curtain flashed open, revealing the opponent's identity. The moment Xing saw the true face, his ghostly power faltered for a breath. Shock flickered in his eyes, but he forced it down. He didn't summon Scolopede. Instead, he poured more energy into Yuji, ready to flee if needed. Vibrava, sensing the threat, flared its wings and prepared to strike. The Flygon responded instantly. For a heartbeat, both sides teetered on the edge of battle. Then, almost casually, the executioner recalled his Flygon. Xing signaled Vibrava back as well, though his eyes never left the masked man. The executioner stepped closer, his gaze settling on the now-cleansed lake. Impressive, he said, a young man forming a bounty group with such a talented girl as his deputy. I thought her dragon potential was rare enough. But your talent surpasses hers. Xing stayed silent, mind racing. A dragon elite serving as an executioner? He wouldn't come all this way just for him. The man confirmed it a moment later. I came for the Sharon Dragon's resources here. Suo-kun intercepted me midway. He continued, almost casually. On my way back from Sinnoh, I met that little girl. Her Grolive breeder work was impressive. The dragon bloodline in that pup is well developed. But now I see, it wasn't her. It was you. Xing's expression barely shifted, but he understood. Oriki Suzu's Grolive wasn't much by nature, but with the dragon blood hidden inside, and with the methods Xing had passed on, techniques borrowed from the Jenny family and refined through his own studies, it had become something far more. That was the connection. I even invited her once. The executioner went on. She refused. Bold for a child to reject a quasi-legendary's call. Boy, you must have quite the charm, huh? His tone shifted, bolder now, no longer hiding. His voice carried power and weight, not the processed monotone from before. Xing gave a small, resigned smile. No surprise. Someone at this level had no need to hide behind a mask. Drake Elite, Xing said evenly. Hoen's Dragon Master. The mask slipped away. Of course it was him, Drake of the Hoenn Elite Four, The man who could have claimed the champion's seat if he wanted it, but chose the sea and freedom instead. Just as Oak had chosen research over titles. Drake's lips curved in faint amusement. He hadn't expected to run into the leader of the Full Moon group here. Xing's identity was well hidden, but not even Drake could unmask everything. Still, he'd seen enough. The two stood by the moonlit lake, tension underlaid with a strange calm. Then Drake's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low. "Tell me, young man, were the Sharon Dragon's resources claimed by Suicune, or are they in your hands?" The words dropped like stones into still water. The air grew sharp, heavy. The night itself seemed to sink deeper into shadow. The suffocating pressure of an elite bore down on Xing. He gritted his teeth, ghostly power surging wildly through his body, trying to shatter the invisible weight. His right hand slid toward the dagger at his waist, careful not to draw attention. Then, as if nothing had changed, he lifted his eyes to the lake. All the fire and sharpness in them faded into a chilling indifference. His gaze turned black and cold enough to make anyone shiver. "I can't win." The system's scan confirmed what he already feared. Drake wasn't just carrying a Flygon. There was still an unknown ghost-type aura in his body. And above, soaring unseen in the clouds, a Salamence. Elite level, one of the deadliest flyers in existence. Against that, escape was impossible. His mind raced, but before he could act, Drake's voice broke the silence. "Recognized by Suvin? Not bad at all. How about joining my crew?" Xing stiffened. He couldn't see Drake's face, but the measured satisfaction in his tone said enough. It was bait, a test. Relief and irritation twisted in him at once. Is this what all the big names enjoy? Dangling temptation in front of rookies? For Drake, the polluted lake was never the real goal. What drew him here was a spark of curiosity about Bagon, the quasi-god dragon he wanted to raise. With elite clearance, he had found the classified records of his site and came in disguise, not because he needed to, because he was interested. If he gained something, great. If not, no loss. Salamence was his true trump card, and Dornbart was only an experiment. Suicune's presence made things even less serious. Xing let his grip on the dagger ease. Drake could snuff him out in seconds, yet he spoke as if offering partnership. That boldness came not from arrogance alone, but from confidence in his own strength. Few could resist him head-on. Still, Xing had no intention of playing along. Psychic trainers were rare, and elite-level ones even rarer, but he was different, a ghost wielder walking a path outside the usual molds. He couldn't let himself be drawn into Drake's orbit. His enemies, from Team Rocket to the Alliance's own hounds, would never give him that freedom. No, his reply was flat, unyielding. He had more than just dragons to raise. He had other children to protect, other bonds to keep. Drake's ship was no safe harbor, only a gilded cage. Many had been lured aboard with promises of raising a Bagon, but not one had received it. Still, none complained. To learn dragon lore from Drake himself was reward enough, and he held back little except his deepest secrets. Drake studied him, then chuckled quietly. "Suit yourself." He reached into his cloak, drew out a Salamence badge, and held it out. "If you change your mind, come to Azure Harbor." Xing accepted it without a word. With a wave of his hand, Drake turned, his heavy steps fading into the dark. The moment the elite's presence vanished, Xing unleashed his ghost power and slipped into the night. Drake had shown restraint for Suicune's sake, and because he didn't care much about the Sharon Dragon's resources. But who would come next? Another elite might not be so forgiving. By dawn, the battlefield lay silent. Only the lake remained, clear once more, its surface rippling under the first touch of sunlight. An old cabin leaned quietly at the shore. Then shadows returned. More than a dozen black-robed figures stood by the water, white masks gleaming, their voices filtered into cold mechanical tones. What happened here? Should we investigate the Chongjin group? No need. The Alliance already handed this over to investigators. Waste of time. And what can those pampered dogs even find? Forget it. Word is Master Earth Dragon has reappeared. That's where we're needed. Without hesitation, The executioners dispersed, melting back into the forest. Hours later, investigators arrived, sleek uniforms, high-tech scanners in hand. Two of them, clearly leaders, compared results. Trace of bug type. Water, poison energy. Barely above low level. No dragon? No ghost? None. The Alliance data was wrong. This wasn't tied to the Sharon dragon. More likely pollution from some poison deity. That would explain Suo-kun's appearance. The younger captain frowned. He wasn't convinced. But the original test showed nothing. Now the water's clean overnight. And after the battle in Bay Town 2 days ago, doesn't add up. He was right. The sealed energy in the lake had been released when Scolipede evolved, flooding the waters again. But the Alliance didn't know that. The older investigator, the red-haired veteran, sighed and pulled out a communicator. He tapped a few keys, then handed it over. Orders from above. Frowning and looking at the deputy next to him, the young searcher took the communicator and secretly said, "Old man, you are pressing me with orders from above. If you don't do something, those trainers will only know about the executioners, and they don't know that there's another search by the Alliance. Official." Seeing the dissatisfaction on the face of the young captain beside him, the middle-aged deputy was also a little helpless. The other party was an excellent investigator trained within the Alliance. Both intelligence and trainer talent are quite excellent, but the other party has too much ambition in his heart, and the burden given by Alliance is too great, which makes the other party a little anxious. I was sent by Alliance to help the other party. Earth Dragon, one of the elites among the executioners, he accepted this mission. Seeing the information on the communicator, the young investigator shrank his pupils, put away all the dissatisfaction on his face, and became extremely serious, looking at Lao Yuzi beside him and asked, "Old Hong, this is really the one who made the move." It can be regarded as a little help for the trainer who is optimistic about himself. Drake directly used his identity as the executioner to accept this task. Otherwise, we are just here to finish. The executioners came here before, but they were tricked away. Eugene, I know you want to support the investigator, but you're still too young now. You can't do many things. Looking at the serious young investigator, the deputy, known as Lao Hong, persuaded him tactfully. Not an ignorant person, the young investigator named Eugene listened carefully to what Lao Hong said, looked at the name on the communicator thoughtfully. Dilong's action shows that things will definitely not be simple. I don't know what the situation is. How? After thinking for a while, but not getting an answer, Eugene sighed and handed the communicator back. No matter what the facts are, no idiot will touch everything related to this task before the task is completed. Beside a stream, Xing raised his right hand, and a metal coat with a gold pattern appeared in his hand. It was the perfect quality metal coat that Xing purified after conceiving last night. Item, sublime metal coat. Remark 1. The perfect quality that only exists in Legendary can greatly improve qualifications. Remark 2. Use its evolution to become a shiny Pokémon with the same color as Flash Metagross and gain Flash ability. A series of data appeared, chuckled, and flipped through the data in the system. Xing pressed the Pokeball on his waist, White's light overflowed, and Scyther's figure slowly appeared beside the stream. Seemingly aware that another partner in the family was about to evolve, all the Pokémon rushed out and looked at Xing curiously, while Whirlipede came to Scyther to teach the experience of evolution. Scyther listened to Scolipede's words with a serious face and kept nodding, but she looked at the metal coat in Xing's hand uncontrollably from time to time, which came from the life instinct for evolution, which could not be suppressed at all. Evolution is not that important to many trainers. Because of various props and abilities, some Pokémon are not as powerful as the previous form after evolution. But for Pokémon, evolution is a leap in the level of life, and covet from the depths of the gene, no Pokémon can resist the benefits of evolution. Smiling and shaking his head, Xing handed the metal coat to Scyther. Catching the metal coat with a pair of knives with a serious face, Scyther closed his eyes gently, and the light of White's evolution slowly emerged from his body. Seeing this scene, all the Pokémon retreated together to make room for Scyther, But Xing frowned as he watched the constantly beating data on the system screen. Under the puzzled eyes of all the Pokémon, the light of evolution just touched the metal coat and retreated back into Scyther's body at a slow speed. Opening her eyes, Scyther's expression showed bursts of confusion, and the power of ghosts circulated, linking the hearts of Xing and Scyther. Scyther's confused voice sounded, "Xing, I feel that there is something missing, something very important, but I don't know what it is." Hearing Scyther's words, Xing kept flipping through the data of Scyther's evolution just recorded by the system, frowning. The problem with the magnetic field. Although the magnetic field here is enough to evolve the Scyther of common, it is too weak for the metal coat you are using. Looking at the data displayed on the system, Xing understood a little bit. Trainers have two options when evolving Scyther. One is communication evolution, and the other is evolution using magnetic fields in the wild, both of which use special magnetic fields. However, Xing missed the calculation because of the particularity of the metal coat, and the requirement for the magnetic field are no longer so simple. The magnetic field, he found, cannot urge this sublimated metal coat to resonate with Scyther and complete the evolution. Taking the metal coat handed back by Scyther, Xing turned around and thought for a while. If it is a special magnetic field, it is natural to look for the places where the beasts have descended, but most of them should be holy places, which are strictly controlled by the Alliance. Walking along the stream, the Pokémon gathered together and kept comforting Scyther, which made Scyther, who was not very sad, dumbfounded, but everyone's kindness made Scyther feel quite warm. At this time, Xing was checking the trainer forum. His brows gradually frowned. "It seems that I can only perform the internal tasks of the executioner." He took out a card with one side black and one side white and inserted it into the communicator. After a blurred screen, Xing entered the executioner's internal system. This card is quite easy to get. You only need to apply to Alliance 737 to get it. As I said before, Alliance doesn't care whether the identities of a group of cannon fodder are true or not, or whether the mission can be completed. As long as they want to become executioners, they will be included. After reviewing the executioner's internal system for a while, Xing understood why such a dangerous thing could still attract a large number of trainers. How much reward you can get mainly depends on how capable the executioner is. In the true sense, no pain, no gain. Multiplayer task: destroy the local team Aqua Branch and reward a quota for the evolution of the Holy Land of the electric system. Why? Soon, Xing aimed at his goal. Although Slateport City didn't have a gym that he needed a challenge, there was something he needed in the rewards, so it's not a bad idea to go there for this spot. It is not the quota for conquering the Holy Land Pokémon, but the quota for assisting its magnetic field to complete the evolution of Pokémon. Because of the particularity of the magnetic field of the Holy Land, and the evolution of many Pokémon requires the assist magnetic field, the Alliance simply put it as a resource in the systems of the executioners and investigators, used to motivate trainers in the two systems. Destroying Team Aqua is also just enough for Scolipede to make a move. I don't know how powerful it can be. Thinking of this, Xing can't help but look forward to fighting Team Aqua's elite trainer. 7 days later, on the path outside Slateport City, a person wearing a black robe and a white mask was walking into the depths of the forest, followed by Scolipede. It was Xing dressed as an executioner. After entering the depths of the forest, high-level Pokémon began to appear one by one, staring at Xing, but turned and fled in horror after seeing Scolipede beside him. As the scope continued to shrink, Xing encountered other executioners one after another, each with their own guardian Pokémon, Breloom, Duck-billed Charmander, and even Natu. When they saw the Natu, most of the executioners present immediately took out a bottle of spray from the space equipment on their bodies and sprayed it on their bodies. That is one of Alliance's research results. Similar to the effect of insect spray, it contains a wealth of evil energy, which can effectively prevent Psychic from supermarking themselves. Once at the Rocket's Viking base, the Alliance relied on the Supermark to lock the positions of the members to realize the midway hunt and replacement. Looking coldly at the rest of the executioners in the field, the knotted trainer said mechanically, "I am the leader of this mission. Next, I will share the information of this mission and make mission arrangements." After a little perception, Xing can roughly judge the opponent's psychic level, but it's just a low level, and even the distance from the middle level is 100,000. Norman, if there is no chance, he may not be able to break through in this life. Team Aqua's deployment in Slateport City is about 7 elite trainers, more than 20 high-level trainers, and the rest are not counted. You choose rival by yourself, which affects the final reward distribution. In addition, Team Aqua may send quasi-elite to guard here. Please pay attention. 3 days later, the mission officially begins. After saying that, the eyes of Nada next to the executioner lit up with superpower light. Psychic wrapped more than 30 cards, suspended in the middle of the circle surrounded by all the executioners, waiting for everyone's choice. The so-called information and arrangements are such a simple sentence. But the fact is that the Alliance does not check the identities of these people, and it is very likely that they will be mixed with undercover agents from dark organizations. In order not to cause problems, each link of the task is completely separated to ensure that it will not be affected by each other. In order to complete the task 100% and get the maximum reward, every executioner is quite brutal, directly solving all possible problems, thus creating the notoriety of the executioners. Hearing the executioner's words, Xing nodded secretly. This is the lineup that an organization branch should have. There are 7 elites, more than 20 seniors, and countless low-ranking trainers. There may even be quasi-elite appear. Compared with this, the deployment of Rustboro City is simply a joke, but the main reason is that the handsome middle-aged man and Jengar of the Huoyin team were too ruthless, coupled with Du Yan's iron-blooded methods. Quasi-elite couldn't get in at all. Not wanting to waste time, Xing stretched out his finger, and Nada sent a card with elite directly to Xing, putting the card away. Xing turned around and left with Scalipede. With the actions of the first person, the rest of the people have chosen their own goals one after another. They are only responsible for dealing with high-level and elite-level trainers. As for the bottom-level personnel and other things, there is the Alliance personnel are in charge. For example, why did the Alliance do it, and how to deal with a series of other problems caused by fighting in the city, these combatants did not have to consider. What's more, this mission is aimed at Team Aqua, whose base is in the sea, so there's no need to consider other things at all. Walking on foot, the moment Xing returned to the path after passing a big tree, the black robe on Xing's body lit up white, turning into a little EV lying in his arms, helping him take off the white mask plug on his face into the space bracelet, and Scalipede took the initiative to touch the pokeball on his waist to return to it. In an instant, an executioner disappeared. An alliance by Ruashing appeared in this world, walking towards Slateport City, while thinking, "There is no gymnasium here. Let's go to Harbor to have a look." Slateport City does not have a gymnasium, but it has the highest level contest venue in Hoenn, and is the largest harbor city in the Hoenn region, and has also opened up a lot of seaside projects. Among them is the fishing project. The fishing conference will be held in June every year. Unfortunately, Xing came a month late and did not catch up, but it is good to try the fishing project. In the past, Xing used to take large ferries, and even if he wanted to fish, he didn't have the conditions. Today, he can try it, although he will definitely not be able to catch good things. The fact is exactly the same. Most of the participants in the fishing project are fishing enthusiasts and civilian trainers who are about to start traveling. You only need to pay 5,000 yuan to get a fair water-type Pokémon, and most people will come here. Among them, if you can drop a Pokémon like Slowpoke, Lantern, and Horsia, you can make a lot of money. It's a pity that most people hang Pokémon like Magikarp, Feeba, which has unlimited potential in the future, but ordinary trainers can't afford it. Xing is just to relieve boredom. He has no interest in such things as contest competitions. Although there are many masters of skills, such as Narcissus and Jerry Lee, who take into account both aesthetics and practicality, most of the time Coordinator is basically useless. You must know that there's also a chain of contempt among trainers. Executioners and investigators despise each other. Alliance direct descendants despise civilian trainers. Traveling factions despise academic factions, but all factions share a coordinator. Narcissus is the master of the gym. Jerry is the disciple of the master of the Cetopolis gym, and later became the champion. He is considered the pinnacle of the coordinator. Mr. Terrence, the former fairy champion, also started as a coordinator and then gradually became a gym master. He was finally promoted to the region champion and won the admiration of countless trainers. Therefore, what the trainers despise is not the profession of coordinator, but those coordinator who can only play tricks but Wang Zhao's have no actual ability. While hugging little Evie, Xing walked towards the market in Slateport City, where there were many vendors selling secret space decorate items. These decorate objects are not as simple as those in Xing's previous games. They have the ability to stabilize the secret space and expand its size. It's good that Xing didn't have many Pokémon before, but as the number of children gradually increased, the secret space of the two little Vulpixes was not enough. Now, you can buy more decorate items to carry with you to expand the secret space created by the two Vulpixes. Walking along the stone road into a market, there's a lot of people, quite lively, and there are many kinds of interesting decorate items on the stalls. After a while, Xing was standing in front of a booth, carefully looking at the flower pot in his hand with special glasses, and opposite him, a delicate Stephanie was holding a loveless little Evie kept rubbing her cheeks. After a while, Xing took back little Evie from the charming Stephanie with a look of reluctance, and left the vendor with a 50% off flower pot, continuing to search for other targets. "Ma'am, how much is this?" 5,000. "Can it be cheaper?" "If you want a hug." Soon, Xing left this place of right and wrong with little Evie, who had lost his desire for Pokémon life, and poked little Evie on the cheek with a cheerful face. So it is not necessarily a good thing to say that transform is too perfect, is it? However, Xing saved a lot of money from his sis little Evie, and even a proprietress gave Xing 2 ceramic decorations for free, just to hug Evie. Not wanting to talk to his unscrupulous trainer, when he reached a place with few people, little Evie jumped up, transformed into a Larvitar, walked in front of Xing, and walked in the direction of harbor. After entering the street, a large number of people saw Larvitar cast their eyes over one after another. Some were surprised, some were shocked, some were envious, some were greedy, and there were discussions. Is that the quasi-god Larvitar from Legendary? I've seen it on TV. It's exactly the same. This man is either a fool, or he is fishing for fools. With a half smile and a half smile, he glanced at the group of people who cast their greedy gazes. This can be regarded as practicing fishing in advance. As he walked, Xing thought about it with great interest. But it's a pity that no one came up to make trouble until they went fishing in harbor, which made Xing a little boring. Why is the brainless villain Taunt so smart? After paying 5,000 yuan, Xing took Ditto Transforms Larvitar on board a small wooden boat under the surprised gaze of the boss, and headed to the planned fishing area. At a distance from the other boats, Xing took out a blue energy cube with messy patterns on the surface from the space bracelet and tied it to the fishing line without a hook. Originally just for fun, Xing has no interest in actually catching Pokémon. The Pokémon he is really interested in is Lapras, a Pokémon that can become a member of the Snowstorm team. And this energy cube is similar to the one that Xing gave to Steven before. It is a formula derived from the study of the Magikarp energy cube. After all, it is most normal to use this level of energy cubes for fishing here, and most of the trainers who are about to start will choose this level of energy cubes. Even a small part will choose intermediate energy squares. There are energy cubes for sale in the friendly store in Slateport City, ranging from low-level to mid-level energy cubes, but they are all popular types, and the price is not cheap. Although the energy cubes in Xing's hands are also low-grade, their nutritional value and contained energy are much better than those of the popular versions in friendly stores. After confirming that the energy cube is tied and swinging the fishing rod, Xing began to wait silently, while Ditto took this opportunity to practice resistance to water energy in Larvitar form. After a while, Xing has caught several Pokémon one after another, including Magikarp and Phoeba, needless to say, and there is a golden among them. It's just that Xing didn't have much interest in provoking these Pokémon. After removing the energy cubes and feeding them, he put the Pokémon back into the sea. In this way, Xing fished with a fishing rod without a hook in the eyes of other fishermen, and he caught it and then released it. The quasi-god Larvitar beside him seemed not very smart. Constantly touching the sea water is extremely strange. Time passed unconsciously under the blue sky and white clouds. With the gentle sea breeze blowing, Xing's mind was slowly emptied, and the power of darkness flowed unconsciously. After a long time, Xing withdrew all his thoughts from letting go of the air, felt a lot of ghost power growing in his body again, smiled lightly, put the fishing rod aside and fixed it, and called up the system to start researching the new energy cube exclusive to Scolipede. As time passed, Xing caught more than a dozen Magikarp and Phoeba again, and this time there was even a rare Chinchou. The eyes of several fishermen and trainer around were a little warm. Chinchou is a Pokémon with dual types of water and electricity, and has the ability to store electricity. It does not have too many weaknesses except for the grass type and the ground type. It can be said that most of the civilian trainers who form the city team are quite a favorite type of Pokémon. The rain team can be said to be the most suitable tactical system for civilian trainers, and this is exactly the case. Most civilian trainers will choose to form this team. The main reason is that the weather core is the easiest to find. Pelipper has the two advantages of rain ability and easy acquisition. Since the base is large enough, it is not too difficult to find a Pelipper with both rain ability and excellent qualification. 0. Ask for flowers. At least it is much easier than obtaining Larvitar, the weather core of the Sandstorm team, which is why other anglers expressed their confusion when they saw Xing releasing Chinchou. From their point of view, Xing must have come here to subdue a Pokémon with the ability to store water and use it as a joint defender, but he released Chinchou without even checking his ability. After looking at Xing strangely for a while, some anglers who knew trainer better and some rookie trainers who had learned common sense looked away. For the sake of safety, they didn't want to be regarded as a taunt by such a person who dared to walk around with Larvitar by. Only some youngsters who were fledgling and didn't understand the situation were still looking at Xing, but under the reminder of some kind-hearted people around them, they showed an expression of enlightenment and quickly looked away. 0. Not paying attention to the gazes around him, Xing was concentrating on checking the system in front of him, constantly adjusting the formula for data monitoring. Because it is adjusted by the existing formula, Xing does not need to soak in the virtual space for tens of thousands of hours like before. Song just needs to occasionally go into the virtual resources and equipment and assist to do some experiments. At this point, the new recipe data has already appeared on the panel, and Xing collected it after checking it briefly. It is not perfect, but it can be regarded as some improvement, which can be used when deploying other recipes later. Just when Xing stretched his body and was about to start a new recipe, a small wooden boat swayed over and stopped in front of him. On the boat was a man wearing a red vest, a red hat, and a middle-aged uncle dressed as a fisherman. Hello, trainer. My name is Zao Hai. I am a nearby water system Pokémon buyer. If you're interested, you can sell the water system Pokémon you caught to me. Some civilian trainers who are about to travel will choose to buy some Pokémon at a higher price from these Pokémon buyers because they are unlucky and cannot catch the ideal Pokémon, and because they don't know the way to the black market. It can be regarded as a small profession born out of demand. Due to the existence of the black market and various breeder houses, the business of these purchasers is actually not easy to do. Income. After a little thought, Xing directly rejected the purchaser. Magikarp and Phoeba are only worth a few hundred Pokémon coins. The main reason is that common trainer cannot train them to evolve at all. The Pokémon like Chinchou is only in the tens of thousands, with slightly better qualifications, and the price is only a few hundred thousand. If Xing really wants to sell it, he might as well go to the black market. Just like when he bought Ditto from the black market, he spent $2 million, firstly because of rare, And secondly, because the black market price was much higher than the purchaser, which was considered a very high price. Well, if you are interested, please come to me. Although a little disappointed, the purchaser still said with a smile. After all, according to his observation, Xing is the luckiest fisherman in this area. Chincho can actually be caught. In fact, it is not luck, but most of the people here use the popular energy cubes from friendly stores, while Xing's is the formula he has spent time and effort researching on 093. Although it is only classified as a derivative formula of the failed contest category, the water-type Pokemon here is undoubtedly more attractive than these common models. And because of too many times of use, the seawater in this fishing area contains some energy of popular models, and Pokemon are more familiar with it, which leads to a lot of decline in its effect. It's just that these fishermen are in the middle of the game, they can't think out, they can't see clearly, or they actually understand, but there is no better choice, and they can't find a better choice than the public model. Other models are either not too expensive, or they're not as effective as the popular models, which do not meet their needs. Watching the purchaser leave, Xing picked up the fishing rod again, tied an energy cube, and put it in the seawater, and focused again on the system screen in front of him to start formula adjustment. The sky gradually darkened, and the fishermen changed wave after wave. Some of them left with a Pokeball in their faces, and some went to the buyer to buy Pokemon, but Xing still stayed there. Stop fishing and let it go. Only a very few times will the Pokeball be taken out to subdue the Pokemon. Among them, Xing has also caught Shelder, Tentacle, and other rare Pokemon, but what really excites the fishermen and trainers around is that Xing also caught a Horsia halfway through, which has a dragon attribute after the final evolution. Powerful Pokemon. But in the stunned crowd, Horsia was released back into the sea by Xing. In fact, Xing was also moved for a moment, but he chose to let Horsia back into the sea after detecting that Horsia only had the qualification of white. After that, all anglers fished desperately to get the Horsia, but no one could catch it. Some even capsized and went into the sea to catch them, but they were beaten up by the Pokemon the moment they touched the sea surface, and they boarded the boat again covered in bruises. Speechlessly looking at the dazed fisherman, Xing turned his head again. The reason Horsia was caught was not the energy cube, but the breath left by his own little dragons. Dragon-type Pokemon is the most united of all types except the superpower type, and there are many pure dragon breaths on its body. When encountering a powerful wild dragon Pokemon in the wild, the opponent may hold back. And some dragon Pokemon will also take the initiative to find these people to become their Pokemon. Just like Horsia just now, sensing the breath of dragons on Xing, he took the initiative to find them, but was rejected by Xing. If the situation stabilizes in the future, Xing may consider accepting Horsia when he meets Horsia when he starts to form the Dragon Legion, but not now, as none of his three identities have stabilized, and the future is still uncertain. The sky is getting dark, and the darkness is coming. All the fishermen rushed back to the shore. Only Xing still stayed on the ocean. A short-haired girl among the fishermen hesitated for a moment and shouted to Xing, "It's getting dark. The sea is not safe. Come back." Glancing at the anxiety and worry on the girl's face, Xing was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and glanced at Larvitar beside him. Seeing Xing's eyes, Larvitar nodded and jumped into the sea amidst everyone's suspicious eyes. In the puzzled eyes of all the fishermen, a huge ray of light lit up in the sea, illuminating the night sky. As time went by, the ray became more and more intense, until a figure of blue burst out of the sea, and Astonish arrived. Everyone, Xing stepped out of the small wooden boat and landed directly on top of Gyarados' head. The power of the ghost sent a message, and Gyarados swam directly to the shore and pushed his head in front of them amidst a large number of terrified eyes. Under the intimidation of ability, everyone's fear increased to a higher level, and Xing glanced at everyone indifferently and asked the short-haired girl, "Name? Trainer who is about to start traveling?" Suppressing the emotion of fear, the girl said angrily, "Nguan Gua, the future master of the ice system." However, Her body was still trembling a little while she was angry, and when she heard the girl's aggressive words, the fishermen around trembled and wanted to stop her. Girl, glancing coldly at the fisherman who was making small movements around him, Xing turned his head to look at the girl named Nwangwa after frightening him into motionless, and carefully sized her up. Seeing the stubbornness and dissatisfaction in his eyes, Xing suddenly laughed, took out 2 Pokeballs, and threw them into the girl's hands, and said with a smile, "Wait here for me to come back." Gyarados turned around with Xing and headed for the depths of the sea. Seeing that Xing disappeared, all the fishermen breathed a sigh of relief. Many looked greedily at the Pokeball in the girl's hand, but when they thought of the terrifying figures of Xing and Gyarados, they withdrew all their small thoughts in fear. The short-haired girl named Nwangwa tightly held the 2 shrunken Pokeballs in her hand, pressed her pink lips, turned around, and left quickly. This place is not safe now. After a day, all fishermen can find that what Xing has captured is a Pokémon with both aptitude and strength. In fact, Nwangwa was too worried. What Xing threw was not the Pokémon that he captured today, but 2 Pokeballs for Vulpix. The mission to Team Aqua was not very safe. For the sake of safety, the 2 little Vulpix were left to be placed in super coordinates, and if the quasi-elite of Team Aqua really appeared in that base, he could escape safely. Nwangwa's kind heart made Xing choose her, and if she returns safely, Xing will be happy to help the girl embark on the road of trainer and start to form a team for her alliance status. And if there's really a guy with no eyesight, the 2 little Vulpix who have just been promoted to an intermediate Pokemon not long ago and can deal with high-level Pokemon together will teach each other how to behave. Back home, Nwangwa found that her parents hadn't come back, so she hid directly in her room. For point 8, pressed the Pokeball expectantly and watched the white light spill out, converging into a sea of white that flooded her room. Girls are happier. The white light gradually dissipated, and 2 little Vulpix appeared in front of Nwangwa. Their cute appearance kept attracting the girl, but the 2 little guys were quite aloof and didn't want Nwangwa to hug them at all. After avoiding Nwangwa for a while and exhausting Nwangwa's physical strength, the eyes of the 2 little guys lit up with the super light of red and blue, and the powerful mental power directly enveloped the whole house and inspected it carefully. After carefully confirming the safety, the 2 little Vulpix walked out of the girl's room under Nwangwa's amazed eyes and started to place super coordinates in the living room with their own psychic. The lights of red and blue are constantly intersecting, drawing a wonderful pattern on the floor. Finally, half an hour later, the light of red and blue suddenly flashed, and the coordinates of super energy quickly dimmed, hiding without a trace. Up, nodding in satisfaction, the 2 little guys returned to the girl's room, directly activated the release mode of the 2 red and white balls, and then groped for 2 luxury balls from their tails and drilled in again. Compared with the red and white balls, the living environment in the luxury ball is naturally much better. Nwangwa looked at the operation of the 2 little Vulpix in bewilderment. She had no experience in understanding what happened after taking over the Pokeball from Xing. Scratching his head and picking up 4 Pokeballs, although he didn't quite understand what happened, Nwanzero was still decided to wait for Xing to come back. After all, he couldn't run away, and then Nwangwa, who had just seen 2 6-star Power Stars, was deeply impressed. Understand this. Take out a box with a seal pattern from under the pillow and open it. Inside there is a Pokemon bank card, 5 Pokeballs, plus the one on the girl's waist, exactly 6. In addition, there's a Nevermelt Ice, an Ice Cirrus Stone, and 2 Ice Crystals, but they are all low level. Although the total value is not high, it is not bad for the civilian trainer who is about to start traveling. There's also a poster of Hoenn's new Ice-type Elite Glacia on the wall of the girl's room, and there are several posters of Ice-type Pokemon around, including Alola Ninetales, Weevil, Lapras, and other Ice-type Pokemon that take into account both strength and beauty. Taking out 4 Pokeballs and installing them on the trainer belt around her waist, and lifting the last Pokeball, Nwangwa exclaimed, full of vitality, "It's up to you." In an instant, the girl bloomed with an extremely strong Zhong air spirit. As if feeling a little ashamed, Nwangwa lay down on the bed, covered her face with a pillow, and started the crazy rollout skill. On the sea in the dark night, Xing has been dressed as an executioner, wearing a white mask with no decorations on his face except his eyes, but his black robe is now changing into Gyarados to carry him forward. At this time, Xing no longer has the power to navigate the sea, as long as he does not go deep into the bottom of the sea or actively touch the territory of those strong people, relying on the power of the elite level and mastering the extreme power at this time. Julie Scolipede has no problem saving his life. Sitting on Gyarados' back, Xing thought about the road ahead and couldn't help feeling a little headache. It wasn't because there were few choices. On the contrary, there were so many roads that it was a headache, and he couldn't take care of them all. It was probably a trouble of happiness. Forget it. Let's build up the team first, collect the badge, and after attending the Evergrande conference, it's time to choose the path. After thinking for a while, I still didn't get the answer. Compared with taking over experienced old fritters, a kind-hearted rookie trainer like Nwangwa, but not stupid and with a good heart, is undoubtedly the most suitable team for Xing to form an alliance. In addition, Xing's snowstorm team trained as an alliance. The girls' path is also an ice trainer, and the future ice army may be completed by forming an alliance team. Yoji swung out casually and directly sent a Crawdaunt that was attacked by Splash from the sea out. Xing was a little helpless at this time. Team Aqua really deserved its name. The branch base was actually a ship hidden in the sea. Submarine. For organizations like the Rockets and the Huoyin, the bases are arranged in cities. First, it is convenient to purchase supplies, and second, the Alliance dare not go too far because of concerns about the common people. Team Aqua is arranged in the sea. The advantage is that it is active enough and concealed enough. This time the extermination mission was only possible because an undercover agent successfully sent a message to the Alliance to start the encirclement and suppression of Team Aqua. Naturally, the local Genie and Alliance personnel will be responsible for dealing with some of the low-level members hidden in the city. And for Team Aqua, Alliance is also trying to obtain the opponent's chart. As long as they get the opponent's chart, Alliance can open up a new safe route, and the benefits brought by it are immeasurable. It is precisely for this reason that the executioners will take care of this task. As I said before, the executioners are doing things that are shady in the Alliance. Ditto speed is not too fast, but maintains a constant speed. From time to time, Ditto turns into a little EV lying on Xing's hair, enjoying the sea breeze and resting, letting Xing use the power of the ghost to lead him forward. The previous experience of going to Trial Island made Ditto somewhat psychologically shadowed, and he was unwilling to continue sailing continuously. Walking on the water with the power of you wrapped on his feet, Xing put away the system panel in front of him, blowing the comfortable sea breeze with little EV, and headed towards the other direction of the sea. Suddenly, Xing sensed something and murmured softly, "Have the coordinates been secured?" Feeling that the two Vulpix have secured the super coordinates, Xing's mood eased again. With safety guaranteed, Xing's ghostly power began to flow at an accelerated speed, making his speed continue to increase. He walked towards his destination as if he was walking on flat ground on the sea, and his speed couldn't go down at all. 053 Ditto, who just became Gyarados. 2 days later at night, the moon had come to the middle. Xing's figure disappeared above the sea, and above the clouds under the night sky, several executioners in black robes and white masks were riding, with the Pokémon moving rapidly. Even though at the beginning, all the executioners went to Team Aqua's base separately for their own safety, but at the end of the march, everyone slowly gathered together. Head to Team Aqua together. After meeting the big team, Xing also changed his way of walking and mixed into the big team of executioners. At this time, Xing was riding a Flygon, which was the form recorded by Ditto after seeing Drake's Pokémon next to the polluted lake that day. Although he couldn't adapt to this body, Ditto was able to keep up with the large army quite easily by using the Flygon's floating ability and the strong wind brought by the flapping wings of many executioners' Pokémon around him. Dozens of elite-level and high-level Pokémon gathered together, and the terrifying breath made all the Pokémon blocking the road avoid in panic. The sun rose from the east, and the warm sunlight fell on the executioners, but couldn't melt the winter-like chill on them. White's eyes exposed under the mask revealed boundless indifference and coldness. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun is at its strongest, it is also the time when people are most tired. Many people in black robes above a sea area are quite smelling salts, and they're staring coldly at the sea water below. Touching the pokeball on his waist with his fingers, streaks of dazzling white light overflowed and gathered into a cloud of light, enveloping all the executioners. The light spread, and the figures of all the executioners fell towards the sea at the same time, but they were gently caught by blue, white, and purple figures, and they went to the deeper sea in an instant. Most of the executioners stood in a Hideki bubble, vigilantly inspecting the surroundings, and continued to move towards the depths of the sea, heading for the coordinates sent by the undercover agents hidden in Team Aqua. At this time, Xing was also standing in a bubble, and the face hidden under White's mask showed a look of surprise. Ditto actually used Gyarados' body to successfully use the dive skill. As I said before, dive and dive skills are two different things, but dive skills are not difficult to learn. Ditto can master the skills of the transformed person, but cannot use the body of the transformer to learn new skills. But just after seeing other Pokémon use dive moves, Ditto instinctively used the body of Gyarados to use this skill. Pulling open the system to continuously check Ditto's body data, Xing somewhat understood the reason. Does Unlimited Transform still have this effect? Ditto's flash ability is Unlimited Transform, which has two characteristics. One is that it can break the racial restriction, record Pokémon without quantity limit, and transform into each other. The second is to be able to remember all the physical details of the transformed person, to achieve a perfect transformation far beyond the same race, and to achieve a true transformation. This is why Xing's Ditto transform comes and goes, but few people can discover it. However, Xing has now discovered the special effects of the perfect transform and can master some new skills through exercise after transform. Although I don't know what the other Pokemon's flash ability is, it is definitely lacking compared to Ditto. In this way, Ditto will have a wider road in the future. After testing the data and drawing conclusions, Xing couldn't help laughing. Ditto directly breaks the racial restrictions with his flash ability and has unlimited possibilities. As long as there is enough training, he may become the first champion Ditto in the Pokémon world. He sent the information to Ditto with the power of the ghost, and he was not too excited, but responded lazily to Xing and continued to lead him to keep up with the executioner's large army. Ditto doesn't have any intuitive feelings about becoming stronger. Because of her own particularity, her promotion path has always been smooth, unlike other members of the same race who are extremely difficult to break through to the advanced level. Except for the need to spend some time exercising after the transform, Ditto spends most of his time lying on Xing's body, enjoying the accumulation of Yoshi power and enjoying the embrace of his own trainer. Speechlessly looking at his lazy Ditto, Xing shook his head and turned on the system to start planning for the child's future route. Although the flash ability makes Ditto's upper limit extremely high in the future, aptitude is a key issue after all, and we must think about it method. For transform, which Pokémon can be used as a reference? Xing began to think while flipping through the materials recorded in teacher's library in Xing. The owner of all Pokémon genes, Mew. Ditto's transform is also a transform realized by changing its own genes. Looking at the new information in front of him, Xing's eyes brightened. For others, Mew only exists in Legendary, but for him, the distance is quite close. The Rockets don't know when to start Mutwo's research project. It seems that I want to accelerate the promotion of the breeder's level. After a little thought, Xing decided to accelerate the promotion of the breeder's level and strive to participate in the Mutwo research project in the future among. Not for the sake of Mutwo, but for the research of various Pokémon genes in the plan. Those who can be selected by the Rockets must be powerful Pokémon with excellent qualifications, talents, and strengths. If they can be obtained, it will undoubtedly be very beneficial to Ditto. The most important point is that if Mew's genes can be obtained, Ditto's aptitude can be promoted to gold, making up for the last gap in his body. Not long after, all the executioners had arrived at their destination, standing quietly in the bubble, looking ahead, waiting for the arrival of the Team Aqua submarine base. Taking off the Pokeball around his waist, he threw it out, and rare water-type Pokémon appeared in the ocean, including Sharpedo, Starmie, Mantine, and even a few water-type Usangia from various regions. However, the two most precious Pokémon are an elite-level Kingdra and an elite-level Dugong, and the other elite-level Pokémon are completely incomparable. However, there were a few people who did not throw the Pokeball, and Xing was one of them. They planned to enter the submarine to fight directly. After all, not everyone in Team Aqua is good at fighting in the sea. Water system Pokémon are also divided into freshwater and saltwater. Pokémon like Golduck are more suitable for river warfare, not deep-sea warfare. After the Pokémon was released, all the executioners once again took out various instruments from their bodies and placed them on their bodies. The function of these devices is to effectively avoid sonar detection. They configure themselves. Xing directly clicked a few times on the space bracelet on his wrist, then turned his head and continued to observe the surroundings. They need to wait here for a long time and must always pay attention to the surrounding situation. Time passed by every minute, and the executioners showed no impatience. On the contrary, their aura became more restrained, and they almost merged with this deep sea. Okay. Suddenly, several elite-level Pokémon burst up and rushed forward. Just a few times after attacking, several Pokémon went straight to the deeper sea, and a huge submarine appeared in front of everyone. Obviously, the few Pokémon that were stunned just now were arranged by Team Aqua to investigate the situation outside the submarine. It is another means of protection besides sonar. Unfortunately, in the hands of elite-level Pokémon is still too vulnerable, and this is quite a normal situation. No trainer would be willing to put his own elite-level Pokémon to. Boat outside. The deep sea is such a dangerous place. A Pokémon may be sacrificed if one is not careful. How can a Pokémon cultivated with a lot of time and energy be sacrificed in such a place? Even the investigators of the Alliance would not be willing, let alone Team Aqua, a dark organization that was formed by faith and had a chaotic interior. However, the executioner's presence still missed a point. When the Pokémon fell to a certain distance, suddenly there was a huge sound from the bottom. It was not the Pokémon growl, but a sharp whistle. It should be that Team Aqua has installed some kind of device on the Pokémon, and when they leave the submarine to reach a certain distance, a loud alarm will sound. Even Xing didn't expect Team Aqua to take such precautions. An extremely dangerous feeling came over him, and he suddenly backed away as soon as his face changed. Many executioners also sensed the danger and responded quickly. Before everyone could react, a huge hydro pump exuding frightening power was shot directly from the submarine and came towards the executioners, but the two executioners who couldn't dodge were directly seriously injured. Ignoring the two seriously injured executioners, they were allowed to fall to the bottom of the sea, and all the rest of the people stared coldly at the gap in the submarine that was smashed by the hydro pump. There was a huge bubble that blocked all the seawater. Outside, not a single drop can get into the sub. Behind the bubble stood a figure holding a white mask and a corpse in his hand, looking at the executioners in the sea jokingly. Quasi-elite. The dignified look appeared under the masks of all the executioners, and the terrifying hydro pump attack just now was enough to explain everything. As if intending to anger the executioners of 493, the figure threw the corpse in his hand directly into the sea, and threw the white mask under his feet and crushed it, but somewhat beyond his expectation. Everyone's eyes were still dignified and cold. No movement. Frowning. The man didn't expect that the executioners were not provoked, but he didn't make a move, but turned around and retreated into the submarine. It is true that he is a quasi-elite, but he only has 2 quasi-elite Pokémon, and he may not be able to defeat the dozens of high-level elite Pokémon outside. The codename of the figure is Feng Hai, and he is a new quasi-elite of Team Aqua. After completing his promotion, he was sent to protect the deployment of Slateport City. He was also extremely cautious after hearing the notoriety of the executioner. It's just that what Feng Hai doesn't understand is that when performing tasks, even if the executioner joins forces with the investigator who is the most despised in peacetime, it is impossible to join hands with another executioner. All the executioners looked at each other, and one of them said with a processed mechanical voice, "Retreat? Continue. Garridos, hydropump. Sharpedo, hyperbeam." Without answering that person, the dozen or so executioners present directly attacked without saying a word, their naked eyes exuding creepy madness and murderous intent. What they have relied on from civilians to today is ruthlessness and recklessness. So what about quasi-elite? Let me show you. The rest of the dozen or so executioners lowered their heads and thought for a while, and then launched an attack directly. They want to succeed, but don't want to work hard. There is no such simple thing. Even Xing, who has a system, is desperately fighting in the experience of fire and blood only step by step to today. Under dozens of crazy attacks, in just 1 minute, the incomparably huge submarine began to shatter, and all the executioners have forgotten the standard of preserving the submarine as much as possible in the mission. Anyway, their task is to wipe out the Team Aqua branch base. As long as this task is completed, if the person who issued the reward dares to use this reason to deduct their resources, the executioners don't mind directly attacking the other party on the spot. And Feng Hai in the submarine roared with an angry face, "Aren't these lunatics afraid of death?" As he said that, Feng Hai took off all the pokeballs from his waist and threw them out of the bubble, ordering to all the members behind him, "Go out and fight. Kill those lunatics." Although the quasi-elite of the organization gave the order, all the members were quite hesitant. It was not until Feng Hai's roar came again that they all stepped out of the submarine hesitantly and fought against the executioners. It's just that in the face of these lunatics who were more like a dark organization than them, the members of Team Aqua were obviously defeated and fell one after another. Even Feng Hai barely survived under the protection of 2 quasi-elite. More than a dozen elite Pokémon, plus more than 30 high-level Pokémon beat up. Although the 2 quasi-elite are not afraid, Feng Hai is commanding with fear. Akf! The executioners do not intend to fight his Pokémon at all, but put all the attention on killing him. The aftermath of the terrifying battle directly disturbed this sea area, scaring away all the wild Pokémon, and one after another silhouettes were overflowing with blood and fell to the bottom of the sea. Possibility of floating. Blood stained this sea area, which once attracted 2 Sharpedo groups, but just after entering this battlefield, the 2 parties in the battle directly treated them as enemies and eliminated them one after another. In the submarine at this time, the mask on Xing's face was already stained with blood. Even the black robe was dyed dark red, and he was dragging a dead body towards Team Aqua's collection room. Figures kept rushing out from behind, but they were all being killed by a Sizer and a Scyther. Listening to the tragic growl coming from behind, there was only indifference in Xing's eyes. A bunch of rubbish. If you die by your own hands, it is considered waste utilization. Fighting in front of an Orbur door, Xing lifted the corpse in his hand to the side detector and pressed it hard. And after a few beeps, the door in front of him opened directly. After walking in, he waved a dagger and smashed the hidden monitor on it. Xing's body lit up with a ghost power, and everything in the storage room began to fly towards the space on his wrist. Something was directly intercepted by him. Looking at the things in his hand, Xing was surprised for a short moment before he became clear. Is this the chart? Is this the real purpose of the Alliance? It seems that the resources for forming a team in the future can be relied on. Xing, who had started a business in his previous life, naturally understands that there are no random things in the world. If there is no benefit, how could the Alliance provide such ample resources to arrange such a task? Now it seems that Alliance's heart is really quite dark. A sea chart with unlimited value is just a simple resource, and it is no wonder that another psychic chart will participate in this task. Thinking about it, Xing turned his head to look at the figure that suddenly appeared behind him, as well as a Xatu. Looking at these two, Xing couldn't help sighing. Alliance really doesn't treat the executioners as human beings. However, the Alliance seems to be quite stupid. Looking at the executioner in front of him, Xing's eyes were almost overflowing with malice. The figure looked at Xing and directly pressed the pokeball on his waist, and at the same time said coldly, "You are very fast. I use psychic later than you. Give me the chart, and the Alliance will give you enough benefits." Looking at the two new Pokémon with high-level superpowers, and glanced at the executioner in front of him, Xing's red eyes, under Xing's mask, were full of malice, and jokingly said, "The benefits of Alliance? Isn't it the benefits of Team Aqua?" The moment the voice fell, the atmosphere in the collection room became extremely strange. After a brief silence, the psychic said slowly, "How did you tell?" It was clearly a mechanical voice that had been processed, but at this time, it was full of killing intent. Shaking his head helplessly, Xing said directly, "This doesn't seem to be important. The important thing is who of us can live today." Before he finished speaking, Xing felt a chaotic and majestic psychic rush come with their own oppression. Looking up, the eyes of the psychic and the four high-level superpower Pokémon beside him lit up with a very strong superpower light, and the fusion was roughly at the elite level. The power of you directly urges to break the opponent's psychic and directly invades the bodies of the four opposite, directly imprisoning the psychic. The two praying mantises also stepped forward and put the double knives and double pincers on the necks of the four. Looking at the four guys lying on the ground and spitting blood, Xing looked indifferent. Although they were all at the elite level, the other party came from fusion, and he himself was an elite class. Not to mention that the power of the ghost is inherently restraining common psychic, and his own power of the ghost has become extremely pure under the training of the power of the North Wind, and can defeat any trash, so Xing doesn't need to practice anymore. Speaking of which, I don't have a psychic as my subordinate yet, let alone take into account the dual identities of Alliance and Team Aqua. Kneeling down and grabbing the opponent's head, and taking off the white mask on his face, Xing was thoughtful to think of. Under the fearful gaze of that person, Xing's slender fingers shone with an incomparably bright light, which slowly touched his forehead, and a ball of moonlight exuding terror entered the sea of his soul. Feeling the irresistible and frightening moonlight, this psychic showed deep despair in his eyes. As the favored child of heaven, his life is now in the hands of others. 10 minutes later, Xing was checking with a chart in his hand, and beside him stood a boy with an ordinary face, talking respectfully. "My name is Lingxiu." While frowning and checking the chart in his hand, Xing roughly understood the identity of the boy beside him. He came from a family in the Alliance, but his family was in collusion with Team Aqua, and Lingxiu served as the link between the two sides. People. For this mission, Alliance sent Lingxiu to get the chart, but Team Aqua simply used a fake chart to deceive Alliance, and maybe even kill a group of people from Alliance. And there is a quasi-elite guarding here, so it looks more realistic. So, the chart in my hand is fake. Putting away the chart in his hand, Xing looked coldly at Lingxiu in front of him, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed that if there was anything wrong, he would shot normal. Frost stood up, and Lingxiu hurried forward and said, "No, half of the front is true. It is to lure Alliance people into the territory of an elite Pokémon. Rowing." Soon, Xing put away the chart in his hand, looked at Lingxiu beside him, and said, "Go back and report to Team Aqua and Alliance." The chart was taken away by a quasi-elite level executioner disguised as an elite. Although he was puzzled, Lingxiu gave a respectful salute, turned, and left the collection room. There was no hatred on his body, but an excited expression on his face. When Xing planted a super bomb just now, the leader did fall into despair, but then Xing urged the power of the ghost to help him upgrade Psychic once. And at that moment, all the hatred of Lingxiu towards Xing disappeared, transformed into full loyalty. Lingxiu's super talent is not good. In the family's test, he may not be able to break through the middle-level psychic in his entire life. For the psychic, the most terrifying thing is to step into this path, but not at all. Not go down. It can be said that this is the fundamental method for Xing to subdue the psychic as his subordinates. Although the superpower Pokemon and the psychic are extremely arrogant, compared with the improvement of the psychic, the so-called freedom is nothing at all. After Lingxiu left, Xing walked out of the storage room with the two mantises and walked step by step towards the main control room of the submarine. The two mantises could fight against the elite Pokemon when they teamed up in Rustboro City. Now Scyther is about to break through to the elite level, and Ditto is also very close to the elite level. Even if the two do not join forces, they can face the hard steel elite level. Now, there is no rival in Team Aqua's submarine. Bang! In the control room, a group of operators were sweating profusely controlling the submarine, and beside them were 3 or 4 members of Team Aqua watching the door vigilantly, ready to attack at any time, but the violent sound came from the side. From the wall. Zero looking for flowers. The wall was directly broken, and a figure walked in slowly, looking at Xing dressed as the executioner. All the operators and those few members looked terrified. The corefish next to one of the members rushed out, but was thrown out by Scyther's giant pincers like a red meteor, and put a small soldier into the wall together. Pressing the pokeball on his waist, a huge Scolipede appeared directly in the control room, and then Xing waved lightly, and 3 Pokemon rushed out, cleaning up the members of Team Aqua. Ignoring the battlefield, Xing went directly to the terrified operators, pulled out a stool and sat down, and said in a mechanical voice, "Manipulate the submarine and ram it towards your quasi-elite." The operator next to Xing was about to speak when he was frightened and motionless by a blood-stained dagger on his neck. After looking around at the operators around him, Xing asked again, "Do you have any questions?" At this time, the 3 Pokemon have also resolved their respective battles, exuding a bloodthirsty atmosphere, and came to the console, staring at all the operators. In the sea water, the battle has almost come to an end at this time. The number of executioners has been reduced to more than 10 people, but the members of Team Aqua have almost all died. Only Feng Hai and 2 elite trainers are still defending the submarine. But all of a sudden, Feng Hai found that the submarine behind him suddenly turned around and rushed towards him. But his Pokemon were pinned down and couldn't come to rescue at all. Feng Hai's face changed instantly. Crawdaunt. Protect. A green light shield surrounded Feng Hai. Pokemon were not afraid of tackle, but he, a common, couldn't be afraid. Seeing this scene, all the executioners immediately seized the opportunity to attack Feng Hai's Pokemon and protect skills with all their strength. Finally, when the submarine was about to hit Feng Hai, the protect skill shattered. In its frantic and desperate look, the submarine suddenly tackled at Embody. Crawdaunt tried his best, but couldn't save Feng Hai. After just a short struggle, Feng Hai lost his vitality. When all the executioners were greedily looking at his body, a figure from the submarine suddenly splashed and caught Feng Hai. Looking at the figure of that colleague, all the executioners narrowed their eyes. Sensing the staring eyes of those executioners, Xing directly pressed the pokeball on his waist. Xing directly took off the pokeball belt from Feng Hai's waist and threw it towards the executioners. It's just that the moment the pokeball was thrown, Xing checked it with the system and pushed the quasi-elite and elite pokeballs towards the surviving elite executioners. Seeing Xing's generosity, the executioners immediately rushed to grab the pokeball and began to collect the Pokemon in the sea one after another. 2 of the executioners who grabbed the quasi-elite pokeball looked at Xing with satisfaction. A quasi-elite Pokemon is enough to satisfy them. After all, Xing played a major role in Feng Hai's death. If he hadn't controlled the submarine, Feng Hai might have even escaped. As for quasi-elite level Pokemon, even if they're not cultivated by themselves, as long as they can be tamed, it means that they have successfully promoted to quasi-elite, even if they have a certain status among the powerful executioners. Only Xing is not at all interested in the 2 quasi-elites who have lost their cultivation value, and the resources left by Feng Hai are what he really likes. At this time, although 2 executioners were still dissatisfied, the rest of the executioners around him did not intend to make a move, and Xing's combat power was not weak. They were only at an advanced level, and they were not sure of fighting against the elite Xing. After checking with the system, Xing directly took off a space bracelet from 980 Fenghai's wrist, threw his body into the submarine behind him, and waited for the arrival of the finisher of Alliance. Time passed slowly, and the blood was washed away, and the corpse was washed away during the flow of seawater. Not long after, the sea returned to its former appearance. Looking at the scene in front of him, an indescribable feeling came over him. Xing murmured in a low voice, "Is this the power of nature?" The indescribable feeling kept coming to my heart. At this moment, Xing understood why the beasts are so powerful. As the incarnation of nature, they are in charge of the nature power between heaven and earth, which is the highest power in the Pokémon world. Enough to eliminate everything in the world. The ocean can be filled with the earth can be flooded with sea water, the desert can be greened with forests, all traces can be erased with time, and everything can be directly destroyed by power. The process of Pokémon becoming stronger is also the process of mastering nature power. If you successfully master enough powerful nature power, can common Pokémon become a god? Dragon type, evil type, superpower type, and other attributes count as nature power? What is the origin, Akfa, that the system and Suicune mentioned? Is it another kind of high-level power? One question after another appeared in Xing's mind, bothering him. This world is so mysterious and wonderful. How can it be explained clearly by just a few animations, novels, and games in the previous life? But it is precisely because of this that it's so true, isn't it? At this moment, Xing felt that he might not be able to explore the mysteries of this world, even if he spent his whole life. It's just like this. It's interesting, isn't it? I feel more and more small, but Xing's face under the mask reveals an expression full of interest, like a pure boy normal who saw Pokémon anime for the first time. The power of Yoji, which had just experienced a bloody fight and became a little gray, began to flow rapidly again at this moment, and gradually recovered its purity and brightness, emitting a faint moon-white light. Even though the world is full of darkness and haze, Xing still loves it very, very much. A day later, Xing was driving Gyarados on a sea voyage, holding a crystal card with a yellow lightning pattern in his hand and looking at it carefully. Is this the credential? But when the time comes, you can only enter with the identity of the executioner. After thinking for a while, Xing put away the crystal card in his hand, and he had to pay attention to the beginning and end of things. Even if he entered the Holy Land, he had to be the executioner, so there should be no problems at all. The system unfolded in an instant, and after confirming that there were no problems around, Xing's body glowed with moon-white light, and Gyarados transformed into a small EV and lay in Xing's arms. As the light flashed suddenly, the figures of Xing and little EV completely disappeared above the ocean. In a two-story small house with a sea view in Slateport City, in the living room, two small Vulpix of different colors burst out with red and blue superpower light, pouring into the superpower coordinates in front of them continuously. A ray of white light flashed, and Xing appeared in the room. Seeing Xing, the eyes of the two little Vulpix lit up, and they rushed towards Xing with anticipation. He looks like a different Pokémon. Picking up her own children, Xing couldn't help rubbing the heads of the two little Vulpix tenderly, messing up their cute hairstyles. Putting the two little guys with resentful faces on the ground, Xing waved his hand and sent out a ghost force to erase the super energy coordinates on the ground, then sat directly on the ground and began to pretend to be Biruashing again. He took off the white mask that was already stained with blood on his face and stuffed it into a space bracelet with a black robe that had been dyed dark red, and looked at the little EV with a lazy face next to him. Xing is a little bit. Fortunately, Ditto was turned into a sizer for the battle. Otherwise, it would be his own Ditto, who is now dyed dark red. Sighing a little, Xing began to disguise, and after a while, a handsome young man with icy blue hair and blue eyes appeared in the room. Stretching his body, Xing breathed a sigh of relief and began to look at the living room he was in. There were various photos on a wooden shelf, and the latest LCD TV released by Rotom was opposite the sofa. On the floor are the latest products of Ariados Company, soft carpet, a set of wooden dining table from Tengu Company, and various furniture. The whole living room is decorated very warmly, and it should be a happy family of three. Looking at a photo of the three of them on the wooden shelf, and then looking at the living room, Xing somewhat understood what this girl in Wangguo would look like. While being kind, she was also kind when facing 10 terrifying Gyarados. Can be so strong and fishy. A warm family is enough to affect a child's life. Xing's current personality is also influenced by those two in his family. The three people in the photo were smiling very happily, and Xing could feel that sense of happiness even through a photo. At this moment, he began to feel a little grateful that he was in contact with this girl as an alliance. Although he kills, sets fire, seeks revenge, is cold-blooded and cruel, and calculates others all day long, he is a good man. At least he is a good person to his family, as can be seen from his attitude towards Rustboro Jim, Jenny Ming, and his own children. Xing is actually a nice guy. Instead of continuing to explore this house full of warmth, Xing took out a stool and sat down, took out a notebook and wrote, while two little Vulpix surrounded his big sister's head, asking questions curiously. After all, they are not strong enough, plus the role of psychic. Normal is Xing's rear support, and there's no way to take risks with Xing, so I can only envy Ditto and ask him when he comes back. Although lazy, she is her own sister after all. Little Evie barely stood up and watched the two little Vulpix talking nonstop. As she told, the two little guys were amazed, nervous, and admiring. It is even more exciting than Xing's face-changing Sichuan opera in his previous life. Glancing at the three little guys with a smile, Xing took out 3 energy cubes and fed them, then continued to lower his head to record in the notebook. The actions of the past 2 days still have many shortcomings, and they must be reviewed carefully. Okay. As the sky was getting darker, Xing had already put away the notebook in his hand, and he became more and more excited as he watched, and even started to make up the little EV, who was fighting against Kyogre and transformed Groudon, with a helpless expression on his face. However, the two little Vulpix are blindly worshipping their big sister's head, so they listened to such a nonsense plot with great interest, and looked at the little EV with a look of admiration. Xing couldn't complain. Xing used to tell some bedtime stories before, and directly brought into the world mythical beasts, such as Sleeping Beauty Groudon and Prince Kyogre. But now he finds that Ditto has told them better than himself. Of course, Xing did not dare to make up stories about Suicune. He likes Xing's Suicune's narrow-minded character, but he doesn't like being the object of Suicune's narrow-mindedness. Looking at the little EV who has already started a fight against Arceus, Xing took out an energy cube and stuffed it into the little guy's mouth with black lines all over his head. This imagination is much richer than that of his own trainer. It would be great if Ditto could really transform into Arceus, but it's just a beautiful fantasy after all. When I saw Suicune before, Xing tried it. Ditto's unlimited transform is useless to the beasts. They're the incarnation of nature power. Ditto can't transform by burning genes and appearance. Chewing the energy cube, little Eevee finally stopped, but the two little Vulpix became unhappy and looked at Xing with puffy faces. Just when Xing was about to appease the two little guys, an elite-level aura burst out. Ow! Xing turned his head to look at the innocent little Eevee with a dazed expression. He didn't know what to say. He knew that his Ditto was good, but he didn't have to be so good. He just broke through to the elite level. Look at the original Scolipede, the Northwind Ribbon, the Northwind Stone, the Pearl of Wuji Taina, the Power of You, and with the investment of countless resources, the promotion to the elite level was completed during evolution. And Scyther is still working hard, waiting for the opportunity to evolve, to achieve a double leap in aptitude and strength. But Ditto told a story. He broke through the elite after eating an energy cube, and his momentum was still so pure. Xing didn't know what to say, but the two little Vulpix had expressions that should be taken for granted. His big sister's head was so powerful. At this time, a young girl also walked into the living room. Looking at the bewildered Xing, the innocent little EV, and the two little Vulpix, who had a natural look, they also became bewildered. 10 minutes later, Xing drank a cup of tea in embarrassment. He originally wanted to establish a senior image in front of the girl, but now his image was shattered. On the other hand, Nguangua lowered her head so that Xing could not see her expression, but her constantly shrugging shoulders had already betrayed her deeply, and Xing was weakly holding her forehead. The two Vulpix and the little EV gloated and patted their trainer's arm to express comfort. A Xing is rarely embarrassed. Famous scene. I will share it with you later. The three little guys looked at each other without any trace, and they had already planned what to do next. At this time, Xing still didn't know that he was clearly arranged by the three little guys, so he coughed and looked at the girl in front of him and asked, "Is Nguangua right? You want to be an ice trainer?" Hearing Xing's words, Nguangua put away her smile, looked at Xing seriously, and said, "Well, I want to become an ice trainer." Looking at the serious Nguangua, Xing took out a pokeball from the space bracelet and placed it in front of her. "I will fund your trainer path, but you need to enter the Pokemon Academy in Rustboro City to study for half a year." Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Xing said slowly. He is very optimistic about Nguangua, but this kid is still too immature, and his current situation is not stable. He needs the whole Hoenn to run around and cannot personally coach Nguangua. Sending him to Pokemon Academy is the best choice. 0. Asking for flowers. And now that Kennen is a teacher, he can also get rid of the Xing teacher. Jenny Ming takes care of the teaching and sends Nguangua to the Pokemon Academy in Rustboro City, which is the best choice Xing made after careful consideration. Under the cultivation of everyone, Nguangua should not become an academic school that only knows theory, but is closer to an academic school like Kennen. After half a year, Xing's situation has stabilized, and Nguangua has almost learned a lot. At that time, with a little practice, this child can become a very good helper. Hearing Xing's words, Nguangua hesitated a little. The girl is at the most lively age and is full of curiosity about the outside world. Naturally, she wants to start traveling around the world. But on the other hand, she was really unlucky. She lost a Shelder in the fishing area that she hadn't liked for many days. Yes, Nuanuo's target is only Shelder, but this kind of Pokemon is the most difficult to catch. Now, there is an Ice-type Pokemon with good qualifications, but the condition is to enter the Pokemon Academy. Nguangua doesn't know how to choose. After thinking for a while, Nguangua sighed and said in embarrassment, "I have to think about it." Regarding the choice of the future path, the girl could not make a decisive decision and could only think about it seriously. Until night, the girl's parents also came back from the outside. The couple looked at Xing curiously and looked at Nguangua with the expression of their daughter finally growing up, which made the girl explain in a hurry. It was not until an hour later that the two suddenly realized that they looked at Xing. "Do you want to support my daughter's trainer journey?" Nguangua's father, who was quite approachable, asked curiously. Father Nguyen used to travel, but later he resolutely gave up this path after finding out that he had no talent for trainer and returned to an ordinary but warm life with his partners. Now on the sofa, the Azumarill who is happily watching TV with Mother Nguyen, and the Corphish who is sitting next to him and eating a plate of fruit. These two are Father Nguyen's Pokemon. I have to say that Nguyen's father's luck is much better than his daughter's. Although the two partners are not very precious Pokemon, compared to Shelder, it is definitely much more difficult to obtain. Therefore, there is no way to inherit luck. After talking for a while, Father Nguyen was very happy. As a trainer who has traveled, he deeply understands how important knowledge is to a trainer, and how important is a leader on the road and an investor. Precious. In addition, Xing directly dialed Du Yan's communication video on the spot, and the last trace of Nguyen's father also disappeared directly. But he did not directly agree to Xing, but looked at Nguangua with a serious face. "Xiaogua, what do you think?" Hearing his father's question, Nguangua began to think with his head down. A trainer must have his own judgment, And sometimes whether he can make the right choice in the face of a decision is related to whether a trainer and his Pokémon can meet the first Pokémon. 2 days of sun. Soon, Mwangwa made her own choice, picked up the Pokeball on the table, and said seriously under the satisfied eyes of Nuanfu and Xing, "I will go to the 763 Pokemon Academy to learn systematic knowledge. But, you must mean what you say and allow me to start traveling in half a year." Just after 2 seconds of seriousness, the girl pleaded pitifully to Xing. Seeing him, he suddenly wondered if he had made a mistake. A wrong choice. However, there was no turning back for Kai Gong, so Xing could only nod helplessly under Nuan's father watching the fun. Had we discussed it? At this time, Mother Nuan came over with the fruit, gently stroked Nuangua's little head, and asked softly. After getting the answer, Mother Nuan turned her head to look at Xing and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiaobai, our daughter will be handed over to you in the future, so stay tonight and try my craft." Then, trouble, Auntie. Without rejecting Mother Nuan's kindness, Xing directly agreed with a smile. It's also good to relax occasionally and enjoy the warmth of the family, although it's not his own home. The cool Yifeng was blowing slowly, and the seaside was quite cool at this time. In a small 2-story house, it was very lively. Azumarill and Mother Nuan were serving dishes for Xing and Nuangua, while Corfish and Father Nuan were happily holding glasses of wine, clinking glasses and taking a sip from time to time. Looking at everything in front of him, Xing couldn't help but sigh. Nuangua has an extra pair of parents in his life. In fact, this is indeed what most trainers look like after they stop on the road. Pokémon has transformed from a travel partner to a family member in life, and the children at home are also their own children to Pokémon. In many families, the trainer's children will grow up with the Pokémon's children, and when they reach the age of travel, they will directly become Earl Dervish Pokémon and trainer. It's a pity that Nuangua prefers Ice-type Pokémon, and Corfish and Azumarill did not have love, only family and friendship. At this time, Nuangua is happily eating the big meal on the table. In order to have a healthy body and sufficient performance after starting the trip, she strictly controls her food intake. But tomorrow she will leave home for a long voyage, and she can finally eat what she wants on the last night. Miriam turned, and the pedestrians on the street started to go home by typing yawn. In Nuangua's house, Xing was lying on a big soft bed, typing yawn while operating on the system screen. 2 little Vulpix and little EV were lying on his body and whispering, and Trico and Scyther were silently fighting each other. But basically Scyther was feeding Trico. After all, there was a big difference in strength. Audino stood beside the two, always ready to hand a raw water drop. After adding the last detail, Xing put away the system directly, called Trico, Scyther, and Audino to stop, hugged his children, and fell asleep slowly. It was late at night, and a reasonable rest was very important for Pokémon. The Yifeng is cool, and the sea breeze is also cool, gently blowing, bringing a very good sleep quality to Xing. In the early morning of the next day, Xing bid farewell to his father and mother with a look of reluctance, and boarded the train directly. If you are alone, you can travel slowly, but now the main purpose is to send the warm fruit to Rustboro City, so it is not suitable to travel slowly. On the train, Xing was holding a book and reading, while Nuangua on the opposite side was happily hugging Shelder with a rather unhappy expression. Shelder is a Pokémon with deep blue quality selected by Xing from the resources in Team Aqua's collection. Although he was a little unhappy, Shelder could feel Nuangua's love and affinity for the ice element, and he didn't violently hurt anyone. Seeing this scene, Xing nodded in satisfaction. He still has a good eye for people of Zero. "Mr. Bai, I didn't expect to meet you here." At this moment, a figure stopped beside the two of them, looking at Xing with great joy. Glancing at the other party, Xing closed the book in his hand and said with a little surprise, "Mr. Kylan, why are you here?" Because the achievements you passed on, Mr. Bai, are quite good, so the family specially asked me to come out to see if I can meet a trainer with the same potential as you." The person in front of him is a member of the Chris family who once signed an investment contract with Xing, And because Xing passed on the past 2 badge photos with the most authoritative gymnasium in the Hoenn region, he was rewarded by the family. So he is very grateful. Xing has quite a good impression. After a few short conversations, Xing could see that he was a little impatient, so Kylan left the position directly. He came here to invest in other trainers, so he couldn't waste too much time. After he walked away, Nwangwa kept quiet all the time. The rather silent Nwangwa looked at Xing and asked curiously, "Is he your investor, just like you invest in me?" Shaking his head, Xing reopened the book and said directly, "It's different. You are my future team, and I'm just one of their choices." Nodding thoughtfully, Nwangwa continued to hug Shelder and communicate with him constantly, hoping to get Shelder's approval before arriving in Rustboro City. "Where's your energy cube?" 1.8-inch. Looking at Nwangwa, who has been working hard, but with little effect, Xing reminded directly that if you want a horse to run, you must feed the horse first. Reminded by Xing, Nwangwa showed an expression of enlightenment and took out a box of popular energy cubes and fed them to Shelder. Shelder, who had only eaten common food in Team Aqua before, quickly fell under the attack of energy cubes with no need for Xing to continue reminding. After Nwangwa took out snow crystals one after another, and Nevermelt Ice was handed to Shelder. In just 2 days, Shelder was successfully captured by Nwangwa. In the following time, the relationship between the two continued to deepen and gradually reached the level where they could command operations, while Xing, who had been observing secretly, was quite satisfied. Not stupid, but enough. Another 3 days later, it was time to get off the bus. On the streets of Rustboro City, Nwangwa hugged Shelder and followed Xing closely, constantly looking at the surrounding buildings. Nwangwa lives in Harbor City. Whether in terms of living conditions or architectural style, it is very different from a modern city like Rustboro City. And this is also an extremely strange status quo in the Pokémon world. Obviously, 2 cities in a region may show a huge difference of almost hundreds of years. After all, because of the existence of Pokémon, everything about people has changed greatly, and the world gap with Xing's previous life is almost to the extreme. Okay, let's go back and explore, and now come with me to meet your future teachers. Stopping, looking behind Nwangwa, who is still curiously looking around, Xing said with a light smile. Nodding ignorantly, Nwangwa followed Xing into the Rustboro Gymnasium in front of her. Everyone along the way greeted Xing when they saw Xing, which made the girls' confidence in Xing catch up to a higher level. "Wow, that's amazing!" Passing through the fight area of the gymnasium and entering the living area of the rear 02, Nwangwa saw a large number of rock-type Pokémon, and there were no apprentices. In fact, basically no apprentices can enter the rear living area. Only approved apprentices can enter, and the approval of rock-type Pokémon only requires a firm will. It's just that these apprentices who have not experienced experience and will not be baptized cannot be recognized. There are main combatants like Lyron and Golem, auxiliary main players like Shuckle and Corsola, and various other rare rock Pokémon, and even Pokémon resurrected from fossils like Aerodactyl. Xing once asked that this Aerodactyl was a fossil that the owner of Du Yin spent a lot of resources in exchange for. After spending a lot of energy, he performed several missions of the Alliance to get a set of resurrection instruments. In fact, all of this is worthwhile. Most fossil Pokémon have rock type, and their own strength is quite good, which greatly broadens Du Yan's future development path. Part of the reason why the Rock Guild is eyeing the Rustboro Gym is because of the resurrection instrument. They have a huge number of fossils in their inventory, but they don't have a resurrection instrument. There are resurrection equipment in many laboratories, but it takes a lot of resources to use it once. If the revived Pokémon has enough aptitude, it is fine, but if it is only white aptitude, it will be a blood loss. In fact, there are industries derived from this in the market, betting on stones, betting on Pokémon fossils. What you buy and what comes back to life depends on luck. After all, identifying fossil species also costs money. Entering a house, going up to the second floor, the moment Xing opened the door, he saw a room full of people. Kennen was reading a book seriously. Jenny Meng was coquettishly with Xingy teacher. The host, Duyin, had already fallen asleep in boredom. Xiao Bai, you're back. Jenny Meng turned her back to Qi Xing, but she was the first to see him and hugged him directly with a happy face. Hugging Jenny Meng and gently smoothing her hair, Qi Xing couldn't help but smile on his face, while the others looked at Qi Xing and greeted with joy. Brother, you are back. Kenan closed the book. A smile appeared on his pretty face. Xing, how is your trip going recently? Is there any danger? Xing Yi teacher pressed Qi Xing on the sofa and asked softly like 10 mothers worried about their children. Ooh. Just when everyone was enjoying themselves, a strange voice came. Turning their heads, everyone was speechless for a moment. Duyin was still sleeping soundly after the noise just now. He really deserves to be a rock trainer with rock-solid willpower. Xing Yi teacher's face darkened, and he directly pulled out the book in Kenan's hand and threw it at it. Crack! It was just that he caught Duyin with his hand a second before he was about to hit him, and then he opened his eyes and looked at his wife with a look of embarrassment. The look of a villain who is successful is completely different from the serious and majestic look in the gym, but Kenan and Jenny Meng have a familiar look. Glaring at her husband, Xing Yi teacher said angrily, Xing is back to talk about things. Be careful with Drew. Nguangguo on the side looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. Before she came, she had thought about what her future teachers would be like. They were intimidating and majestic. But now it seems a little disillusioned. Are they exactly the same as my parents at home? They are very interesting people. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Qi Xing pushed Nguangguo out and said, Teacher, Xiao Meng, junior sister, Lao Du, I will leave this child to you for now. Hi everyone, my name is Nguangguo, and I'm from Slateport City. After finding out that everyone is easy to get along with, Nguangguo also greeted with a full of energy and a lovely look. The 3 ladies in the room liked it very much. Xiaoguo, come and sit here. After seeing Nguangguo, teacher Xing Yi drove Qi Xing away and let the girl sit down. Jenny Meng and Kenan also enthusiastically asked the girl around. After all, they have been living in Rustboro City and have never been to a harbor city like Slateport City. Looking at each other helplessly, Qi Xing and Duyin walked out of the room together, walking in the corridor while talking. What about the White Pine? It's okay. I threw that kid into the Big Rock Mountain Range. It should be fine in 2 months. How about you? A lot of guys from the Rock Guild have been dealt with. As they said that, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of the two. The main reason was that Qi Xing held Baisong in 413's hands. Otherwise, the quasi-elite from the Rock Guild would not be easy to deal with. After discussing about the Rock Guild, Duyin looked back at the room, then looked at Qi Xing again and asked with a puzzled expression, That kid is your team member. He doesn't look like you. In Duyin's eyes, Qi Xing is such a ruthless master. He should choose some trainers who have experience and grown up as the future team, and should not choose such an innocent girl. But in fact, Qi Xing doesn't really need that kind of trainer. The hunters and Team Rocket subordinates are already ruthless enough, and they need some more decent trainers to cover up their alliance identity. Duyan's original intention was to let Qi Xing stay in the Rustboro gym. He and Qi Xing both saw Kenan's performance. Trainer's talent is extremely excellent. It is not a problem to climb elite in the future, and his personality is also very tenacious. But the crux of the problem is that Kenan's shots were not strong enough to suppress the Rustboro Gymnasium and the city. If Kenan was in his position, the gymnasium would have been taken away by those greedy people in the Alliance. But if Qi Xing inherits the Rustboro gym, let alone being taken away from the gym, if anyone dares to call the attention of the Rustboro gym, the whole family will die in a very miserable state. I am a good person. Seeing Duyan's expression that you have problems with your kid, Qi Xing justified himself with a righteous face. Bang! 10 days later, on a battlefield, a red figure was directly blasted out and smashed into the wall. On the opposite side of him, a green figure with sharp eyes and double knives was constantly pouring out of him, moving a powerful breath. Called up the system to test Scyther's physical fitness, and Qi Xing was quite satisfied. Although Scyther still hadn't made a breakthrough at this time, it was no problem to defeat an elite Pokémon head-on. It can be said that if Scyther is willing, She can directly break through the elite at this time, but the breakthrough of assist evolutionary light, metal coat, and special magnetic field during evolution is more beneficial to Scyther. Stephanie, who was standing opposite the battlefield, took back the Torkoal with a complex expression, while the white-haired old man who was watching the battle walked up to Xing with a smile and handed out a badge. "Young man, your performance is excellent. This Laveridge badge is yours." The two in front of you are Moore, the current owner of the Laveridge Town Gym, and his granddaughter, Yasha, the future owner of the Laveridge Gym. At this time, Yasha also came over with a complicated expression on her face. She really didn't expect that a high-level Scyther could surpass the level. The disadvantage of Attribute is that Torkoal is the elite who can defeat her so easily. You are very strong, much stronger than the challengers I met before. If you participate in the Evergrande Conference, you will definitely win. Yasha's tone was very affirmative. She also played against some elite trainers in place of her grandfather before, but her performance was still much worse than Xing's. Without answering the question, Xing took badge and smiled, then turned and left the gym. He just took the opportunity to challenge the Laveridge Gymnasium on the way to the Holy Land, without consuming too much time. Looking at the back of Xing leaving, and the resignation on the granddaughter's face beside him, Moore shook his head. This test needs Yasha to pass by herself, and no one else can interfere. It seems that the trip will be postponed again, my trip to Chuanlu in the Kanto region. Thinking of her dream, Cora couldn't help but lament. Already at the elite level, he has exhausted his talent on the trainer road, so he has a new hobby, Chuanlu, a genre of poetry. It's just that compared with the matter of his granddaughter Asha, Chuanlu's importance to Moore is still not enough. Walking in this small town similar to Xing's previous life in the 1980s and 1990s, Xing suddenly felt like returning to his childhood, with a smile on his face unconsciously. After carefully feeling the peaceful atmosphere here, Xing walked directly towards the forest outside the town, and his figure constantly changed as he walked. He stopped suddenly, and an executioner in a black robe and a white mask appeared in this quiet forest. I nodded the little EV's head on the shoulder, and the Cetopolis, which was completely different from the common Ditto transform, flashed with light, and a Flygon proudly stretching the dual wing beat appeared in the forest. The dual wing beat brought out bursts of strong winds between swings, and the elite level aura overflowed, and the hunters hiding in the dark around the pressure fled in panic. Soon, Xing rode a Flygon soaring in the sky. Headed for the Holy Land, there were quite a few trainers along the way, but when he saw the executioner outfit on Xing, he immediately dodged in panic. Looking at the scene along the way, Xing had a deeper understanding of the prestige of the executioner. No one would not be afraid of a group of lunatics who achieve great fame by relying on their strength and recklessness. The cannon fodder system established by Alliance to deal with dirty things was abruptly killed step by step until the executioners of the investigator system can be said to be the most brutal existence in the Pokémon world. The journey was unimpeded, and in just 2 days, Xing arrived at his destination, the Lightning Holy Land, Luolei Plain, one of the 2 major Lightning Holy Lands in the Hoenn region. The Holy Land is in thunderstorm weather all the year round, and the magnetic field is extremely chaotic and changeable. Whether or not a special magnetic field can be found to complete evolution depends on the trainer's own luck and strength. It is said that Zapdos once stayed here, but it is unknown where, just like the frozen cold pool in Shuetian Mountain, the purified spring in Rustboro City, and the polluted lake in Baytown. Only by entering and activating the contest condition can it play its role, and most of the rest are in the contest condition that is self-deprecating. Seeing the huge square on the ground, Xing directly drove the Flygon to fly down. When the red light flashed, the Flygon returned to the Pokeball. Xing also lightly landed on the ground and walked to the corner to stand. As Xing stood up, the other executioners withdrew their cold gazes. Flygon is not a popular Pokemon. It is not very difficult to obtain Trapinch, but not every trainer has the ability to train it to its final form and be promoted to the elite level. The executioners, who have always been the most guarded against their own people, are naturally very concerned about Xing. If they want to fight for the magnetic field in the Holy Land, they need to prepare early. With the arrival of the rest of the executioners, the number of people increased gradually, and the atmosphere in the field became more and more stagnant. Every additional executioner meant that the possibility of fighting increased by 1 point at that time. It's no different than the common trainer. Once they go to war, they will either die or win. It is almost impossible to escape. What about their colleagues? If they get in the way, they will die. And Xing, as one of the strongest among them, must be dealt with by beat up first. When a battle might break out in the arena at any time, an investigator suddenly descended from the soaring in the sky, releasing the elite-level aura of Baijiao, oppressing all the executioners in the arena. But in just a short moment, Baijiao restrained all his aura, and the investigator looked at the executioners with a chuckle and said quite peacefully, "Everyone, the time is up. Come with me." After saying that, the investigator turned around and walked in one direction of the square, and all the executioners followed without saying a word, but everyone kept a relatively long distance. Not long after, everyone came to a plain, guarded by several people wearing dark green clothes. They were members of the ranger system. No Majao. In the past, their duty was to guard the forest to prevent Pokémon among them from running out of the town to hurt people. But with the development of the times, the number of trainers increased sharply, and the danger of Pokémon in the forest continued to decrease. The forest ranger system began to be reformed, and its main task was changed regarding the major holy places. They have a very low sense of existence, but their strength belongs to the strong. Since they and others do not fight for power and profit, they are not threatening to the executioners and investigators. So people on both sides do not feel bad about him. And the people hardly know that there is such a faction in the alliance that does not contend with the world. After a few simple conversations, the rangers backed away, and a huge door appeared in front of everyone. Even a high-level trainer can't block this door, and it's not designed to block people. It is the door that the rangers erect in the hearts of all trainers. If you have the courage to enter the Holy Land to capture Pokémon, you must have the courage to face the pursuit of all the rangers. The suffocating pressure of an elite bore down on Xing. He gritted his teeth, ghostly power surging wildly through his body, trying to shatter the invisible weight. His right hand slid toward the dagger at his waist, careful not to draw attention. Then, as if nothing had changed, he lifted his eyes to the lake. All the fire and sharpness in them faded into a chilling indifference. His gaze turned black and cold enough to make anyone shiver. I can't win. The system scan confirmed what he already feared. Drake wasn't just carrying a Flygon. There was still an unknown ghost-type aura in his body. And above, soaring unseen in the clouds, a Salamence. Elite level, one of the deadliest flyers in existence. Against that, escape was impossible. His mind raced, but before he could act, Drake's voice broke the silence. Recognized by Suvin, not bad at all. How about joining my crew? Xing stiffened. He couldn't see Drake's face, but the measured satisfaction in his tone said enough. It was bait, a test. Relief and irritation twisted in him at once. Is this what all the big names enjoy? Dangling temptation in front of rookies? For Drake, the polluted lake was never the real goal. What drew him here was a spark of curiosity about Bagon, the quasi-god dragon he wanted to raise. With elite clearance, he had found the classified records of this site and came in disguise, not because he needed to, because he was interested. If he gained something great, if not, no loss. Salamence was his true trump card, and Dornbart was only an experiment. Suakun's presence made things even less serious. Xing let his grip on the dagger ease. Drake could snuff him out in seconds, yet he spoke as if offering partnership. That boldness came not from arrogance alone, but from confidence in his own strength. Few could resist him head-on. Still, Xing had no intention of playing along. Psychic trainers were rare, and elite-level ones even rarer, but he was different, a ghost wielder walking a path outside the usual molds. He couldn't let himself be drawn into Drake's orbit. His enemies, from Team Rocket to the Alliance's own hounds, would never give him that freedom. No, his reply was flat, unyielding. He had more than just dragons to raise. He had other children to protect, other bonds to keep. Drake's ship was no safe harbor, only a gilded cage. Many had been lured aboard with promises of raising a Bagon, but not one had received it. Still, none complained. To learn dragon lore from Drake himself was reward enough, and he held back little except his deepest secrets. Drake studied him, then chuckled quietly. "Suit yourself." He reached into his cloak, drew out a Salaman's badge, and held it out. "If you change your mind, come to Azure Harbor." Xing accepted it without a word. With a wave of his hand, Drake turned, his heavy steps fading into the dark. The moment the elite's presence vanished, Xing unleashed his ghost power and slipped into the night. Drake had shown restraint for Suikun's sake, and because he didn't care much about the Sharon Dragon's resources. But who would come next? Another elite might not be so forgiving. By dawn, the battlefield lay silent. Only the lake remained, clear once more, its surface rippling under the first touch of sunlight. An old cabin leaned quietly at the shore. Then shadows returned. More than a dozen black-robed figures stood by the water, white masks gleaming, their voices filtered into cold mechanical tones. What happened here? Should we investigate the Chongjin group? No need. The Alliance already handed this over to investigators. Waste of time. And what can those pampered dogs even find? Forget it. Word is Master Earth Dragon has reappeared. That's where we're needed. Without hesitation, the executioners dispersed, melting back into the forest. Hours later, investigators arrived, sleek uniforms, high-tech scanners in hand. Two of them, clearly leaders, compared results. Trace of bug type. Water, poison energy. Barely above low level. No dragon? No ghost. None. The Alliance data was wrong. This wasn't tied to the Sharon Dragon. More likely pollution from some poison deity. That would explain Suikun's appearance. The younger captain frowned. He wasn't convinced. But the original test showed nothing. Now the water's clean overnight. And after the battle in Bay Town 2 days ago, doesn't add up. He was right. The sealed energy in the lake had been released when Scolipede evolved, flooding the waters again. But the Alliance didn't know that. The older investigator, the red-haired veteran, sighed and pulled out a communicator. He tapped a few keys, then handed it over. Orders from above. At the same time, he took out the orb of Wuji Taina and a round orb with a white jade texture and a gold dragon pattern. It was the pirated Baijin orb that Xing obtained after purifying the body of the pirated dark dragon. For a moment, the two elites were even more confused. The presence of 4 Akphi gods, 2 of them far surpassed the existence of Suikun and Zapdos. What kind of player is this? Just when the two were hesitating, Xing's eyes shimmered, the power of the ghost slowly moved, and the voice of his heart rang in the minds of Ampharos and Electivire. "Both of you, I'm here only for the special magnetic field, and please help me. I will thank you very much in the future." Hearing Xing's words, both of them showed suddenly enlightened expressions, and then patted my chest with an expression wrapped around my body. After all, what Xing said was just a magnetic field, not something left by Zapdos. Moreover, Xing, a trainer who has been recognized by the 4 gods and beasts, has a bright future. His promise made Ampharos and Electivire very excited. In fact, what Xing really has is the approval of Suikun, and the other things are obtained by the assist system, among which Giratina has a grudge against him. After all, I have sabotaged the other party's plan twice. Under Xing's gaze, Ampharos and Electivire jumped directly into the lake. After a long time, a terrifying electric energy gushed out directly. Xing quickly used the power of the ghost to protect it, but was still repelled by the aftermath. With a strong sense of repulsion, the system's light curtain instantly unfolded in front of Xing's eyes. Item: Power Crystal activating. Remark 1. One of the items left by Zapdos has a huge electrical system energy, which can supply the electricity consumption of a city for hundreds of years. Remark 2. The special magnetic field brought by activation can promote the evolution of Pokémon, and has the effect of improving qualifications. Looking at the data in front of him, Xing exited the range covered by this magnetic field, took the Pokeball on his waist, and pressed it lightly. White light flashed, and Scyther appeared in front of him. Taking out the sublimation metal coat and handing it to Scyther, and tying the north wind streamer around her neck, Xing didn't say anything, just chuckled and said, "Come back early." Staring at those gentle eyes, Scyther hugged Xing lightly, then turned and walked towards the magnetic field. In just a split second, a huge repulsive force acted on her body. Walking towards the lake step by step, a faint light of evolution gradually rose from Scyther's body, but retreated back to her body under pressure, and the sublimation metal coat also began to light up a faint light as the magnetic field deepened. Bloodstains gradually appeared on the body, but Scyther seemed to be unconscious, staring at the lake water, and kept moving forward. Xing's eyes fell on Scyther's body motionlessly, ready to rush into the magnetic field to rescue her at any time. Finally, when Scyther reached the lake, the light of evolution on her body could no longer be suppressed, gushing out frantically, and Xing also gradually relaxed. However, the next moment, Xing's complexion changed drastically, and the ghost power on his body suddenly exploded, and his figure appeared by the lake in a flash, trying to catch Scyther, who had already started flapping his wings. It was a step too late. Scyther had already flown towards the lake, while Xing was directly flown out by the huge repulsive force. Scyther, who flew to the center of the lake, sank suddenly and fell into the lake. All the light disappeared. Turn on the storage system. Regardless of the consumption of resources, Xing threw everything into the system directly, and the ghost power on his body frantically pushed towards the lake. Plop! Without the slightest hesitation, Xing jumped directly into the lake, and in just a split second, the terrifying energy wiped out Xing's black robe and mask. Xing barely survived, feeling the two kinds of power rapidly consumed in his body, as well as the terrifying power that might tear him apart at any time. Xing's eyes showed boundless indifference, and he quickly checked the location of Scyther, until he saw the figure shrouded in light blue light. Xing urged Yuji to rush over quickly, took out the North Wind Stone, and placed it on the North Wind Streamer to provide energy for it. At the same time, the power of the ghost is continuously sent to fill up Scyther's physical strength. Xing, with the input of Yoji, Scyther slowly came over, and a confused voice sounded through Yoji. Looking at Scyther helplessly, Xing didn't know what to say. Scyther was usually quite cautious and steady, so he was assured that she would enter the magnetic field by herself. But I didn't expect that this time I would go so hard this time, scaring Xing to death. If I hadn't carefully handed over the North Wind Streamer to Scyther before, it would have been a world apart. Feeling the two kinds of power rapidly consumed in his body, Xing looked at Scyther and nodded very seriously. Understanding Xing's meaning, Scyther didn't hesitate. Her eyes were closed tightly, and a faint light bloomed on her body together with the metal coat, which continued to grow. On the Thunderbolt Plain, under the gloomy and dark soaring in the sky, the light of evolution gradually converged. Time passed slowly, and all the executioners had completed the evolution of Pokémon, and Pokémon exuded a strong momentum. But the energy fluctuations were very unstable stood beside them. Boom! Suddenly, just as the executioners were satisfied, a beam of white light burst out straight into the sky, illuminating the thunderstorm plain that was extremely gloomy due to the dark clouds. Looking at the terrifying beam of light produced by the evolutionary light in disbelief, all the executioners couldn't imagine how terrifying the evolution of Pokémon could be. Without the slightest hesitation, all the executioners turned around and took their Pokémon with them, and hurried away from the beam of light. They're lunatics, not fools. Being able to produce such a terrifying scene is enough to show that the other party is not something they can deal with. There is no need to provoke powerful enemies for their own curiosity. And the choices made by the executioners were also correct. At this time, above the lake, two figures exuding strong Hideki power were quietly suspended. Ampharos and Electivire looked at Xing in amazement. They were not surprised that Sizer had such strength, but they couldn't understand that Xing was so strong as a human being. At this time, Xing has resumed the executioner's attire, also to guard against the possible executioners. Looking at Sizer exuding an elite-level aura in front of him, Xing couldn't help laughing, and the data of the system also appeared in front of his eyes. Pokémon, Sizer Flash. Ability, Technical Expert, Flash Ability, Pretender. Qualification Evaluation, Deep Purple. Today's Sizer is all white, full of metal texture, with gold and blue embellishments on the joints, and the overall tone is exactly the same as Steven's Flash Metagross, quite handsome. As for the Flash ability called Pretender, it can be seen from the fact that Sizer has gradually transformed into a bright red body that is indistinguishable from other normals of the same race. In this way, Sizer with the Flash ability of the Pretender can also appear as a combat power in his other identities. However, after having underestimated the ability of Ditto Flash before, Xing understood that Flash will never be so simple. This ability must have more functions. Continuing to read the data files of the system, Xing showed a look of sudden realization. Sizer's Flash ability can change ability. Although it can only freely switch between its own three abilities, Insect Premonition, Tech Master, and Light Metal, they are already powerful enough. Xing can use this to develop more tactics for Sizer, and it is safer to use different tactics in different identities. And different from Common's kin, Sizer's body strength is extremely high and will not cause body overheat and start to melt due to rapid combat. And the thin wings can be covered with metal to increase the strength, reaching the level of Orberga's wings like Skarmory and Steel Crow, and realize the goal of flying in the form of Sizer. The only limitation is that Sizer's aptitude has not reached gold, and Xing still needs to continue to travel the entire Pokémon world to find a way for him to be promoted to gold. The two slowly landed on the ground. Looking at Sizer, who had recovered to bright red, Xing put away the joy on his face and knocked a chestnut on it without saying a word. Zero, ask for flowers. Looking at Sizer, who was clutching his head aggrievedly, Xing said angrily, "Think about it yourself." After saying that, he turned and walked in front, holding his fingers and breathing heavily. And Sizer also put away his aggrieved expression and followed his trainer helplessly. Xing was also used to knocking on Sizer, and his thinking did not change. Under the gloomy clouds, facing the hazy drizzle, Xing relaxed. A few days later, on a small boat, among a large group of strong men and sailors, a lazy boy named Young got mixed in, and on his hair lay the same lazy little EV. Everyone was sitting on the deck and holding a fishing rod to compete in fishing, but even without the system, without the energy cube, without the power of darkness, without the breath of the dragon on their bodies. 0.00. With luck alone, Xing was enough to crush this group of sailors to death. It's just that Xing doesn't care about the Pokémon he catches. If the sailors around him want it, they can buy it from him by paying a normal market price. Although it is said to be the market price, these Pokémon cannot be obtained through serious channels at all, and can only be bought in the black market where the premium is quite crazy. Because of this, in just a few days, Xing gained the favor of this group of straightforward heroes and became one of them. And Xing is also happy to establish a good relationship with these veterans in the sea. The water system Pokémon he cares about are just a few. Although the sailors were a little puzzled at the beginning that Xing raised EV, a cute Pokémon, but when they saw EV from Transform Gyarados brutally tortured an elite Sharpedo, the sailors were completely speechless. With the gentle sea breeze blowing, Xing's mood is quite comfortable at this time, and after the matter of Scolipede and Sizer before him is resolved, he will not feel any pressure. Especially after Scolipede, Sizer, and Ditto were promoted to the elite level, his strength can be said to have grown rapidly. Because of Xing's cultivation at all costs, and the investment of various resources that can be called peerless treasures, the combat power of Scolipede and other Pokémon is much higher than that of Common's elite level. With the combination of the 3 Pokémon and Xing's ghost power, it is also very easy to defeat the quasi-elite. Of course, if facing a quasi-elite like Duyan, Xing would have to be abused. However, if it is like the Sea of Wind that wiped out Slateport City Team Aqua before, Xing can send the other party to see Giraudinating in a very short time. By the way, what kind of Pokemon do you want, Brother Bai? A sailor asked, puzzled after buying a Carvania from Xing. After all, Xing has caught many rare water-type Pokemon in the past few days, but Xing has always looked like he doesn't care, releasing them casually or selling them. Probably Lugia, Kyogre, or something like that. Seeing the speechless expressions of the surrounding sailors, Xing chuckled. It would be quite interesting if you can really catch slippery, G cards like a certain anime character. The cards of mythical beasts are really low. Groudon can't fly, Kyogre is hooked. What's next? Caterpie evolves Rayquaza. Putting aside these silly thoughts, Xing didn't dare to dream of actually catching those 2 sea gods, and he might not know how they died when the time came. Squirtle, Froakie, Poplio, etc. After thinking for a while, Xing continued, and after hearing Xing's new answer, the sailors showed a look of conviction. Based on Little Brother Bai's luck, there's a real chance of catching him. You thought Spheal's nickname was a joke. Brother Bai is awesome, 0-2 overdrive. Seeing the sailors around him with such reasonable expressions, Xing became thoughtful. Among the Yuzin of the major regions, the water Pokemon he is interested in are only 2. It's a pity that they are only interested. Even if there is a chance to get it, Xing may not be able to subdue it. The children in his family are much better than those of the Yuzin family. Even Trico is a top predator with pure dragon blood. Common Usangia faced Trico, and Marshtomp, who was beaten very miserably before, is the best example. To put it bluntly, Usangia is a Pokemon specially selected by the Alliance for the direct trainer. It does not eat many resources, has a fast evolution cycle, and its strength is formed quickly. No matter what stage it is, it has a certain combat power. Unlike bug-type Pokemon, the evolution cycle is fast enough, but the combat power is not enough. Of course, there are 2 kinds of bug Pokemon like Volcarona and Edelweiss Moth. Like most quasi-god Pokemon, the combat power is strong enough, but the evolution cycle is terribly slow. They are all big resource eaters and basically have a stage of energy accumulation. It is best not to participate in the battle. For example, Shelgon, the second form of the Salamence family, Beldum, the Earl Dervish form of the Metagross family, and Pupitar, the second form of the Banjira family. Of course, this is the worry of happiness, and most trainers may not have the opportunity to worry about it in their lifetime. Suddenly, Fishing Rod interrupted Xing's thinking with a slight shake, pulled up suddenly, and a Pokemon that stunned all the sailors appeared in front of them. Looking at the bewildered Squirtle, the air on the boat seemed to freeze until Squirtle let go of his mouth and turned and jumped into the sea again. All the sailors came over one after another, falling into excitement. Squirtle, it's really Squirtle. This luck, Spheal must die. Brother Bai is awesome, overdrive again. Ignoring the excited sailors around him, Xing tied another energy cube and threw it into the sea, continuing to fishboard. It would be great if it was Lapras. Xing propped his chin, and his mind was empty. Squirtle is naturally good, but compared to Lapras, who has good looks, good temperament, and has the ice system, there is still some gap. It's just that when Xing fell into thinking, the sailors began to regret it. Judging from Xing's indifferent expression, if they bid in time, they might be able to buy Jiawei. In the following time, all the sailors focused on Xing's fishing rod, hoping to buy it when Xing catches Usangia next time. The suffocating pressure of an elite bore down on Xing. He gritted his teeth, ghostly power surging wildly through his body, trying to shatter the invisible weight. His right hand slid toward the dagger at his waist, careful not to draw attention. Then, as if nothing had changed, he lifted his eyes to the lake. All the fire and sharpness in them faded into a chilling indifference. His gaze turned black and cold enough to make anyone shiver. I can't win. The system scan confirmed what he already feared. Drake wasn't just carrying a Flygon. There was still an unknown ghost-type aura in his body. And above, soaring unseen in the clouds, a Salamence. Elite level, one of the deadliest flyers in existence. Against that, escape was impossible. His mind raced, but before he could act, Drake's voice broke the silence. Recognized by Suvin, not bad at all. How about joining my crew? Xing stiffened. He couldn't see Drake's face, but the measured satisfaction in his tone said enough. It was bait, a test. Relief and irritation twisted in him at once. Is this what all the big names enjoy? Dangling temptation in front of rookies? For Drake, the polluted lake was never the real goal. What drew him here was a spark of curiosity about Bagon, the quasi-god dragon he wanted to raise. With elite clearance, he had found the classified records of this site and came in disguise, not because he needed to, because he was interested. If he gained something great, if not, no loss. Salamence was his true trump card, and Dornbart was only an experiment. Suakun's presence made things even less serious. Xing let his grip on the dagger ease. Drake could snuff him out in seconds, yet he spoke as if offering partnership. That boldness came not from arrogance alone, but from confidence in his own strength. Few could resist him head-on. Still, Xing had no intention of playing along. Psychic trainers were rare, and elite-level ones even rarer, but he was different, a ghost wielder walking a path outside the usual molds. He couldn't let himself be drawn into Drake's orbit. His enemies, from Team Rocket to the Alliance's own hounds, would never give him that freedom. No, his reply was flat, unyielding. He had more than just dragons to raise. He had other children to protect, other bonds to keep. Drake's ship was no safe harbor, only a gilded cage. Many had been lured aboard with promises of raising a Bagon, but not one had received it. Still, none complained. To learn dragon lore from Drake himself was reward enough, and he held back little except his deepest secrets. Drake studied him, then chuckled quietly. Suit yourself. He reached into his cloak, drew out a Salamence badge, and held it out. If you change your mind, come to Azure Harbor. Xing accepted it without a word. With a wave of his hand, Drake turned, his heavy steps fading into the dark. The moment the elite's presence vanished, Xing unleashed his ghost power and slipped into the night. Drake had shown restraint for Suakun's sake, and because he didn't care much about the Sharon Dragon's resources. But who would come next? Another elite might not be so forgiving. By dawn, the battlefield lay silent. Only the lake remained, clear once more, its surface rippling under the first touch of sunlight. An old cabin leaned quietly at the shore. Then shadows returned. More than a dozen black-robed figures stood by the water, white masks gleaming, their voices filtered into cold mechanical tones. What happened here? Should we investigate the Chongjin group? No need. The Alliance already handed this over to investigators. Waste of time. And what can those pampered dogs even find? Forget it. Word is Master Earth Dragon has reappeared. That's where we're needed. Without hesitation, the executioners dispersed, melting back into the forest. Hours later, investigators arrived, sleek uniforms, high-tech scanners in hand. Two of them, clearly leaders, compared results. Trace of bug type. Water, poison energy. Barely above low level. No dragon? No ghost. None. The Alliance data was wrong. This wasn't tied to the Sharon Dragon. More likely pollution from some poison deity. That would explain Suakun's appearance. The younger captain frowned. He wasn't convinced. But the original test showed nothing. Now the water's clean overnight. And after the battle in Bay Town 2 days ago, doesn't add up. He was right. The sealed energy in the lake had been released when Scolipede evolved, flooding the waters again. But the Alliance didn't know that. The older investigator, the red-haired veteran, sighed and pulled out a communicator. He tapped a few keys, then handed it over. Orders from above. In the early morning 2 days later, Xing stepped off the boat while the sailors sighed farewell. In just a few days, Xing had brought them enough harvest to go to sea several times. Brother Bai, don't worry. As long as there's news about Lapras, we will definitely notify you. Thank you, everyone. After thanking them with a smile, Xing waved goodbye to these generous sailors and turned to go to the next destination. Pokémon like Lapras are even as rare as quasi-gods and cannot be bought on the black market. They often appear at auctions, fetch a terrifying price in a very short period of time, and then disappear. As he thought about it, Xing had already walked into a rather classic town. The morning sun shone on the street, which looked extremely gentle, and the town was quite peaceful. Soon, standing in front of a gymnasium, looking at the word Duford on it, Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then walked in. Today's Hoen's 8 representative gymnasiums are mostly run by the older generation. As strong men who have experienced blood and darkness, this group of gymnasium owners is not like their next generation. Maybe they have enough strength, but they are not ruthless enough in terms of mind or means. This is why Team Aqua and Huoyin can rise rapidly in just a few years. From being completely underdog at the beginning, they gradually gained the upper hand and finally even won 2 orbs, awakening Kyogre and Groudon. In addition to strength, this group of gym owners is only 3 points more cruel than the members of the Dark Organization, and it is precisely because of this that they can suppress the 2 main dimensions. Even the current owner of Lavaridge Gymnasium, Yasha's grandfather Moore, on the surface, just looks like a kind old man who loves Chuanlu, but he was also a member of the Executioners back then, and his murderousness is no less than that of Xing. This group of museum owners also did not expect that after retiring, they would be seized by the 2 organizations to rise rapidly. It can only be said that a wise man has a lot of worries, and there is bound to be a mistake. As soon as he entered the gymnasium, Xing could see a blue-haired middle-aged man standing beside him on the viewing platform, directing a boy who was not much different from his own age and training with a Makahita. That should be the future Vine Tree. Looking at the blue-haired boy, Xing roughly guessed that the future owner of the Duford Gym, Vine Tree, is still a little immature at this time. The eyes of the 2 looked at Xing together, and Fujiki's eyes lit up with eager fighting desire. But the blue-haired middle-aged man looked solemnly at the little Eevee lying on Xing's head from the light. Then he looked at Xing and said directly, "Challenger, I will fight with you." After the words fell, a smile appeared on Xing's face, while Fujiki looked at his father in surprise. Xing has no interest in fighting Fujiki, who is not yet advanced at this time, but the shot of a quasi-elite is enough to make him interested. The previous battles in Lavaridge Town had no sense of combat at all. Compared with the previous battles between him and Du Yin and Tai Xian, the 2 older pavilion masters, it was simply incomparable. It's a pity that Moore no longer intends to continue to fight, only willing to let his granddaughter Yasha and Xing fight, and Xing, who is in a hurry to go to the Holy Land, can only make a temporary compromise. The result is that Scyther leapfrogged and crushed Torkoal against Attribute, smashing the pride that Asha had cultivated in the previous battle, and helping Moore instead. After all, not every rookie trainer is like Xing, who can achieve the transition from rookie to elite level in just a few months. From the trial island at the beginning, the leadership of the 2 major organizations fighting, the plan for Giratina in Bay Town, and the killing of Quasi-Elite in the final Executioner task, which time the other trainers can escape unscathed. Even if Xing starts all over again by himself, there is no guarantee that he will be able to escape unscathed. The blue-haired middle-aged man didn't take the stairs, but jumped directly and landed directly on the battlefield from the nearly 10-meter-high viewing platform, without splashing a little dust, and Xing narrowed his eyes watching. Intermediate fighter, you are worthy of being the owner of the Duford Gym. Putting away the system's light curtain, Sleepy Star looked forward to this battle even more. Tengshu, you go to be the referee. Ignoring the questioning gaze of Fujishu beside him, the blue-haired middle-aged man stared deeply at Xing opposite. At this time, Tengshu also understood that Xing was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Walked to the side of the field, took out the referee's equipment, and said loudly, "The gym challenge is about to begin. The challenged person, the Duford Gym, the owner Fujimori, the challenger. Halfway through speaking, Fujishu looked at Qi Xing with a questioning look. Before Qi Xing could reply, Fujimori, the blue-haired middle-aged man who was obviously Fujiki's father, said directly, "It's not important. It's a game to decide the outcome. Let's start directly." Before he finished speaking, Fujimori took out a pokeball from the space bracelet and threw it out. Without any hesitation, Qi Xing also directly pressed the pokeball on his waist. Two dazzling lights flashed, and two figures exuding strong Hideki aura appeared on the field, but when they saw Qi Xing's Pokémon, the father and son of the gym widened their eyes together. The whole body is made of white metal, and the sizer with gold and blue embellishments on the joints appeared in front of the two, refreshing the three views of the two. And Qi Xing also looked solemnly at the opposite Pokémon, a quasi-elite level Machamp. Although the momentum was very unstable, it was enough for Qi Xing to pay attention to. It is the result of Qi Xing's deliberation to let Sizer appear in the form of Flash in the Alliance identity. The special metal coat is exchanged by himself from his elder brother. The overall tone of Sizer is almost exactly the same as Steven's Flash Metagross. If it appears in other identities of oneself, it will be easy to be guessed by interested people. Moreover, there are only a few Sizers with the ability to fly in the world. If you want to have her appear in both identities, it is best to show Sizer in two completely different postures. Fujimori was worthy of being the owner of the older generation. After a short moment of astonishment, he immediately commanded Machamp to attack. The four fists ignited a raging fire and attacked Sizer, Leo Naheo. The thin wings waved quickly. Sizer dodged Machamp's fire punch quartet in a flash, and the double pincers turned into white meteors and bombarded Machamp's back. Although Machamp just staggered and straightened his body again, this scene made Fujimori look more serious. After Sizer completed the evolution, not only did not slow down, but it far exceeded the period of Scyther. This world's completely different light metal ability brought weight loss to people. The increase in body strength after evolution and the ability to metallize thin wings makes Sizer far faster than Scyther in speed, but the double knives have been transformed into double pincers, and Sizer has not yet adapted to the new tactics Qi Xing developed for her. After a round of confrontation, Qi Xing and Fujimori did not rush to launch an offensive, but kept observing each other's Pokémon, hoping to find each other's flaws. The suffocating pressure of an elite bore down on Qi Xing. He gritted his teeth, ghostly power surging wildly through his body, trying to shatter the invisible weight. His right hand slid toward the dagger at his waist, careful not to draw attention. Then, as if nothing had changed, he lifted his eyes to the lake. All the fire and sharpness in them faded into a chilling indifference. His gaze turned black and cold enough to make anyone shiver. "I can't win." The system scan confirmed what he already feared. Drake wasn't just carrying a Flygon. There was still an unknown ghost-type aura in his body. And above, soaring unseen in the clouds, a Salamence. Elite level, one of the deadliest flyers in existence. Against that, escape was impossible. His mind raced, but before he could act, Drake's voice broke the silence. "Recognized by Suvin? Not bad at all. How about joining my crew?" Qi Xing stiffened. He couldn't see Drake's face, but the measured satisfaction in his tone said enough. It was bait, a test. Relief and irritation twisted in him at once. Is this what all the big names enjoy? Dangling temptation in front of rookies? For Drake, the polluted lake was never the real goal. What drew him here was a spark of curiosity about Bagon, the quasi-god dragon he wanted to raise. With elite clearance, he had found the classified records of this site and came in disguise, not because he needed to, because he was interested. If he gained something great, if not, no loss. Salamence was his true trump card, and Dornbart was only an experiment. Suakun's presence made things even less serious. Qi Xing let his grip on the dagger ease. Drake could snuff him out in seconds, yet he spoke as if offering partnership. That boldness came not from arrogance alone, but from confidence in his own strength. Few could resist him head-on. Still, Qi Xing had no intention of playing along. Psychic trainers were rare, and elite-level ones even rarer. But he was different, a ghost wielder walking a path outside the usual molds. He couldn't let himself be drawn into Drake's orbit. His enemies, from Team Rocket to the Alliance's own hounds, would never give him that freedom. No, his reply was flat, unyielding. He had more than just dragons to raise. He had other children to protect, other bonds to keep. Drake's ship was no safe harbor, only a gilded cage. Many had been lured aboard with promises of raising a Bagon, but not one had received it. Still, none complained. To learn dragon lore from Drake himself was reward enough, and he held back little except his deepest secrets. Drake studied him, then chuckled quietly. "Suit yourself." He reached into his cloak, drew out a Salaman's badge, and held it out. "If you change your mind, come to Azure Harbor." Xing accepted it without a word. With a wave of his hand, Drake turned, his heavy steps fading into the dark. The moment the elite's presence vanished, Xing unleashed his ghost power and slipped into the night. Drake had shown restraint for Suikun's sake, and because he didn't care much about the Sharon Dragon's resources. But who would come next? Another elite might not be so forgiving. By dawn, the battlefield lay silent. Only the lake remained, clear once more, its surface rippling under the first touch of sunlight. An old cabin leaned quietly at the shore. Then shadows returned. More than a dozen black-robed figures stood by the water, white masks gleaming, their voices filtered into cold mechanical tones. What happened here? Should we investigate the Chongjin group? No need. The Alliance already handed this over to investigators. Waste of time. And what can those pampered dogs even find? Forget it. Word is Master Earth Dragon has reappeared. That's where we're needed. Without hesitation, the executioners dispersed, melting back into the forest. Hours later, investigators arrived, sleek uniforms, high-tech scanners in hand. Two of them, clearly leaders, compared results. Trace of bug type. Water, poison energy. Barely above low level. No dragon? No ghost. None. The Alliance data was wrong. This wasn't tied to the Sharon Dragon. More likely pollution from some poison deity. That would explain Suikun's appearance. The younger captain frowned. He wasn't convinced. But the original test showed nothing. Now the water's clean overnight. And after the battle in Bay Town 2 days ago, doesn't add up. He was right. The sealed energy in the lake had been released when Scolipede evolved, flooding the waters again. But the Alliance didn't know that. The older investigator, the red-haired veteran, sighed and pulled out a communicator. He tapped a few keys, then handed it over. Orders from above. The suffocating pressure of an elite bore down on Xing. He gritted his teeth, ghostly power surging wildly through his body, trying to shatter the invisible weight. His right hand slid toward the dagger at his waist, careful not to draw attention. Then, as if nothing had changed, he lifted his eyes to the lake. All the fire and sharpness in them faded into a chilling indifference. His gaze turned black and cold enough to make anyone shiver. I can't win. The system scan confirmed what he already feared. Drake wasn't just carrying a Flygon. There was still an unknown ghost-type aura in his body. And above, soaring unseen in the clouds, a Salamence. Elite level, one of the deadliest flyers in existence. Against that, escape was impossible. His mind raced, but before he could act, Drake's voice broke the silence. Recognized by Suvin? Not bad at all. How about joining my crew? Xing stiffened. He couldn't see Drake's face, but the measured satisfaction in his tone said enough. It was bait. A test. Relief and irritation twisted in him at once. Is this what all the big names enjoy? Dangling temptation in front of rookies? For Drake, the polluted lake was never the real goal. What drew him here was a spark of curiosity about Bagon, the quasi-god dragon he wanted to raise. With elite clearance, he had found the classified records of this site and came in disguise, not because he needed to, because he was interested. If he gained something great, if not, no loss. Salamence was his true trump card, and Dornbart was only an experiment. Suikun's presence made things even less serious. Xing let his grip on the dagger ease. Drake could snuff him out in seconds, yet he spoke as if offering partnership. That boldness came not from arrogance alone, but from confidence in his own strength. Few could resist him head-on. Still, Xing had no intention of playing along. Psychic trainers were rare, and elite-level ones even rarer, but he was different, a ghost wielder walking a path outside the usual molds. He couldn't let himself be drawn into Drake's orbit. His enemies, from Team Rocket to the Alliance's own hounds, would never give him that freedom. No, his reply was flat, unyielding. He had more than just dragons to raise. He had other children to protect, other bonds to keep. Drake's ship was no safe harbor, only a gilded cage. Many had been lured aboard with promises of raising a Bagon, but not one had received it. Still, none complained. To learn dragon lore from Drake himself was reward enough, and he held back little except his deepest secrets. Drake studied him, then chuckled quietly. "Suit yourself." He reached into his cloak, drew out a Salaman's badge, and held it out. "If you change your mind, come to Azure Harbor." Xing accepted it without a word. With a wave of his hand, Drake turned, his heavy steps fading into the dark. The moment the elite's presence vanished, Xing unleashed his ghost power and slipped into the night. Drake had shown restraint for Suikun's sake, and because he didn't care much about the Sharon Dragon's resources. But who would come next? Another elite might not be so forgiving. By dawn, the battlefield lay silent. Only the lake remained, clear once more, its surface rippling under the first touch of sunlight. An old cabin leaned quietly at the shore. Then shadows returned. More than a dozen black-robed figures stood by the water, white masks gleaming, their voices filtered into cold mechanical tones. What happened here? Should we investigate the Chongjin group? No need. The Alliance already handed this over to investigators. Waste of time. And what can those pampered dogs even find? Forget it. Word is Master Earth Dragon has reappeared. That's where we're needed. Without hesitation, the executioners dispersed, melting back into the forest. Hours later, investigators arrived, sleek uniforms, high-tech scanners in hand. Two of them, clearly leaders, compared results. Trace of bug type. Water, poison energy. Barely above low level. No dragon? No ghost. None. The Alliance data was wrong. This wasn't tied to the Sharon Dragon. More likely pollution from some poison deity. That would explain Suikun's appearance. The younger captain frowned. He wasn't convinced. But the original test showed nothing. Now the water's clean overnight. And after the battle in Bay Town 2 days ago, doesn't add up. He was right. The sealed energy in the lake had been released when Scolipede evolved, flooding the waters again. But the Alliance didn't know that. The older investigator, the red-haired veteran, sighed and pulled out a communicator. He tapped a few keys, then handed it over. Orders from above. The suffocating pressure of an elite bore down on Xing. He gritted his teeth, ghostly power surging wildly through his body, trying to shatter the invisible weight. His right hand slid toward the dagger at his waist, careful not to draw attention. Then, as if nothing had changed, he lifted his eyes to the lake. All the fire and sharpness in them faded into a chilling indifference. His gaze turned black and cold enough to make anyone shiver. I can't win. The system scan confirmed what he already feared. Drake wasn't just carrying a Flygon. There was still an unknown ghost-type aura in his body. And above, soaring unseen in the clouds, a Salamence. Elite level, one of the deadliest flyers in existence. Against that, escape was impossible. His mind raced, but before he could act, Drake's voice broke the silence. Recognized by Suvin, not bad at all. How about joining my crew? Xing stiffened. He couldn't see Drake's face, but the measured satisfaction in his tone said enough. It was bait, a test. Relief and irritation twisted in him at once. Is this what all the big names enjoy? Dangling temptation in front of rookies? For Drake, the polluted lake was never the real goal. What drew him here was a spark of curiosity about Bagon, the quasi-god dragon he wanted to raise. With elite clearance, he had found the classified records of this site and came in disguise, not because he needed to, because he was interested. If he gained something great, if not, no loss. Salamence was his true trump card, and Dornbart was only an experiment. Suokun's presence made things even less serious. Xing let his grip on the dagger ease. Drake could snuff him out in seconds, yet he spoke as if offering partnership. That boldness came not from arrogance alone, but from confidence in his own strength. Few could resist him head-on. Still, Xing had no intention of playing along. Psychic trainers were rare, and elite-level ones even rarer, but he was different, a ghost wielder walking a path outside the usual molds. He couldn't let himself be drawn into Drake's orbit. His enemies, from Team Rocket to the Alliance's own hounds, would never give him that freedom. No, his reply was flat, unyielding. He had more than just dragons to raise. He had other children to protect, other bonds to keep. Drake's ship was no safe harbor, only a gilded cage. Many had been lured aboard with promises of raising a Bagon, but not one had received it. Still, none complained. To learn dragon lore from Drake himself was reward enough, and he held back little except his deepest secrets. Drake studied him, then chuckled quietly. "Suit yourself." He reached into his cloak, drew out a Salamence badge, and held it out. "If you change your mind, come to Azure Harbor." Xing accepted it without a word. With a wave of his hand, Drake turned, his heavy steps fading into the dark. The moment the elite's presence vanished, Xing unleashed his ghost power and slipped into the night. Drake had shown restraint for Suokun's sake, and because he didn't care much about the Sharon Dragon's resources. But who would come next? Another elite might not be so forgiving. By dawn, the battlefield lay silent. Only the lake remained, clear once more, its surface rippling under the first touch of sunlight. An old cabin leaned quietly at the shore. Then shadows returned. More than a dozen black-robed figures stood by the water, white masks gleaming, their voices filtered into cold mechanical tones. What happened here? Should we investigate the Chongjin group? No need. The Alliance already handed this over to investigators. Waste of time. And what can those pampered dogs even find? Forget it. Word is Master Earth Dragon has reappeared. That's where we're needed. Without hesitation, the executioners dispersed, melting back into the forest. Hours later, investigators arrived, sleek uniforms, high-tech scanners in hand. Two of them, clearly leaders, compared results. Trace of bug type. Water, poison energy. Barely above low level. No dragon? No ghost. None. The Alliance data was wrong. This wasn't tied to the Sharon Dragon. More likely pollution from some poison deity. That would explain Suokun's appearance. The younger captain frowned. He wasn't convinced. But the original test showed nothing. Now the water's clean overnight. And after the battle in Bay Town 2 days ago, doesn't add up. He was right. The sealed energy in the lake had been released when Scolipede evolved, flooding the waters again. But the Alliance didn't know that. The older investigator, the red-haired veteran, sighed and pulled out a communicator. He tapped a few keys, then handed it over. Orders from above. Without taking the bank card that had no balance at this time, Xing walked directly into the dark passage. After a long journey, a huge and mysterious city appeared in front of Xing. Unlike other black markets, most of the shops here are hidden among a few big trees, which is a characteristic of the black market. Ignoring these shops, Xing walked directly to the Hunters Guild, which is indeed the largest organization in the black market, without the slightest cover-up. It's just placed there openly. Stepping in, I saw several eyes cast, and seemed to find that the other party was the leader of myself and others. Several hunters walked over directly, very respectful. Zero, asking for flowers. Originally, they were only forced to be controlled by Xing because of the power of you. But since the hotel purge in Baytown, they have seen Xing's cold-blooded and cruel side, and they no longer have a heart to betray. Is that the deputy head of the Full Moon Bounty Group? I heard that the code name is Dragon, but I haven't seen his dragon Pokémon, so it should be just a code name. Stop talking about it. Have you forgotten the group of trainers who were purged in Baytown? Just as the other hunters were talking quietly, a voice interrupted them directly, reminding all the hunters of what Xing had done back then, and he hadn't been blacklisted by the Alliance yet. He took out a few pieces of space equipment and threw them to everyone. Inside were a batch of resources and Pokémon that Xing had collected during this period, as well as a list of resources that Xing would cultivate Pokémon in the future. 0.0. Go away on your own. I will send the resources before I leave here in 3 days. Xing waved his hand, and all the hunters left and began to collect the resources on the list for him. But the brown-haired boy who followed Xing the first stayed behind. After walking to the sofa in the hall and getting down, he took out a glass of ice water and took a sip before Xing asked, "Tell me, if you have any news, I want you to stay alone and report it." "My lord, I got the news that there will be a quasi-god Pokémon egg in the Black Cloud auction in 3 days. Do we want to fight for it?" The movement of chewing ice cubes paused. Xing frowned, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "That Pokémon?" Pokémon eggs of quasi-gods actually flowed into the black market and even landed in the auction house. There may be many problems in the origin. Hearing Xing's words, the brown-haired boy showed joy on his face and quickly said, "Hoen's quasi-god beldam. I heard that there is also a book to cultivate. Okay, let's issue the order. No one is allowed to participate in this auction, and secretly send 2 members to pay attention." Before the brown-haired boy finished speaking, he was coldly interrupted by Xing. "It would be fine if it was just a beldam. The key to the problem lies in the training manual. Being able to have a quasi-god training manual shows that the real master is definitely not low in strength. If the source is not right, the Chongjin group that Revenge worked so hard to build will disappear completely overnight." Although he didn't understand, the brown-haired boy didn't dare to question Xing's order at all. After giving a respectful salute, he turned around and walked out of the Hunters Guild to start collecting resources. Xing, on the other hand, was chewing an ice cube again, feeling the cold feeling that went straight to his brain, and began to think. Where did that beldam come from? Is it related to the Zvaki family? If it's related, who on earth has such animosity with the Zivki family that they even want to sell the training manual? 17. In the Pokemon world, quasi-god Pokemon can sometimes only be regarded as the core thing of a big power, but what really matters is the breeder method for Pokemon. The Zvaki family will sometimes exchange beldam. For example, for the formula of Xing's energy cube, the Zvaki family is willing to take out a beldam in exchange. 0.37. But if it is the cultivation method of the Metagross family, even if Xing comes up with 10 formulas of that level, they may not be able to exchange them. Ask Steven first. It may not necessarily be beldam and breeder method of the Zvach family. Stop thinking for a while. Xing stood up and left the Hunters Guild, seeing many people who wanted to make friends side. As the deputy leader of the Full Moon Bounty Group, Xing's reputation is much louder than Jamuling's. The main reason is that Baytown became famous in the first battle, and he has not yet been on the Alliance's must-kill blacklist. Most of the time, the real dragon sees the head but doesn't see the tail, and is more mysterious than Jamuling, the head of the group. The combination of various deeds has created the prestige of Hunter Dragon. Sitting in a park in Petalburg City, Xing has resumed his alliance by washing a tire at this time, holding bread in one hand to feed the surrounding tail-lo, and holding a communicator in the other hand for video calls. "Xiaobai, what's the matter?" Seeing Xing, Stephen looked very happy and greeted excitedly. Looking at Stephen, who was dressed as a worker and surrounded by valleys, Xing said, quite seriously, "I have arrived in Petalburg City and got some news, so I came to ask you." Sensing Xing's serious attitude, Stephen also put away his smile and became serious, signaling Xing to continue talking. Half an hour later, Xing hung up the call, took out a new piece of bread and fed it, while thinking, if it's not the Zvaki family, maybe you can consider getting that training manual. After all, even the enemies of the Zvaki family would not be so stupid as to carry out taunt in Petalburg City. After thinking about it constantly, Xing relaxed, and he planned to share his experience about Pokemon Breeder with Zeely. If it really causes a big battle, I'm afraid that Petalburg City will not be peaceful, and it's not good for me to stay here. If I'm not careful, I may be involved in the battle. After confirming that there are not too many problems, Xing took out the communicator of the hunter identity. The plan is changed. Take down the breeder manual. If there is danger, evacuate quickly. Xing was not interested in the Beldum Pokemon egg, but the breeder manual was quite precious, which would be of great benefit to Xing's next plan. Putting away the communicator, crushing the bread in his hand, and throwing it suddenly, all the bird Pokemon soared into the sky, forming a quite shocking scene, which attracted the attention of everyone in the park. Not paying attention to the scene in front of him, Xing had already turned around and left the forest park, heading towards the Petal Bird Gymnasium. After stopping and asking for directions along the way, Xing finally arrived at the Petal Bird Gymnasium, which is similar to the Japanese-style dojo as a whole. After confirming it, Xing walked in. At this time, a battle had already started in the gymnasium. A Munganaya was fighting with a Vigoroth. At this time, Munganaya had already hugged Vigoroth tightly, and the spikes on her body were glowing with Purple's venom. Unable to restrain his restless personality, Vigoroth kept struggle, and with the struggle, the spikes drew bloodstains, and the venom gradually pulled Vigoroth into the poisoning contest condition. Soon, Vigoroth was exhausted and lost the ability to fight. The challenger happily took out an antidote potion and handed it to the gym apprentice on the opposite side, accepted a balance badge shaped like a dumbbell from the other party. That's right, it's not Norman who is fighting this challenger, but an apprentice in the gym. Otherwise, Vigoroth wouldn't have been so unbearable when facing Manganaya's tight embrace. After the apprentice detoxified Vigoroth, he put away the Pokemon and came to a middle-aged man with short hair to receive training. As the explanation progressed, an expression of enlightenment gradually appeared on the apprentice's face, and then he fell into thinking again. Obviously, Norman's teaching ability is much stronger than Duyan's. At this time, a delicate figure seemed to see Xing and walked over after being taken aback for a moment. "Brother Ruoxing," the girl called out hesitantly, and was relieved to see Xing, who turned his head around. Fortunately, he didn't mistake the person, and Xing also recognized the identity of the girl in front of him. May, whom he met at the Professor Birch laboratory, didn't expect to have come back to the Petalburg gym. A boy wearing glasses looked at Xing curiously. "May, I didn't expect you to be here too." Looking at May, Xing greeted with a chuckle, while Norman, who was teaching apprentices, was also taken aback when he saw this scene. He naturally judged that Xing was not a simple trainer, but his daughter actually knew him, which was quite beyond his expectation. "This is my younger brother, Xiaosheng." Here, May has introduced the boy to Xing, who is May's younger brother Xiaosheng. "Hello, Brother Bai, I'm Xiaosheng, the future owner of the Petalburg gym." Xiaosheng introduced himself with a serious face, which seemed to be a bit imposing. Looking at Xiaosheng in front of him, Xing smiled lightly and said, "Come on, you will definitely become the owner at 1.7. Xiaosheng is really good, both in terms of knowledge and love for Pokemon. He has performed well, and his sister May's ambition is not to be in the gym, but to become a coordinator, so Xiaosheng's inheritance of the gym has basically become a reality. Established fact. Although Xiaosheng was a bit rigid at the beginning, as the trip continued, he has been able to flexibly adapt his knowledge. In Xing's view, Xiaosheng may also have some talents in the breeder family. Hearing Xing's words, Xiaosheng's favorability for Xing increased instantly, and he was recognized by Covet, who was often hit by May. As if thinking of something, Xing took out a Pokeball and handed it to Xiaosheng and said with a smile, "Sometimes alliance rules are dead, but trainer is alive. Don't be silent." Although he didn't quite understand what Xing was talking about, Xiaosheng happily took the Pokeball, shrunk it down, took out a rope and tied it around his neck. After all, Xiaosheng is still too young at this time, and he has not yet reached the age to subdue Pokemon, so Norman did not equip him with such Pokemon-related things. Xiaosheng currently focuses on learning all kinds of Pokemon knowledge, and Norman is the key training object of the Alliance, so his children must naturally meet the Alliance's regulations. Although she always confronts Xiaosheng tit for tat, May is actually a good sister who cares about her younger brother. Seeing Xiao Shang's happy face, she looks gratefully at Xing. Norman is a good father and a good museum owner, but he is not good at encouraging children. Whether it is Xiao Shang or Mei, it is difficult to get praise from his father. And the apprentices in the gymnasium are even more afraid to speak when the owner of the gymnasium is silent. Nodding to the grateful Mei, Xing's thoughts ran to another place. Jirachi 02, can the wish of resurrecting the dead be realized? Soon, Xing shook his head and looked back at the new battle on the battlefield. The timeline of this world was completely different from what he knew in his previous life. Many things can only be used as a reference, and there is no way to plan completely according to them. This time, the gym apprentice was much stronger than the one just now, commanding Vigoroth to quickly complete the battle and defeat rival Swellow. The gym in Petalburg is obviously more popular than the gym in other towns, and there is an endless stream of challengers. Looking at the number drawn in his hand, Xing couldn't help but feel a little helpless. I'm afraid it will be his turn after the master. In fact, this is a normal situation, such as Rustboro Gym, Laveridge Gym, Duford Gym, although the owner of the gym will not do it himself. However, what the challengers have to face is often their descendants. Whether it is the grasp of the battle situation or the command of trainer itself, they are quite strong, and it is difficult for rookie trainer to defeat. The weakest of them is Kennen, who is about to break through the advanced level, and it is not so easy to defeat. However, in the Petalburg Gymnasium, it was the apprentices who made the moves, and the strength of these rookie trainers was on par, and the probability of victory was quite high. While watching the battle, Xing was chatting with Xiao Shang and Mei. An apprentice walked up to the three of them and said politely, "Mr. Bai, Miss Mei, Master Xiao Shang, the owner invites you to come." Soon, Xing, Mei, and Xiao Shang came in front of Norman. Seeing the three of Xing, Norman pointed to the 3 extra futons beside him, said with a light smile, "Sit down." Without hesitation, Xing sat directly on the futon, while the 2 siblings, Mei Xiao Shang, glanced at their father and then sat down too. "Mr. Bai, is this the rookie trainer who started traveling this year?" "Yes, about 3 months. Promoted to the elite in just 3 months. Really young and promising." The 2 continued to have a conversation, but the content was that Mei and Xiaoxing beside them were surprised. Xing's progress was really shocking. As a trainer without any background, he was promoted from a rookie to an elite in just 3 months, and he also took into account the identity of the breeder family, which is really unbelievable. Especially Xiao Shang, who admired Xing very much at this moment, not only his great strength, but also is a knowledgeable breeder, much better than the rookie trainer he imagined. And Mei was also a little shocked. The last time she saw Xing was in a laboratory, and after 2 months of traveling, she returned home to rest, and she deeply understood how difficult the trainer's road is. Not only did Xing get 4 badges, but she was also promoted to elite. She couldn't imagine what happened in it. Time passed slowly during the conversation between the 2, and the challengers also stepped onto the battlefield one by one, but almost none of them could make Xing and Norman pay even more attention. At the beginning, Xiaosheng and Mei could barely keep up with the rhythm of their conversation, especially Xiaosheng, who could express his views from time to time. But only half an hour later, the siblings could no longer understand the topic of Xing and Norman, and after being confused for a while, they could only watch the battle on the battlefield. The last challenger was defeated, and Norman and Xing ended their conversation with unfinished content, and both got a lot from each other. Especially for Xing, Norman didn't hide his secrets, and almost dragged out Slaking's breeder method in the middle, but after hearing the other party's breeder method, Xing understood the root of Norman Slaking's magic. Like his own Pretender Sizer, Gigantic Scolipede, and Unlimited Ditto, the magic of Norman Slaking is impossible to replicate. Norman has continued to conduct research over the years, but it is only able to continuously discover the special features of slaking. However, the application to common slaking has a lot of effects, and Xing has also gained a lot of reference knowledge from it. After all, he is not very interested in slaking. His Ditto is much lazier than slaking. Currently, The only Pokémon that he can really miss is Lapras. That is the obsession since his debut. I am afraid that Xing will dream of Lapras from time to time in his normal dreams. Want me a guest? After thinking for a while, Norman asked Xing directly. After all, the new breeder idea that Xing brought to him was really valuable. Hearing Norman's words, Xiaosheng's eyes lit up. He looked at Xing expectantly and said, "Brother Bai, come to be a guest. The dishes made by Mom are super delicious." Mei is also looking forward to looking at Xing. When Xing talked with Norman, she mentioned the Slateport City contest competition, which aroused her great interest. Okay. Without any hesitation, Xing directly agreed to Norman's invitation. After all, he didn't want to fight these apprentices. It was meaningless. Only by challenging the strong can one become a strong one, and challenging the weak for a badge is not the least bit of interest in the star. Even Yasha, who played against him in the Lavaridge Gymnasium instead of his grandfather, has entered the elite level, not a little better than these apprentices. After handing over the gymnasium to the apprentices, Norman gave a few simple instructions, then turned to look at Xing and the three with a smile. "Let's go. The night in Petalburg City is still very good." Walking on the streets of Petalburg City, the lights are not bright, but the hazy night is left, and the cool evening wind blows, leaving a touch of gentleness. An Iliamize is flying in the woods beside the street, and the sound of play rough comes, bringing a touch of joy to the quiet night. Families also ended their busy day, taking their families and Pokémon for a gentle walk on the street, and the beautiful scenes made people love it. In a room, Xing was sitting at a table talking with Mei, explaining about the contest, and Xiaosheng is helping in the kitchen while sharing with his mother what he gained from watching the gymnasium battle today. Xing still remembered that in the previous life information, Norman did not allow Xiaosheng to watch the gymnasium battle because he was afraid that the challenger would be distracted. But Xing really didn't understand. If he would be distracted from fighting, he would challenge a gym, be a trainer, and ask rival to stop fighting when there are people around him when he is facing a life-and-death crisis in the wild. And that's about it. After telling all the information about the contest competition that he knew, Xing picked up the teacup on the table and drank it. Mei is imagining with a look of longing. After all, it is not like the period when the contest competition will gradually flourish in the future, and it is still relatively small. And on Mei's head, a very beautiful Beautifly also has a look of longing and anticipation. What she loves is not fighting, and the setting of the contest is very suitable for her. It's just that Combuskin sitting next to Xing has a very bored expression on his face. He likes to fight and doesn't like to perform. The coordinator's combat power is also good when it reaches a certain level, but before that, it's best to train one or two Pokémon who have transferred to fight to protect their own safety. Okay, dinner's ready. At this time, Mei and Xiaoxing's mother Caroline put a plate of soup on the dining table. Looking at Xing drinking tea, the imaginary Mei shouted. The two stood up and walked towards the dining table, but Xiaosheng said expectantly, "Sister, can you let me use Combuskin to fight Big Brother's Trico once?" In the previous gym chat, Xiaosheng and Mei also learned that Xing's Trico has not yet completed the evolution. Although they don't understand why, Xiaosheng is interested in fighting. No, Mei refused straight away, although she felt that Combuskin should be able to defeat Trico, but out of the habit of fighting against her younger brother, she still rejected Xiaosheng. Under the smiling eyes of Norman and Caroline, Xiaosheng harassed Mei tirelessly for half an hour, from the beginning to the end of the meal, and finally came to Combuskin's command. In addition, Xiaosheng and Combuskin briefly said a few words without knowing what, and saw Combuskin patted his chest with an expression wrapped around my body and looked at Xing full of fighting spirit. Perhaps some conditions were used to lure Combuskin, and in addition, it was only an intermediate-level Pokémon, and he had not developed the mentality of those strong men, so he agreed to obey Xiaoxing's command for the strong chicken. Moreover, although Xiaosheng in this world has not started the trainer road either, he has learned a lot of knowledge, and after a long period of observation in gymnasium battles, is still no problem to command an intermediate Pokémon to fight. After getting Xing's consent, Xiaosheng excitedly took Xing to the battlefield at the back of the yard, and Mei also followed with interest. Although she has already started planning to participate in the contest competition, Mei is also very curious about what kind of strength her Combuskin can display in the face of Xing. Norman and Caroline also walked down the stairs to the back of the yard with great interest to watch the battle. Norman was very interested in Xing's real combat power, while Caroline was curious about her children. Standing on both sides of the battlefield, Xiaosheng put away all his excitement and looked at Xing seriously. It was obvious that he had entered the contest condition of the battle. Norman, who was watching, nodded in satisfaction. Tapping the pokeball on the waist lightly, white light escaped from it, and Trico appeared in the field wearing the gravity bracelet, looked at the Combuskin opposite, and quickly judged that it was the one from the laboratory. "Do you want to take off the bracelet?" Looking back at Xing, Trico asked with his eyes. Shaking his head lightly, Xing didn't let Trico take off his bracelet. If he fights with all his strength, Xiaosheng's confidence will be severely damaged, so he should keep his hand a little. If the elite level matches the elite level, maybe Xing will let Trico pick up the bracelet. But for Trico, playing a low-level match against a mid-level is like playing games. After looking at Trico and finding that he couldn't see any flaws, Xiaosheng tentatively said, "Ember." Hearing Xiaosheng's order, Combuskin hesitated for a short while, spit up the beautiful embers, and headed towards Trico, but was directly split by the tail of the lit green. Seeing Trico's increasingly proficient leaf blade skills, Xing nodded slightly. This is one of the core skills on Trico's future road, and the mastery of it naturally needs to reach a high level. After evolving into Grovyle, Trico will grow new leaves on both wrists and at a tail. At that time, Grovyle can learn the three-sword skill of a certain green-haired swordsman. Combuskin, Flame Charge after the Flame Jet. After discovering Trico's strength, Xiaosheng's face became more serious, and he gave the second round of command. A huge pillar of fire spurted out, and while Trico's figure was flickering, Combuskin stepped on the ground suddenly, and the raging fire ignited on his body, galloping towards Trico, whose body stopped in the air and could not dodge. Bang! Trico's figure immediately huddled together and started to spin. A green energy ball shot out from the tail. Coupled with the acceleration brought by the spin, it quickly hit Combuskin's body, producing huge smoke. Combuskin's figure was not repulsed, but his speed dropped sharply. When he reached the position in front of Trico, he was already much late and was directly hit by a silver tail. Although Iron Tail is also restrained by fire, but compared to Leaf Blade, its strength is much better and it directly hit Combuskin hard, pressing a green seed on Combuskin's body. As a burst of energy was sucked out, Combuskin, whose physical strength had reached its limit, finally fell in front of Trico. Xiaosheng sighed, stepped forward to put Combuskin away, looked at Xing with a little admiration, and said, "Brother Bai's Trico is really powerful. He defeated Combuskin by leapfrogging against Attribute." Facing Xiaosheng's praise, Xing just smiled lightly. After all, he had played against the Attribute a lot before, and the leapfrog battle was mainly due to his own children. Norman also came up, looked at Xiaosheng and praised. "Good job." After all, facing an elite trainer, Xiaosheng, who only has a little experience on paper, can have a little advantage, which is already considered very good. Mei, Xiaosheng, and Caroline looked at Norman in surprise when they heard the praise. After all, Norman almost never praises others on weekdays. Only when he really gets his approval can he be praised. "Don't be proud, Xiaosheng." After receiving Combuskin's pokeball, looking at the happy Xiaosheng, Mei said half as a blow and half as persuasion. "I know, my sister's really annoying." Although his words were not forgiving, Xiaosheng put away his arrogance and calmed down again. Seeing this pair of siblings who hurt each other but love each other, Norman and Caroline couldn't help laughing, and Xing also showed a look of nostalgia. This night, the house was full of cheerful atmosphere. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the night wind is cool. On the balcony on the second floor of the house, Xing and Norman were lying on two deck chairs and having a conversation together, and there were several lazy men lying on their stomachs beside them. Different from other trainers, Norman spends most of his energy on training the Slaking family, but not much on training other Pokémon. Although, this will make it easy to be targeted, and there are very few tactics, but it also has special benefits. After Norman retired from the Forest Ranger, it only took a few short years to catch up with other hosts and become one of the 8 representative hosts of Hoenn. At the same time, he has the most peak quasi-elite combat power. It is precisely because he put all the Pokémon on the cultivation of the Slaking family, and he reached the limit together. Although most of the hosts are also specialized in the first series, they are still far behind Norman, who specializes in one Pokémon. When he first retired, Norman's strength could only be regarded as the middle class among the dozens of gyms other than the 8 major gyms. The reason is that Norman's first echelon is almost without exception the Slaking family, and there is only one quasi-elite level bag dragon, which is Norman's Earl Dervish Pokémon. The lineup of the team makes Norman extremely easy to be targeted, and there is no elite level combat power, which limits Norman's development. 600, however, during many years of training, Norman's research on the Slaking family has entered a bottleneck, stuck at the pinnacle of the quasi-elite level, and then began to cultivate other normal-type Pokémon. It was this change that made up for the last flaw in Norman's combat power and research. Trump card Slaking and Earl Dervish Pokémon Dragon both entered the elite realm, and has a variety of normal Pokémon, which makes Norman's battles more diverse. It can be said that Norman's Trainer Road is more like a low-profile version of Victory Road, from the beginning of the specialization of one series to the later multifaceted development. It's just that Norman has gone from specializing in one Pokémon to cultivating multiple normal Pokémon at the same time. Through this alternative method, Norman crossed a path that other trainers could not walk in a lifetime in a short period of time, but the danger was extremely high. Just like the education system of Xing's previous life, if he is good at a subject, he may have a high achievement in the future, but before he achieves something, a natural barrier called the college entrance examination cannot be ignored. Shaking his head and throwing away all his thoughts, Xing admires Norman's path, but it doesn't mean he will take this path. Norman is a member of the Ranger, and he is a member of the Rockets. Different starting points are destined to be different paths. Come here, I will fight with you tomorrow, and let you see what you want to see, Slaking. Standing up slowly, Norman looked at Xing, with unparalleled confidence blooming from his body. He has put all his energy, wisdom, and painstaking efforts into this road, which is his Trainer Road. In just a short moment, all the momentum was taken back by Norman. He turned and left the balcony and entered the house to rest. Without answering Norman's words, the same confident look appeared on Xing's face. Who is not a pioneer on this road? Norman has worked hard to get to this day, so why is he not? We will not lose to anyone. The young man murmured in a low voice, stroking the pokeball on his waist and looking at the bright moon and stars in the sky. Sensing Xing's mood, the pokeballs shook gently one after another, responding to him. In the early morning of the next day, the sound of birds chirping came from my ears. Xing was lying on a deck chair on a balcony. Little EV was lying on his head with his belly up. His face was covered with a book of blue. Gently the sound of breathing came out. A lazy man named Jan held a cup of warm tea and moved extremely slowly. The distance from the living room to the balcony was only a few meters, but he walked for nearly 10 minutes. Woo! While yawning for a long time, the lazy man put warm tea on the low wooden table next to the recliner, lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Time flows slowly like a normal stream in the mountains. Xing finally woke up, put away the book of giant gold on his face, stretched for a long time, and then slowly picked it up aft. Warm tea on the wooden table. Although he likes to drink ice water, warm tea is more comfortable in the morning. Hearing the crisp bird song, feeling the gentle sunshine, and the warmth from the teacup in his hand, Xing unconsciously slumped down and leaned back on the deck chair. At this moment, he deeply understands why the lazy man and the Slaking clan like to live a lazy life so much. After closing his eyes and basking quietly in the sun for a while, Xing picked up the blue book on the wooden table again and flipped through it. I went out specially last night, killed the black market in the dark, released it well, and brought this book back by the way, which is considered a good harvest. It's a pity that the buyer who got the Beldum Pokemon egg didn't know where he went. Otherwise, it would be nice to give his future team as a reward after getting it. However, the black market was in such a mess last night, and no elite-level Pokemon showed up. It seems that Norman is peaceful on the surface, but holding Duan Yi will not be easy. After all, he used to be a forest ranger. If the method was really simple, how could he survive the most difficult period and be promoted to one of the 8 Pavilion Masters? Putting aside these miscellaneous thoughts, Xing didn't think too much, but carefully read the books in his hand. While looking at the books in his hands, Xing took out his notebook and made some records, many of which can be applied to the cultivation of the Pliers Mantis. At this time, May also walked out of the room, sat on another recliner on the balcony, picked up another cup of warm tea, and drank it. The girl in the pajamas with the torchic pattern was quite cute at this time. The brown hair was not tied with a turban, and it was left to fall on the shoulders. Against the backdrop of the sun, it exudes a touch of gold. At this moment, the girl is like a Pokemon of the sun. Even Xing was a little overwhelmed by May's beauty at the moment. It's really incomprehensible that the real person is even more cute than the anime. And May was also temporarily attracted by Xing, the hybrid power of the ghost and the power of the north wind that unconsciously emanated. The attraction to life is too terrifying. Sipping tea nonstop, May finally suppressed the faint pink on her cheeks and regained her composure. Brother Xing, I still have some questions I want to ask you about the contest competition. After taking a sip of water, May looked at Xing, her eyes full of curiosity. While flipping through the books in his hands, Xing said softly, "Ask. I will tell you everything I know." As time passed, Xiaosheng also woke up and walked out of the room with a name yawn. Just as he was about to say hello to Xing, he saw May and Xing chatting with a smile. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xiaosheng was stunned for a moment. Then he showed an expression that he really couldn't help you, turned around and walked back into the room with yawn. The teenagers and girls on the balcony, bathed in the sun and talking, are beautiful and harmonious. It was a little past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but Petalburg City was quite cool. Not only did people not feel sleepy, but they were full of energy. In the Petalburg Gymnasium, the apprentices looked at the 2 people on the battlefield in amazement, talking a lot. One of them was their gymnasium owner, Norman, and the other was naturally Xing. What's the situation? The owner of the museum will take action himself. I'm afraid I haven't seen it for 3 years. The owner has made a move. Quiet, watch the battle carefully. The apprentices watched the battle with anticipation. Since Norman's 2 Pokemon broke through to Elite 3 years ago and made the gym one of the 8 representatives, all the battles have been conducted by them. Today, the master of Norman finally fought the gymnasium again, and he was really excited to lead these apprentices. There is no referee, and the battle between the 2 does not need a referee. Please press the Pokeball on your waist, and when the white light radiates wildly, 2 Pokemon appear on the battlefield. Norman's Pokemon is unsurprisingly a Slaking, but the body only releases a faint quasi-elite aura, obviously not Norman's trump card. The one in front of Xing was Sizer under the Flash contest condition, and the apprentices in the venue were surprised. After all, a special Flash is much more special than Flash, and White Sizer is extremely handsome, which greatly attracts these young and energetic apprentices. Norman's focus is naturally different. His focus is on Sizer's momentum and physical condition. As the number increases, admiration gradually appears on his face. After Sizer's battle in Duford Gymnasium, after the final psychological defect was completed, the elite level only needs to accumulate energy and improve control, and the road to the quasi-elite is a smooth road. After all, quasi-elite can only be regarded as being forcibly divided, a transition process between elite, and the large gap between quasi-elite and quasi-elite also has some factors in this regard. Bang! 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 At this time, the battle had already begun in the field, Sizer's figure kept flickering, the pair of pincers turned into white, and meteors kept hitting Slaking, who had been lying down. As expected by Xing, Slaking did not dodge at all, but silently endured Sizer's attack. However, relying on his own defense and physical strength, Slaking was slightly injured. But as one attack after another fell, Slaking's body continuously lit up with red rays of light, and a wave of terrifying energy fluctuations continued to be released. Seeing this scene, Xing was not surprised at all, but instead smiled and directed Sizer to continue attacking. Finally, when the red light spread all over his body, great anger suddenly appeared on Slaking's face, and the figure suddenly stood up from the ground, suppressing the instinct to release all the power in an instant. Slapping towards Sizer with a palm, Xing could even hear the sound of popping sound with such terrifying force. If Sizer was really hit, he might lose his fighting power in an instant. This is one of the ways Norman developed Slaking, using bide, counter, and work up to form a set of moves to continuously withstand rivals' attacks. When the energy is accumulated enough to be vented out, forcibly suppressed, you can temporarily overcome your own ability, stand up, and move. However, the limitation is that if rival cannot be knocked down before the energy is exhausted, or if rival cannot persist until the energy is accumulated under rival's attack, this tactic will directly fail. So with this set of tactics, as well as the combination of rest, sleep talk, and encore skills, he has achieved the title of the most difficult pavilion owner in the 8 Great Avenues. The core of this set of tactics lies in the bide skill. This skill is not on the list of learnable skills of the Slaking family. How to learn it has become the key to forming this set of tactics. Secondly, how to perfectly integrate the 6 skills with Slaking is also the most difficult problem. After all, if you want to practice slackers, slaking and slaking are as difficult as ever, so it is best to exercise all skills to a very proficient level during the Vigoroth period. But the difficulty of learning rest, sleep talk, and bide skills for a Vigoroth who is in an excited contest condition for 24 hours is comparable to training a Feeba into a Milotic. In the entire Pokémon world, few trainers can do it. Under the comparison of difficulty, instead of studying the method of cultivating slaking, it is better to subdue a quasi-god, and it is cost-effective to use resources to produce a powerful combat force. Norman can be regarded as the top figure in generating electricity for love, not only sending out levels, and also sending out a nuclear power plant. Facing this Slaking, who has clearly learned the overall tactics, it is not like the Macamp in the Dufour gym, who has only completed the promotion and has not learned the corresponding tactics. Sizer's pressure is very high. While supporting the activation of light metal and insect premonition, evading and counterattacking makes Sizer's mental and physical strength rapidly consumed. 0. Asking for flowers. Bang! After a fist fight, the huge air wave caused everyone in the dojo to squint their eyes unconsciously, but they still stared at the battlefield intently. Slaking frowned and kept kneading his palms. Even though he had great strength, it still hurt to fight against Orberg, while Sizer used his strength to fly backwards and landed in front of Xing, panting continuously. Frowning and looking at Slaking, whose energy fluctuations are still strong on the opposite side, Xing found that there were some problems with his prediction. Technical experts, face to face. Slaking looks rough on the surface, but the control of energy is quite delicate, and every ray of energy is fully utilized without any waste. 0. If you can't defeat Slaking head-on now, Sizer won't be able to fight until he uses rest to recover his strength. The double pliers lighted up in white light, shooting out like normal bullets, bombarding Slaking's body continuously, and vacated the pliers from time to block the master's palm. It's just that every time the Sizer will be blasted a long distance, the physical consumption is also great. Time continued to pass under such unsightly and extremely rough battles, but the apprentices were amazed and longing for it. Such a simple and rough battle with terrifying energy fluctuations, they probably will never have the chance to experience it in their entire lives. Xiaosheng and Mei also looked at the stern and serious Qi Xing in disbelief. They didn't expect that Qi Xing could fight his father to this extent, so how much affection did he keep from fighting Combuskin last night? The battle between the two may seem simple and rough, but it is actually two training concepts, and the constant confrontation with tactical planning cannot be simply described as a so-called fist fight. Being knocked out for the last time, Sizer and Slaking did not continue to shoot, but stopped under the command of Qi Xing and Norman. Slaking's injury has reached its limit, and Sizer's physical strength has reached its limit. If the fight continues, it will be a battle of life and death. But even so, it was enough to amaze these apprentices. Fights of this quality were rare even 3 years ago, when Norman often fought against challengers. When the Pokémon came to each other, Norman released a Blissey. After seeing Slaking's injury, Blissey looked at Norman and Slaking angrily and kept blaming them. On the other side, Qi Xing's side, Audino is healing Sizer with a distressed face, constantly comforting and asking. Norman and Slaking looked at the gentle look with envy on their faces. Look at the little housekeeper in the family, how gentle and cute. Blissey squinted his eyes enviously and stared coldly at Norman and Slaking. With a cold snort, he returned directly to the Pokeball. Only a heal pulse was thrown at Slaking. Looking at each other with a wry smile, Slaking took the initiative to return to the Pokeball. Norman walked over and out a balance badge, looked at Qi Xing and said, "Your Sizer is excellent, and Audino is also very good." 407. After receiving this badge, Qi Xing didn't know if he should say something or not. He looked horizontally and vertically, and this badge didn't look like scale. Today is Arceus. This badge, it is also a dumbbell. Unable to complain, put away the badge in his hand. Qi Xing looked at Norman and said, "Master, I have some questions about Audino Breeder that I would like to consult." "No problem. Let's stay here for a few days." Norman nodded with a smile. He naturally understood that Qi Xing wanted to consult about the training plan for the team doctor. Blissey and Audino both belong to the normal system and are also positioned as team doctors, so they naturally have many similarities. In fact, as long as it reaches a certain level, this kind of Pokémon can assist the trainer to become a medical trainer, and its popularity when traveling in the wild is only second to that of breeders' Japanese species. Mr. Keed Sato, the champion in Alliance history, has a Bellissime in his team as a team doctor, and he is also very powerful. But the Miramar and Norman's trump card Slaking are irreproducible. Otherwise, maybe the whole world is cultivating Bellissime now. After all, Oddish is a popular Pokémon that is as popular as Caterpie. With a huge base, it is quite easy to find an Oddish with excellent aptitude. Standing beside Mei and Xiaosheng, they also looked at Qi Xing happily. After all, he was very helpful to them. He pointed out a new path for Mei and explained many things about travel to Xiaosheng. The four of them walked slowly to the other side of the dojo and sat down under the complicated eyes of the apprentices, and the dojo finally opened the door, ushering in the second challenger today. However, the apprentices who shot were lacking in interest, and most of the apprentices watching the battle did not pay attention to the battle, but instead looked at Qi Xing and Norman from time to time. While watching the battle on the field, Qi Xing asked, "Master Norman, when do you plan to let Xiaosheng start traveling?" The standard travel age in this world is 15, but no trainer will really abide by this rule. Even the direct descendants of the Alliance who receive the Royal 3 family trainer can't really start traveling at the age of 15, but start traveling in advance. For example, Mei, although the girl at this time already has the beauty of the city, she is only 14 years old. Compared to Qi Xing's age in this world, she may be a generation or two older. Perhaps it is because various natural energies are extremely rich and have great benefits to the human body, so the per capita growth in this world is relatively fast. And in a certain pallet town, there is also a special creature called Mega Rookie, with a hard steel thunderbolt and flamethrower on its front, and it can easily lift a Kos and Momu weighing a ton, just like eating and drinking normal. Therefore, in order to catch up with the public, Many trainers will start traveling early or carry out Pokémon training. It's ready. Norman didn't hide anything and said something straightforward, which made Xiao Sheng smile. It's just that the next sentence froze the smile on Xiao Sheng's face, and he began to panic. However, Caroline's apprentice, Ling Hua, will also travel with Xiao Sheng, so we have to wait for a while. The difference from the anime is that in this world, Mei and Xiao Sheng's mother Caroline is also an intermediate breeder, and Ling Hua, as Caroline's apprentice, happens to travel with Xiao Sheng. Hey, Xiao Sheng has grown up too. It's really impressive. Mei looked at Xiao Sheng with a mocking face, made him blush, and said quickly, I don't need to be with people. Smiling, Xing didn't speak, but chatted with Norman beside him about Blissy's breeder issue, which is the core issue. The key to my breeder program lies in the control of life energy, as well as the understanding and pertinence of each attribute energy. Major, have you ever thought about how to make Blissey directly experience the energy of different attributes through the combination of changing ability and ability to exchange skills? As the two continued to talk, the two became more and more excited, and at the end they had forgotten everyone, and they were immersed in the study of Blissey and Audino for a whole day. Finally, when the last apprentice bid farewell and left the gym, Mei and Xiaosheng looked at each other helplessly. Make eye contact. You go. No, you go. Ha ha. Just when the siblings were in a stalemate, Xing and Norman burst out laughing suddenly, and the aura burst out from their bodies, and the siblings couldn't move. With the light of wisdom shining in their eyes, Norman and Xing got what they needed, and their minds ran wildly. Two different sets of breeder plans began to appear in their minds. Let's go back to eat. Norman and Xing put away their out-of-control aura, looked at Mei and Xiaosheng and smiled, then walked ahead and continued talking. Stopping and stopping along the way, the two stopped uncontrollably from time to time and did not start walking again until a few minutes later. The siblings who followed looked helpless. Apart from the silence during the meal, the two sat on the deck chairs on the balcony again, drinking the ice water brought by the lazy man and conversing while admiring the moonlight. 1.8 Until the bright moon came to the middle, the stars began to twinkle. The two ended their conversation with more content, and a lazy man came to the balcony with a space bracelet. Norman took the bracelet and handed it to Xing, and said seriously, "You deserve it. Accept it." Norman sincerely thanked Xing for the benefits that Xing brought to him. Not refusing, Xing took the bracelet. Blissey has already stood at the pinnacle of the quasi-elite, only one step away from King Li Tian, and his arrival can be regarded as bringing an elite key to Norman. Perhaps after the Evergrande Conference this year is over, the Elite Four will be replaced after the Elite Battle. Thinking of the consequences that he brought, Xing didn't feel embarrassed at all, but jokingly thought that after all, the elite position of his own region was occupied by people from other regions. Hoenn Alliance is afraid that the bid speed has already reached the limit. At noon the next day, while eating lunch, Xing looked at Audino, who was studying with Blissey, and couldn't help dripping cold sweat from his forehead. His original intention was to let Audino and Blissey learn some use of life energy, but at present it seems that the deviation is a bit serious. With the power of darkness, he can naturally understand what Blissey is teaching Audino at this time. Let me tell you, trainer and Pokémon cannot be ignored, or they will go to heaven sooner or later. Senior, what should I do? Simple. I will teach you. First of all, the first step is... Senior is amazing. Blissey scolded Feng Xiao with a small hand, and Audino, like a lost L girl, stared at Blissey in front of him. The more Xing listened, the more frightened he became. How did this Blissey learn these tricks? He really didn't dare to let Audino learn it. Well, Owner Norman, Caroline Aunt, Xiaosheng, I'm leaving first. When everyone saw Xing saying goodbye, although they were a little bit reluctant, they still responded with a smile. Brother Xing, let's fight against abnormalities in the future. Brother Xing, come to see my first conference. Aren't you going to stay longer? Come on, Tian02 Wangzhan. I hope your performance will be amazing. Feeling the warmth of this home at last, Xing stood up, waved his hands with a smile, hugged Audino, and left, facing the sunshine. Everyone just watched Xing leave silently. Although they were reluctant, they did not stop them. The trainer's road is like this, although there is endless reluctance, but he can only smile and watch people go away. There are more people and Pokémon to meet. Walking on the street, Xing was hugging Audino and tried to persuade him, Audino, don't listen to that Blissey, she is wrong. Although he didn't understand why Xing said that, Audino still nodded his head cutely to show that he understood, but he tilted his head and showed a cute and thoughtful expression. Seeing the well-behaved and obedient Audino in his arms, Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The little Eevee lying on Xing's head also breathed a sigh of relief. She also heard what Blissey taught. If Audino really learned it, their family would have a hard time in the future. Who knows where that Blissey learned those things? An hour later, Xing was sitting on the sofa of the Hunters Guild with a glass of ice water, watching the hunters around him tremble with fear. They were also present when Xing went on a killing spree the night before yesterday, but they were still smart enough to survive until today without making a move. But they have also seen Xing's means. The Full Moon Bounty Group is banned, and there is even a Pokémon army. Although it is just cobbled together by force, it is scary enough for them. Especially the two sizers who are also sitting beside Xing. Each shot must take away a life, and Red's giant pincers are like the scythe of death normal. It can be said that the disguised sizer and the transformed Ditto abruptly aroused the desire of these hunters to cultivate a sizer. Unfortunately, after Xing tried, Ditto's unlimited transform seemed unable to replicate Sizer's flash ability and Scolopede's immense power. So far, Ditto's elite combat power can't really compare to Sizer and Scolipede. When will Boss Giovanni start the Mutwo project? I can't wait. Xing sighed helplessly in his heart, calm as a pool of stagnant water on the surface. Forget it. Let's prepare for the assessment of the intermediate breeder's family first. Which city should we go to next? After taking a sip of ice water to calm down, Xing took out the communicator and began to browse. At this time, the brown-hair boy came over with the bounty group and handed over the resources he had collected. Good job. Everyone gets 20 million each to buy what they want. After checking the resources, Xing waved his hand directly. Xing, who has started a business in his previous life, naturally understands the principle that he wants the horse to run and feed the horse first. He wants someone to work for you, but he is not willing to spend money. Isn't this nonsense? With joy on their faces, all the hunters saluted respectfully and then dispersed. In the beginning, he succumbed to Xing due to the super bomb. Later, he gave up his small mind because of Xing's cold-blooded and cruel methods. And finally, he gave up his allegiance to Xing because of Dafeng. They used to do missions in other bounty groups, or as lone walkers, and they worked hard for a whole year, but it was only a few million to 10 million. Now in the Full Moon Bounty Group, every mission has generous rewards, and with the deterrence of force by Xing, they are not afraid that the bounty group of the same level will dare target them. The most important point is that all members who have been planted with super bombs do not need to guard against their own people at all, and the safety degree has been improved several levels in an instant. To describe it in one sentence, that is, it starts with the threat of life, gets trapped in wealth and generosity, and is loyal to security. So far, even many hunters want to take the initiative to join the Full Moon Bounty Group, but after discussing with Xing and Oriki Suzu, they decided to limit the number of people to around 20. The bigger the hunter group is, the more likely it is to go wrong. If it loses control in the end, all the hard work of the two of them will be shattered. If they are on the Alliance's must-kill blacklist, then they are really playing big. The number of 20 people follow the high-quality route. As long as the team members are trained to the weakest quasi-elite level, Xing and Oriki Suzu will have an elite-level combat power. Even if they encounter a group of hundreds of people, they can still destroy each other. And as long as the Full Moon Legion build for the bounty group takes shape, it will have another very deterrent means. It's just that Xing spent countless hours researching in the virtual space, but he didn't succeed in researching a good plan. It's no wonder that when Agatha formed the Oni 120 Legion, he basically only cultivated one type of Pokémon, Gengar. That's because Pokémon of the same race cooperate more tacitly than Pokémon of different races. Just like the army, only when orders and prohibitions are followed and marched in unison can the true combat effectiveness of the Legion be brought into play. No matter what, as long as the establishment system appears, the combat power will present an extremely terrifying scene. In a world of Pokémon, the mighty power of an individual cannot be matched after all. Of course, the creation god like Arceus is an exception, which is beyond the standard. After all the members left, Xing walked to the task counter instead, looked at Stephanie, who was a little panicked inside, and said softly, "Help me filter some tasks related to Kecleon and Greninja." Xing naturally doesn't want Kecleon and Greninja. What he wants is the ability of the two to change freely and the ability to exchange moves. Just let Ditto record it. Among them, Kecleon is naturally the most suitable because Greninja of Common has no way to learn ability exchange, and Xing has to find another Pokémon that masters ability exchange, which is a bit troublesome. It's a pity that ability's ability to exchange the skill disc of this magical skill is as rare as the top quality metal coat, and it is priceless at all. Otherwise, it would be good for Adino to master the ability exchange, and Ditto to master one more Greninja identity as combat power. At the counter, hearing Xing's gentle voice, the pretty Stephanie quickly suppressed her fear, took out an electronic screen, clicked a few times, and handed it to Xing. Taking over the electronic screen, Xing began to look carefully. Originally, he planned to let the bounty group take charge of this task, but after thinking about it, he decided to do it himself. With the system, he can find the most qualified and talented Pokémon and let Ditto record the transform, but those subordinates can't do it. Look at the identity that Ditto can use as a combat force now. The Pokémon of the Cerulean Gym Master and the quasi-elite Gyarados of the second tier. Sizer, Hoenn Mightiest Elite's elite-level Flygon, who broke racial restrictions even without the Flash ability. Although it is impossible to replicate the true strength and special features of these Pokémon, their aptitude and the benefits brought by their own talents are powerful enough. So for the sake of Ditto, we must find the most excellent Kecleon or Greninja to record for Ditto. While Xing was browsing with his head down, Stephanie at the counter was also looking at Xing, feeling a little puzzled. Although it looks ordinary, it still feels very gentle. Why is everyone so afraid of him? Looking at Xing, who was quite quiet at the moment, Stephanie, who hadn't witnessed the blood flow in the black market the night before, was really puzzled why Xing was so scary in everyone's mouth. But when Stephanie saw the horrifying gazes from the two Sizers beside Xing, she covered her mouth in fear. Looking at each other indiscriminately, the two praying mantises can see the evil in each other's eyes. Having been with Xing for a long time, Pokémon inevitably have some bad habits. At this time, Xing had roughly selected his task, tapped the electronic screen a few times, took out the hunter card, and inserted it into the interface. Beep. The task has been accepted successfully. With the crisp sound, Xing took out the electronic card, smiled, and handed the electronic screen to Stephanie at the counter. "Thank you." As he said that, Xing lightly tapped the heads of the two children beside him. How did he learn such a bad taste? He actually likes to scare people, which really confuses Trainer. It's just that Xing looked at the girl who took over the operation of the electronic screen. Such an innocent girl can stay in the Hunter Guild until now without incident. The person behind it must not be simple. Maybe it is one of the guild's behind-the-scenes bosses. Xing has always suspected that the Hunters Guild is one of the industries within the Alliance, and there are always some half-black and half-white missions. Neither investigators nor executioners are suitable for it. On the contrary, hunters are quite suitable for handling such tasks, and no one dares to gossip after the liquidation. Standing up and patting his clothes, Xing glanced at the hunters in the hall who were watching him secretly with a half-smile, and walked out of the hunter with two praying mantises after everyone retreated. There is no shortage of powerful characters in this guild. Just a glance, Xing found a few Grimer who are quasi-elite peak. It's just that this group of people is not only powerful, but their acting skills and Songshin skills are also top-notch. He only showed the combat power of a common quasi-elite the night before yesterday, and this group of people is actually so cautious. However, Xing understands these people. Whenever the black market has a combat power that exceeds that of quasi-elite, the major pavilion owners will personally take action to carry out a big cleansing. Xing doesn't know about other towns, but the town where the 8 representative gymnasiums are located must be like this, and the power of the black market is restricted. After all, quasi-elite can't beat these hosts, and those who can reach the elite level, it is impossible to make a move for some small resources and offend powerful enemies for themselves. Therefore, most of the power of the normal dark organization will be deployed in those cities with developed economies, but not strong guarding forces. The head of a dark organization like Giovanni, who personally serves as a gymnasium and is in charge of a city, can be called the #1 boring person in the dark organization in the entire Pokémon world. Sensing the small tail following behind him, Xing waved his hand directly, and the 2 praying mantises behind him directly turned into 2 galloping red meteors. Soon, after a few short screams, the 2 praying mantises returned to Xing and handed out 5 space bracelets. Clean up here. Casually throwing down a space bracelet to a street vendor at the side, Solation said something, and Xing turned and left here. Looking at that ordinary figure, everyone felt their scalps go numb. People are not scary. Killing people like hemp is not scary. Killing people is like eating and drinking water. It's not that Xing doesn't care, he just doesn't treat those people as human beings. He's tired of caring for his family members, and he doesn't have the energy to pay attention to those who want to harm him. To put it bluntly, he is a double standard. Boss, how much is this candy? Guests are really discerning. This is our specialty here, leafage candy, Slaking's favorite food. Well, let me ask the price. Oh, 100 Pokémon coins. Wait a minute. Here, 10,100. Boss Hideki. On the streets of Petalburg City, Xing is buying some local specialties, small decorative items, specialty food, and so on. Because he couldn't let all the children show up together, Xing always felt guilty, so he would make some small compensations. Every time he goes to a new place, he always buys some special products, takes pictures of some beautiful local scenery, and shares them with his children. Pokémon were never a tool for him to become stronger, but his family, his children. It is precisely because of this that even if it is a Pokémon egg that is a quasi-god, all kinds of powerful and rare Pokémon lose the chance to get it. Xing does not care. Your own children will never be worse than other Pokémon. Besides, Dano and Duolong will be born later. If Duolong Mishia is as I guessed, I'll have to work hard again. And after the Evergrande Conference, it's almost time for the 2 little Vulpix to complete their evolution, and it's a new busy period. Reverting to Bairoshing's attire, Xing was walking on the streets of Petalburg City, holding a pack of leafage candy in his hand, while taking pictures of the surrounding scenery with a communicator, while eating. The next stop is for Tree City. There is a special airship to go there, Good Wang Zhao. Xing is quite interested in the flying equipment in this world. It's just that it's not like sailing by sea. You can release your own Pokémon freely, but passengers are not allowed to release Pokémon by air, so most trainers will choose to sail by sea. And if the trainers who are the main guests choose to sail at sea, naturally, there will not be many airlines. Crack! Just as Xing was thinking, little Eevee finally couldn't help it, and threw himself on his arm to crunch the leafage candy in his hand. It's only when you eat candy that you are so diligent. Xing rubbed the little Eevee's head viciously. Looking at the innocent little Eevee, Xing couldn't help but smile. Handed the whole bag of candies to little Eevee, held her in his arms, and finally locked on the direction, and Xing set off towards the destination. The afternoon sun in Petalburg City is neither hot nor glaring. On the contrary, she is very gentle, lightly shining on the boy's shoulders, hair, and on the way forward. A few days later, on an airship, a teenager was sitting by the window, covering his face with a magazine with a Gardevoir-made outfit on the cover, and fell asleep. A little Eevee was lying on the teenager's belly, with the belly up, sleeping crookedly. Time passed slowly, and about 2 hours later, a generous and beautiful stewardess came over and shouted softly, "Guest, the time you said before is up." Thank you. Can you please help me get a glass of ice water?" Without taking off the magazine on his face, the teenager's somewhat confused voice came from under the magazine. It seemed that motherhood was stimulated. Looking at the confused teenager in front of her, the voice of the stewardess in her 30s was quite gentle. "Okay, please wait a moment." After saying that, the stewardess stood up and turned to walk away. Yawned for a long time. Xing took off the magazine on his face and flipped through it lazily. Gardevoir, Milotic is fine as a model, but they even found Ma Camp to wear a skirt, really good at playing. Looking at the picture of Ma Camp wearing a skirt in the magazine, Xing couldn't help but rub his eyes that were so hot. People in the Pokemon world are really creative. But the key point is that this dress is actually the scariest dress with 200 sales this year. Faced with this situation, Xing really doesn't know what to say. "I'm tired of aesthetics. Ma Camp is a new choice." Silently closing the impurities in his hand, Xing thought thoughtfully. This world is in perpetual motion, and nothing can remain the same. Even the beasts need to constantly improve their own strength. The Northern Wind Streamer in Xing's hand is the best example. It was replaced by Suikun's own power update. So, like the things that were left over hundreds of thousands of years ago, their best role is as a reference, not a blind inheritance. Only by facing the existing problems and correcting them can we move towards a better future. Just like the Dark Organization and the Alliance, there is a dark side and a bright side in this world at the same time, and they are interdependent. But people in this world, most of the time, are unwilling to face the truth, but blindly avoid all this. Inexplicably, Xing fell into endless thinking. His brain was running rapidly, and an inexplicable feeling emerged in his heart, but it was fleeting. Confused, Xing raised his eyes to look out the window, but saw a white figure between the clouds. Akf, a pair of bright blue eyes filled with endless tenderness and anticipation. Seeing that figure, Xing should have been shocked, but he unconsciously looked back at those blue eyes gently, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Gently nodding, that figure unfolded its dual wing beat, shuttling between the blue sky and the white cloud, leaving only an elegant and gentle back. Watching the figure leave with confused eyes, Xing slowly approached Smelling Salts and whispered, "Res Hiram, why are you here too?" That figure is exactly the real Dragon Reshiram among the 3 dragons of the Tao. Xing, who came from that world, naturally understood what the appearance of the 3 dragons of Tao meant, but Zekrom and Res Hiram appearing one after another made him fall into confusion. Xing could feel the tenderness and anticipation in their eyes when they looked at him, so that he could not feel even a little bit of malice towards them, but only wanted to protect them. But it is precisely in this way that the sleepy star will be confused. "You guys, what exactly do you want to tell me?" "Guest, your ice water." Just as Xing was thinking, a soft voice interrupted his thinking. It was the flight attendant just now. After politely saying thank you, Xing took the ice water and drank it in small sips. His brain gradually came to Smelling Salts. "But Zekrom and Res Hiram both appeared in front of me. So what about N? Doesn't it exist?" Looking at the scenery outside the window with his chin propped up, Xing thought thoughtfully that he had to say that he still liked the character N, but he was later degraded by the protagonist's halo. Go back to the plasma group and have a look. If there is no N, you can use one more identity, and it's good to hold one more organization in your hand. While drinking ice water, Xing thought wistfully that it would be good to have one more organization in his hand. Anyway, the quality of the plasma mass is also good. Would you like to be in Team Aqua with Hoyindingzi? After planning the plasma group, Xing began to think about Hoen's 2 major organizations. After all, judging from the current situation, it is not a few years before the leaders of the 2 organizations commit suicide. I have to say, Team Rainbow Rockets is pretty cool. Thinking of something, Xing couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes. No matter how old a man is, there will always be a middle-aged side in his heart, who has an instinctive love for cool things, such as mechs, which are men's romance. After daydreaming about the beautiful future, Xing slowly picked up the magazine, covering little Evie's head. Don't tell me, my eyes were hot at the beginning, but how come I look better and better? Am I suffering from hypnosis? While rubbing his eyes and looking at the magazine in his hand, Xing's face became more and more weird. How could this ma camp in a skirt look better and better? 3 hours later, Xing took the little Evie, who was still sleeping like a pig, off the airship. It must be said that the quality of sleep was quite good. For Tree City is very interesting. There are various tree houses in the true sense, which are really built on trees, and their shapes are somewhat similar to bird cages. Just walking around, Xing discovered a rather serious problem. There are no ladders here. How do these people get up? It is impossible for every household to raise a Pokémon that could take people flying. The fact is also true, although Swellow, Bidiao, these housebird can lead people to flying, but their Earl Dervish form does not have that kind of power. And it is quite difficult for these Pokémon to be cultivated to evolve. At least it is not something common civilians can do. And people in the Pokémon world, no matter how good their physical fitness is, it is impossible for them to jump onto a tree house that is nearly 10 meters high. It's just that when Xing saw a person throw out a handful of berry bread, and then a group of taillows appeared and ate it up, and then picked up the person and flew to the tree house, Xing understood. Feeling the strong, flying-type energy here, little Evie thought for a while, then climbed directly to Xing's waist, screamed a few times, and then took off a pokeball and threw it out. Rubbing little Evie's head, Xing took out a pendant and threw it at the pokeball, then turned and continued on. 10 minutes later, a white light flashed in the forest, and a green dragon with red eyes appeared in the forest. It was Vibrava. Pick up the pokeball on the ground, shrink it and attach it to the pendant, then wear it around the neck, and the pendant lights up with a moon-white light. It is also because of Vibrava's advanced strength that Xing dares to rest assured that she will go out to play by herself. But even so, she must bring his ghost power pendant. Sensing the message from the nether power, Vibrava let out a happy cry, and then flapped his wings to fly. The pendant on the neck swayed gently in the wind, very happy. Feeling Vibrava's happy emotions from the power of Yoji, Xing smiled slightly. The happiness of his own children is more important than anything else. For Tree City is worthy of the name of the Holy Land of the low-profile version of the flying system. Xing can see many housebirds who are not rare, but have quite good qualifications along the way. Among them is Xing's best family bird, Juvenile Chickadee, which has 3 stages of evolution, and the final evolution is the Steel Armored Crow with Steel System. Except for twice the weak fire, there are no shortcomings. The strong defense and attack power brought by the Steel type is quite excellent Pokémon. Before evolving to the final form to obtain the Steel System, the Juvenile Tit and Blue Jay only have the Flying System and eat very few resources. Moreover, most Juvenile T***s have the temperament of challenging the strong and facing failure bravely. They will not be discouraged by this, and will only be brave later. For various reasons, Xing thinks this Pokémon is one of the Earl Dervish Pokémon most suitable for commoner trainers. Of course, there is still a little flaw, that is, when riding Pokémon, it is icy and cold, just like Skarmory. While Xing was thinking, little Evie had already completed the operation of the communicator and handed it to him. Let me see, it's here. Looking at the screen of the communicator, Xing started to head towards the destination and took out a bag of candy from the space bracelet as a reward and handed it to little Evie. Crack! Crack! Amidst the sound of chewing candy, Xing's figures slowly walked to the other side of the forest. Along the way, there are almost trees and wooden houses, which can be described as a very primal lifestyle. Xing immediately understood that this place might be the same as Dewford Town. Lack of resources, coupled with the owner of the museum, there should be no deployment of dark organizations, not even a black market. So, this is one of the reasons why Alliance doesn't like these gym owners who were promoted from civilians. They obviously have great strength, but they are unwilling to guard those bustling towns and suppress the power of the Fire Rock team and Team Aqua for the Alliance. It's just that if Xing is the head of the gym, he will also choose to take his children to a relatively quiet and peaceful town to guard. If you need resources, just go out and purchase regularly. There is no need to put yourself and Pokémon in danger for the Alliance. Anyway, even these dark organizations would not dare to attack civilians. It would arouse the fury of all trainers in the entire Pokémon world, and they would be attacked by groups. Even Giovanni dare not do this, because even members of the Dark Organization have many civilian friends or family members. The life and death enmity between trainers is fine, but if civilians who are unable to resist are involved, it will be a big deal. It's too much trouble for the owner of the museum, and you have to perform Alliance missions on a regular basis. It's better to open a breeder house. Continually thinking, Xing has a rough plan for the future of Union Road. After all, although he is not as powerful as the owner of the museum, he can still make a lot of contacts. Xing bought 2 Vulpix's magical breeder houses back then, with 3 senior breeders behind them and a master breeder as the behind-the-scenes boss. The breeder house can not only incubate, acquire, and sell Pokémon eggs, but also customize breeder solutions for Pokémon, help trainers who don't have time to carry out Pokémon breeder and other services. Therefore, the ability to make connections is much stronger than that of the gym, and the income is much higher than that of the gym owner. Moreover, the master of the Cerulean Gymnasium, Misty's mother Narcissus, is a lesson for Xing, who is involved in the battle between Yveltal and Tilly Yas because of the Alliance mission. Not to mention the many sacrifices of their partners. Their own life is not long. If it weren't for Xing's ghostly power, the 3 Cerulean sisters and Misty would have to cry every day. From this, it can be seen how cheated the Alliance is. Narcissus is considered to be the owner of the direct line, but he was almost killed by them. It can be said that Xing does not have a good impression of the current Alliance. In the Golden Age, Alliance produced a large number of talents, and most of them were people with lofty ideals. But with the changes of the times, the inside of the Alliance has begun to decay, and it is no wonder that there are more and more dark organizations, and their strength is becoming stronger and stronger. Even the position of Elite Four can be occupied by a person from another region, but it seems that his future follower is a fan of the opponent. At the end of the forest, after taking the last step, Xing saw a street without any residences, only shops selling various supplies. The tallest building among them is the Four-Tree Gymnasium. There are countless flying-type Pokémon hovering in the sky. Xing can vaguely see a huge Skarmory in it, which is far larger than the common family. Hundreds of flying-type Pokémon gathered together, and a violent wind sent countless huge air balloons to the entire town, and Skarmory among them was like the leader normal. Zero asked for flowers. Is it the Skarmory of Winona? It's interesting. The light curtain of the system unfolded instantly. Skarmory's data emerged. Swiping the screen of the system, Xing roughly understood that the training route of Winona, the Skarmory, and his Scolipede normal are both on the road of giant beasts. It's just that his Scolipede has acquired extremely pure and extremely powerful power, breaking through the racial restrictions, while Winona's only has grown in size. There is no plan to send Scolipede to fight. It is just blind abuse, and Winona's Skarmory is not at the elite level at this time. Even if the flying system restrains the bug type, Scolipede is still playing against Skarmory. If Skarmory has a quasi-elite level, Xing is still somewhat interested. After thinking about it, Xing hugged the little EV who was eating candy with a happy face. Xing, how about you? EV, boring.jpg. Xing, 2 packs of Slowpoke brand candy. Tion does not need to exercise. EV, don't steal from me. After completing the PY transaction, Xing put the satisfied EV on his back with a satisfied face and walked towards the Four-Tree Gym. Slowpoke brand candies are not cheap, and they are sold in limited quantities. Xing only bought 10 packs because of Steven's relationship. At this time, on the streets of Four-Tree City, the vendors are quite busy, constantly collecting money and changing, packing special products and food. The residents, and some tourists also took their families and walked happily on the street. Xing can still see a lot of trainers here, but he is not in a hurry to challenge the gym. Instead, he is shopping while looking at the huge flock of birds above the fir tree gym. After a little inquiring, Xing found out that today is Fir Tree City's annual Wing Carnival, which is considered a local festival. Knowing this, Xing was not in a hurry to go to the Fir Tree Gymnasium to challenge. It was a rare festival, and he happened to buy some special products for his children. It's almost time to go back to Rustboro City after that. It's okay for others to say that if senior sister Meng knows that he didn't bring her a present, she will definitely get into trouble. Thinking about it, Xing began to take out stacks of money from the space bracelet and made purchases. The appearance of spending money extravagantly is considered to be in the top 10 among these trainers. Just like that, a gaze fixed on Xing, full of malicious intent. This generous guest, why don't you take a look at Chime Show? Just as Xing was standing at a fried noodle stall waiting for his 100 servings of fried noodles, a voice that sounded simple and honest, but was unconsciously annoying. Xing, who heard the voice, frowned slightly, raised his eyes, and looked over. And when he saw the owner of the voice, a smile of interest flashed away. The boss rubbed his eyes strangely, but he saw Xing with a pure face and asked curiously, "You are Chimcho, why doesn't it look right?" As he said that, Xing gestured to the little EV who was eating fried noodles at the fried noodle stall behind him, and took a bite of fried noodles in a calm manner. Wiping her mouth lightly, she took out a piece of money from the space bracelet on her feet and put it on the table. Little Evie jumped to the ground and entered behind a big tree beside her. Can I take a closer look? On the side of March 20th, Xing was still pretending to be silly and sweet and was in a stalemate with the street vendor. Hearing that Xing was interested in buying, the Uncle Street vendor rubbed his hand with a smile on his face and said, "Look, these are all well-developed Chimecos, so their body shapes are a little different. I have to say that the camouflage work is quite good. Although it can't hide from trainers and breeders like Xing, it is still no problem to deceive common people. And the boss is considered smart. He didn't provoke those trainers, but Xing's disguise is quite proficient after going through experience." Just when Xing was constantly chatting and asking to attract the attention of the boss, an Apom sneaked out, used the dexterous bird to take the wallet from the boss' waist. Then he fumbled for a space backpack at the stall, turned around, and quietly went back behind the big tree. Not long after, a little EV appeared again at a ramen stall. "I'm sorry, I still don't like Chancho very much." Seeing this scene, Xing suddenly changed his words and said helplessly, then turned and left without giving the boss a chance to respond. Looking at the scene in front of him, the boss was a little dazed. He was obviously fine just now, but he had fooled 3 idiots just now. Why he couldn't sell it all of a sudden? Shaking his head helplessly, the boss sat back on the booth again, checked the place where things were put habitually, but suddenly froze. "Where's my space backpack? No, my wallet is gone too. The customer just now." Touching his waist, the boss's face immediately changed, and he ran to the street to look around. Only a moment later, the boss returned to the booth with an ugly face, and Xing's figure had long since disappeared. "Oh, this noodle soup is not bad. Bye." At the ramen stand, a black-haired boy took a sip of the noodle soup and exclaimed with the little EV next to him that it was Xing who had changed his face. The soul of ramen lies in the noodle soup. Taking out a stack of Pokémon coins and handing them to the boss, Xing ordered 100 servings of ramen again, then took out a wallet and began to look through it. Is this karma? He cheated those 3 idiots, and then I cheated him. Looking at the photo in the wallet of a young man with blue hair, a woman with a strange purple hairstyle, and Meowth standing on one foot, Xing smiled unconsciously. The James, Jesse, Meowth, and Rocket's trio of this world haven't changed a bit. The previous vendor owner was the owner of Flash Magikarp who was cheated out by Xing, and now he was cheated by Xing again. Forget it. Since we met, I'll help you guys. Putting away the wallet and photos, and taking out a pokeball with his backhand, Xing chuckled softly. How to put it, the other party is also someone who brought him a lot of happiness. and, judging from the situation, these three guys should be regarded as his seniors, although they are quite miserable. Next to a big tree in the street, the Rockets trio were leaning against the big tree in despair, growl with hoot hoot in their stomachs, and looked at the food stalls on the street with a covert face. "James, it's all your fault. All our money is gone." "That's right, and that fake is still running away, meow." Jesse and Meowth blamed each other. James yelled weakly and then lowered his head again. Lingling, just when the three of them were extremely depressed, a voice suddenly made the three of them feel better. "Jesse, Meowth, look at Chimcho. It's real, meow. This is our wallet." At this time, Xing was sitting at the booth next to the big tree, while eating teppanyaki, while looking at the three of them from time to time. Seeing the happy appearance of the three guys, he smiled lightly. After eating the last bite of fried rice, took out a Pokémon coin and put it under the plate. Xing got up and left Zero. Giovanni did not allow any member of the Rockets to contact these three people. James is the heir of a large clan in Kanto, and the patriarch of that clan was a good friend with Giovanni when he was young. Jesse's mother is Giovanni's direct descendant executive, but unfortunately died in a previous mission, and Meowth is Giovanni's favorite Pokémon. But in order to protect him, he was put into a combination of the three. In order to protect these three guys, Giovanni never let them perform the tasks within the Rockets, really became members of the Rockets, and did not allow members of the Rockets to touch them. At the same time, in order to motivate them to improve and become excellent trainers, they also specially arranged a pirated trio to stimulate them, which would be described as painstaking. After all, three people dared to owe the Rockets so much money, and the mission failed again and again, so they were sent to see Giratina long ago. Xing also wants to help them because of the happiness and touch they once had, but he can't directly contact them. However, judging from the existence of the three idiots Jesse, James, and Meowth, the Giovanni in this world should not be cold and ruthless. On the contrary, he should be quite emotional. But this is not the reason why Xing came into contact with them. It was just because he liked them at the beginning, and he still likes them now. On soaring in the sky, Vibrava is flying happily. Loving soaring in the sky is the instinct of every flying Pokémon. Following the energy fluctuations of the flying system in the air, Vibrava unconsciously approached the huge group of 2.2 birds above the Fortree Gymnasium, looking curiously at it. Although he wanted to fly directly there, Vibrava still closed his eyes lightly, and the pendant on his neck exuded a faint moon-white light. A few minutes later, Vibrava opened his eyes full of joy, his wings fluttered slightly, his figure disappeared in a flash, and he flew directly to the top of the Fortree Gym. Although Vibrava is not a bird Pokémon, the Pokémon still welcome her and give up a place for her. Many of these bird Pokémon are not local Pokémon, but the trainer's Pokémon who came here, and the huge energy condensed from the Assist A activity strengthens the Pokémon. In just a short period of time, Vibrava quickly approached the core with excellent talent and strong physical fitness, until he met a pair of free and clear eyes. After chatting with the owner of those eyes, Vibrava nodded thoughtfully, and then began to fly freely, feeling the fluctuations of the wind. Under the reinforcement of flying energy, Vibrava's thin wings gradually become stronger. However, the name of this festival is Wings Carnival, and as the name suggests, it has a better strengthening effect on the wings of bird Pokémon. Although Vibrava has the blood of the dragon, her dual wing beat is similar to the thin wings of Pokémon. However, due to the powerful effect brought by the dragon's blood, the strength of its thin wings is far superior to that of the common worm Pokémon, and it can even emit supersonic through violent vibrations. After evolving into a Flygon, it can even create a huge sandstorm between flapping its wings. So Flygon is also called the Dragon of Sandstorm. And not only that, the Flygon family has special skills. They can flap their wings and make beautiful songs to trap prey, so they are also called desert Pokémon. It can be said that these are two different tactics developed around strength and skill. If Vibrava can master both after evolution, She can also appear in different identities of Xing. At this time, the flock of birds on soaring in the sky 02 seems to have strengthened to the last step and began to unconsciously follow the skarmory in the center of the flock to start a special flying trajectory. Watching the beautiful dance of soaring in the sky, all the trainers and tourists, including Xing, couldn't help being stunned. As the dance progressed, all the bird Pokémon felt itchy wings, but they didn't panic. Instead, they continued to fly with full anticipation. Wow! Beep! Alas! All of a sudden, all the Pokémon flew towards the clouds, forming a soaring in the sky waterfall against the current. But as the altitude rose, each Pokémon fell down from exhaustion. But before they fell to the ground, there were house bird Pokémon in the form of Earl Dervish flying out, and the small bodies gathered together to catch the fallen bird Pokémon. Under the soaring in the sky, above the white cloud, Pokémon are flying freely. Feathers fall one by one, followed by new feathers growing one after another, and the momentum of Pokémon continues to grow, strengthening. As the leader of the dance of soaring in the sky, Skarmory has not gained much benefit, but the wings of Orberg have become more shining. The reign of the feather of the wing carnival. Good, so beautiful. The fallen feathers formed a torrential rain, which gently fell to the ground with the wind, which was extremely beautiful. Sighing at the shocking scene in front of him, Xing also understood why Fort Tree City's flying energy is so strong. If there is such an event every year, it may only take a few short years, and Fort Tree City can even be called a sacred place for flying. The person who developed Wings Carnival and Soaring in the Sky Dance is definitely not easy, maybe an elite-level master or a master-level breeder. And it is definitely one of the best. At that moment, just now, Xing seemed to have seen the prototype of a Soaring in the Sky Legion. You must know that even an elite may not be able to develop a prototype of a legion. And the trainers who released Pokémon on the scene are equivalent to receiving the favor of the Fortree Gymnasium. This ability to make connections is terrifying. At this moment, Yuan Xing's interest in the person behind Yin Daoguan climbed to the peak. The 8 representative gymnasiums really don't have a simple person, no matter in any aspect. Narrowing his eyes, Xing paid more attention to the older generation of museum owners. Whether it is Du Yin, Fujimori, Norman, or Fortree, the owner who has not met yet, it is not easy. Compared with them, the next generation of gym masters is really far behind. This is the real golden age. It's really a coincidence that I came here. It's so good. Eyes narrowed in a beautiful arc, Xing smiled and sighed softly, and the people next to him nodded repeatedly. It's just that they thought that Xing was lamenting that they had caught up with the carnival, but they didn't know what Dongxing was really lamenting. At this time, a feather gently fell from the soaring in the sky. Many Pokémon want to catch it, but they couldn't even touch it with all their strength. Until it came to Xing, it seemed as if there was a gentle breeze, and the feathers danced happily around him. Reaching out his hand to catch the feather between the black Baixiang, after staring quietly for a while, Xing put in his arms helplessly and walked towards the Fortree Gymnasium with a smile. Between the clouds, 2 figures shuttled back and forth, flying towards an unknown place with a terrifying yet gentle aura. In the Fortree Gymnasium, Xing is sitting on one side of the square with a bored face, and Eevee with a bored face is lying on his head. Both of them are eating a bag of candy. Xing, click board.jpg. Eevee, click board.jpg. At this moment, the two have a 100% similarity in expressions and actions, so it is said that they are not a family, and they do not enter a family. In the middle of the square, a large group of trainers brought their Pokémon to thank Winona and consulted the breeder. After a while, these people will start to challenge the gym. Fortunately, in order not to waste time every year on the day of the carnival, the challenge rules will be revised to determine the outcome in one round, so it can be faster. But half an hour later, after Xing and little Eevee finished eating the candies in various ways, they found that the number of people not only did not decrease, but continued to increase. Xing reluctantly hugged little Eevee down. How about we go out and eat something? Bye. The ramen is delicious. The noodle soup is delicious. Actually, I think teppanyaki is pretty good, and the boss is doing a lot of work. Standing up, Xing chatted with little Evie, while disappearing at the door of the gymnasium, while Winona, who glanced here inadvertently, was stunned for a moment. Very few trainers leave without asking 413 questions. Outside the gymnasium, after the shocking scene just now, the interest of the guests increased greatly and the business of the vendors improved. You order ramen first, and I'll come over after I get the teppanyaki. Putting EV on the ramen stand, Xing said a few words, then turned and went to the teppanyaki stand. Boy, hurry up. After waving his hand, little Evie looked at the boss and pressed the menu with his little feet. Faced with this scene, the boss who receives many trainers every year is no stranger to it, and quite calmly records the ramen ordered by little Evie. Just when little Evie looked expectant, a pretty figure suddenly sat down beside her, staring at her with eyes that made her scalp tingle. After a while, Xing returned to the ramen stand with a large bag of teppanyaki. But what he saw was a scene that made him unable to complain. A pretty woman was hugging little Evie and rubbing her face happily, but little Evie was not impatient, and instead happily ate the takoyaki in her hand. You foodie! The corners of his eyes twitched unconsciously, and Xing stepped forward, but when he saw the pretty woman, he was stunned. She has almost the same face as Winona, but her temperament is not so yearning for freedom, but reveals a feeling of inclusiveness. At the ramen stand, little Evie was drinking the noodle soup with a disappointed face. Xing had just cut down the share of a pack of Slowpoke candies, and the rest time was also cut down to 5 days, which made her unacceptable for a while. At the side, Xing was having a conversation with a pretty woman. Are you Winona's older sister? Looking at the other party, Xing couldn't help being a little puzzled. The information didn't say that Winona had an older sister. No, my name is Nalin, and I'm Winona's mother. Hearing Xing's question, the pretty woman covered her mouth and replied happily. You are Winona's mother. Chatting with the pretty woman, Xing couldn't help being a little surprised. According to age calculations, the other party should be in his 30s this year. Even though people in the Pokémon world have good physical fitness, they are well maintained. If it weren't for the reason of temperament, Xing would even regard her as Winona's younger sister. Seeing Xing's surprised look, the smile on Nalin's face became even happier. It seems that no matter which world Stephanie is in, she is very concerned about her age. Young man, are you here to challenge the gymnasium? Are you here to participate in the Wing Carnival? After being happy for a while, Nalin asked Xing. Although she looked too young, she was still a museum owner. A trainer who was close to the elite level could naturally see Xing's experience, especially when I was needing the little EV. Although, because of the flash ability, Nalin did not have foresight EV's real identity is Ditto, but the strength of the elite level can still be judged. Although she didn't understand why Xing raised an EV to the elite level, Nalin didn't underestimate him at all. After all, it is definitely not a common trainer who can train an EV who had almost no combat power before evolution to the elite level. It's all there. The main thing is to challenge the gym. After taking a bite of ramen, Xing replied slowly. There was news from V Brava that she wanted to participate in the gymnasium battle, and it was precisely because little Evie didn't have to play in the battle that Xing reduced the agreed rewards. For his own child's request, Xing naturally did his best to satisfy it. Anyway, after V Brava evolved, no one would recognize it. Boss, order another ramen. There will be customers in about 10 minutes. Soaring in the sky, V Brava is stopping flapping its wings, using its floating ability to float comfortably along the airflow. But at a certain moment, a ray of light lit up on the pendant, and after receiving the message, V Brava let out a soft cry, adjusted his body's shape, and fell to the ground. At the moment when it was about to hit the ground, the floating ability was activated. In the breeze, V Brava's body was like an air balloon, shaking up and down, left and right, until it landed on a ramen stand. Therefore, V Brava's wings are not actually used by flying, but used as an attack weapon to send out supersonic to attack the enemy. Seeing V Brava coming, little Evie pushed a bowl of ramen over, while Xing looked at Na Lin and said, "This kid is my Pokémon. Winona will fight with you." Looking at V Brava carefully, Na Lin smiled playfully, the Skarmory who led the dance you saw earlier. Although Na Lin did not agree to the battle, Xing was satisfied to be able to fight against Winona's behemoth Skarmory. He wanted to see what kind of posture the pair would have when they stood up without the behemoth of extreme strength. Let's eat first. Just as Xing's fighting spirit gradually rose, Na Lin suddenly put a bowl of ramen in front of Xing, interrupting Xing's momentum. Looking at Na Lin, who was blinking slightly, Xing sighed, picked up the ramen in front of him, and ate it. Let's eat first. It seems that because of Na Lin's arrival, the boss specially put in a lot of meat slices. It can be said that the meat slices were put in the ramen before, but now the ramen is put in the meat slices, and the differential treatment has reached a certain level. However, Xing learned from Na Lin that the wing carnival was developed by her mother. The original purpose back then was to develop the economy here, and the effect was normal at first, but after Na Lin started traveling, her outstanding trainer talent quickly materialized. First started to travel, promoted to the elite level in just 3 years, collected 8 representative badges, participated in the Evergrande Conference, became the top 10, and achieved good results in the elite battle. Afterwards, the gym was established, defeated countless rivals along the way, and replaced a representative gym. At that time, some tourists and trainers finally arrived. Finally, by using the connections made during the trip and uniting a large number of breeders, they developed the dance of soaring in the sky, which attracted a large number of trainers and finally completely revitalized the economy of this place. With the quasi-elite realm, she has achieved what an elite or a master breeder can do. Na Lin's excellent level is really amazing. Every generation of Na Lin's family has guarded this place and made great contributions to it. The residents here are naturally extremely grateful. It can be said that even if one day an elite-level master takes action against the Fortree Gym, the residents here will be willing to stand up for Na Lin's family. It's just that Xing always felt that something was wrong, but before he could react, he was interrupted by Na Lin. "Miss Na Lin, why are you here again? Did you ask Miss Winona to fight instead of you?" Just when Xing felt that something was wrong, the boss finally finished entertaining other guests, took time out, looked at Na Lin, and said with a smile. Hearing what the boss said, Xing paused when he picked up the chopsticks, and his mind was running fast. "Miss Na Lin, Miss Winona, so..." Looking at Na Lin beside her, with black lines all over her head, Xing really didn't expect that she was actually deceived. This is like hunting wild geese all day long, but was pecked in the eye by wild geese. Seeing Xing's eyes, Na Lin smiled playfully and said, "Hey, how is your sister's acting skills? This year, I'm only 20 years old. If you want to chase your sister, Xing, you can try." Xing was speechless, and he said that no matter how good the physical fitness of the people in the Pokemon world is, it is impossible to maintain such good health, and they are still so young. Moreover, the rise of the Fortree Gymnasium was also in the past few years, but under Na Lin's harassment, before he could react, his thoughts were interrupted and disturbed several times. Shaking his head, of nuance, Xing ate the noodles in front of him, not wanting to talk to the strange girl beside him. It was a little past 3 in the afternoon, and Xing and Na Lin were sitting on the corridor of a Japanese-style villa, basking in the sun, drinking a cup of green tea in their hands. This is where Na Lin and Winona lived. Little EV was sitting on the side, flipping through a stack of materials. His face gradually became strange and bright. What Xing didn't understand was why, as the owner of the flying gym, Na Lin didn't want to live in a tree house like other Fortree City residents. Because it's comfortable. After asking, Na Lin just looked at you with a questioning face and said, "It's obviously comfortable to live in this way. Why do you want to live in a tree house?" Contestant Na Lin's rather simple answer left Xing speechless. Well, the problem is him. Normal people would prefer to live on the ground. When she just became a traveler and traveled around, Na Lin found that she still prefers to live on the ground, and she doesn't like tree houses so much. But this does not prevent her from loving soaring in the sky and becoming an excellent flying trainer, establishing a flying gym. By Xing, take a look. Just as Xing sighed, little Evie handed him the information with a complicated expression. Altaria, Flygon Dragonite, Noivern, Tropius, Skarmory. Sister Nalin, are you sure you are really a flying trainer? Boo-ee, I think you're joking. To be honest, the lineup of the Flying Series owner is much purer than the lineup of a certain Dragon Series Elite. There are really 4 of the Heisei, 3 heroes, and 5 of the 4 elites. Hearing Xing's question, Nalin didn't answer, but instead, with green tea in her mouth, she puffed her cheeks, tilted her head, looked at Xing, and made a question mark. Looking at the malicious and cute girl next to him, Xing was unable to support his forehead. So what kind of player is this host? Shaking his head, Xing looked at the information in his hand again. No matter which series Nalin is from, the information about Flygon 333 is definitely not small for him. Just when Xing was looking at the information in his hand, Nalin's gaze shifted to him without a trace, revealing an inexplicable meaning. Xing, a low voice murmured, which caught Xing's attention. Seeing Xing looking up in doubt, Nalin quickly raised her head to look at soaring in the sky, making an innocent and cute look, making Xing quite speechless. After all, he is also a psychic person. How could he not notice Nalin's gaze? But this made Xing even more puzzled. There was no malice in his eyes, but strong familiarity and joy. But Meteor really couldn't remember when he came into contact with Nalin. What's more, Nalin would be willing to give this information to herself. This is a trainer's core secret. If it is leaked out, Nalin may be targeted by countless people. Turning their heads, Xing and Evie met and started eye contact. Xing, Xiaobai, do you think there is something wrong with Nalin? Evie, she has a crush on you? Xing, you are done, the candy is gone, and you will start exercising tomorrow. Evie, no, Xing, I was wrong. Nalin, what are you playing? I want to play too. Just when Xing and Evie were eyeing each other and hurting each other, Nalin suddenly brought her pretty face closer and looked at them curiously. Her pretty face looked very cute. Just when the 3 were in a strange embarrassment, a figure very similar to Nalin walked in. It was Winona, who had temporarily ended the gym battle and came back to take a rest. Winona, come quickly, we're going to fight. Seeing Winona approaching, Nalin waved her hand happily and said, Xing is very strong. Sister, wait a minute. Winona unhurriedly took off the hat on her head. At this time, Winona looked at Xing and said, Challenger, come with me. The moment Xing turned around, Winona looked at Nalin and shook her head slightly, as if she was saying something. Pouting her lips and watching Xing leave with Winona, Nalin took out a pendant from her bosom, pressed it lightly, opened the cover, and a photo appeared. Above is a group photo of a teenager and 2 little Stephanies. The teenager has white hair and scarlet eyes, and it is Xing who shows his real face. And the 2 little Stephanies, about 4 or 5 years old, hugged Xing's arms from left to right. One was in charm, and the other looked shy. Gently stroking the photo, Nalin puffed up her cheeks and complained dissatisfiedly. Big liar, it's been agreed for 15 years, but it's actually several months late. After complaining slightly, Nalin put away the pendant, stood up, and followed the pace of Xing and the 2 of them. She didn't have the slightest aura of the owner of the museum, but looked like a silly girl normal. Among the cheering footsteps, the girl's long hair swayed gently like the afternoon sun. On the huge battlefield at the back of the yard, Xing and Winona stood opposite each other, and Nalin was standing aside with little Evie in her arms, looking at them expectantly. Although, as the owner of the pavilion, she has the strength close to that of an elite, Nalin is still very curious about the battle between her sister and the current Xing. Although Winona is not strong in Pokémon, but because her face is almost exactly the same, she always plays in place of Nalin, so she has accumulated a lot of combat experience, and her strength is not simply elite. If she travels for a period of time, all of Winona's accumulation will burst out, pushing her to the quasi-elite position in a very short period of time, and her strength will not be weak. Winona blew a whistle. Xing's eyes flashed a gleam, and two figures flew over, soaring in the sky. Skarmory landed on the battlefield with a strong wind, while Vibrava floated unsteadily in front of Xing. In front of the huge Skarmory with a body length of 4 meters, Vibrava, who is only 1 meter long, is like a normal child, weak, helpless, and pitiful. It's just that Vibrava didn't have the slightest fear, but instead floated comfortably. Skarmory, wings of steel. Tailwind. Without a referee, the battle between Xing and Winona, Vibrava and Skarmory, is on the verge of breaking out, and Skarmory's dual wing beat lights up with a white light and sprints toward Vibrava. Hearing Xing's order, Vibrava didn't flap its wings, but quietly waited for Skarmory's attack. Just as white steel wings were about to land on Vibrava, she slid unconsciously, passing by the menacing steel wings. This is Vibrava's true tailwind, not flapping its wings to give itself the advantage of the wind, but dodging with the wind current created between rival shots. When Xing conducted research in the virtual space, he found that although this is a supernatural world, some basic knowledge of physical chemistry can still be applied, including in Pokémon battles. Using the knowledge of fluid pressure, combined with the levitation ability, Vibrava can even do better than the electric clamp mantis with the insect premonition turned on in terms of avoiding attacks. And the physical strength consumption is extremely small, but although the ability remains unchanged after evolution, due to the increase in body size and weight, the wind caused by rivals' attack can no longer envelop Flygon flying. At that time, Flygon could only rely on the perception of the airflow to dodge by flapping its wings on its own. After swiping the steel wings a few times, Skarmory retreated solemnly after realizing that Vibrava could not be reached at all, waiting for Trainer's new command. Fly air slash to stir the wind. To Xing's surprise, Winona responded very quickly and issued new orders in an orderly manner. Eyes narrowed in a dangerous arc, Skarmory spread his wings and flew up, followed by a violent gust of wind. Before Vibrava could react, Skarmory swung his wings again, and invisible sharp blades slammed into the ground, and Vibrava's eyes sharpened at this time. The wind flow has been completely disordered, and the floating ability is half useless. Faced with these air cutters who cannot perceive accurately, she can only rely on herself. Santum, hide in. Just as Vibrava was about to link up with Skarmory's flying ability, Xing's commanding voice came. Without the slightest hesitation, when the air slashes were about to fall, Vibrava turned around and slammed into the ground, but instead of hitting the ground, he entered a quicksand. Boom! 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 Several air slashes landed on Vibrava's original position, and huge dust blasted out under the violent sound. Without the slightest panic, Skarmory blew an icy wind towards the sand tomb under the command of Winona, and the flowing bunker gradually solidified. Frowning slightly, Xing became a little strange, mud-shot. At this time, the quicksand was between solidification and wetness, which happened to be the raw material of mudshot. The principle of icy wind is to blow out icy cold air, but the energy that may not be able to match rival at the beginning will melt into water vapor, just turning quicksand into moist soil. Iron defense, then metal sound. Using ultrasound. Just when Xing was about to continue giving orders, Winona's voice sounded me first. At this point in the battle, the doubts in Xing's heart were finally unable to be suppressed. Every step of Winona's reaction seems to have been expected. Normal is much more familiar with Vibrava's tactics than his trainer. Every reaction is just right, not only successfully deciphering his technique, but also making an extremely effective counterattack, as if this battle has been rehearsed countless times by Winona Normal. Nalin on the side also raised her snow-white chin with a complacent expression on her face, while Evie in her arms looked at the battlefield with a dazed expression. Since following her own trainer, among her peers, she has never seen a trainer who can suppress Xing, and those who can compete with Xing on the same stage are almost all trainers of the older generation. As a result, The boat capsized in the gutter today. I thought it was just a common gym, but I ran into a trainer who could suppress Xing. Consecutive dragon dance, and then dragon rush. Eyes narrowed. Xing had given up on continuing to use skills and began a plan to confront Winona directly. But in the face of this huge Skarmory, it is really not sure who will drop the other, and the Urine Star just made a small attempt. Taunt, use Iron Defense to defend. Hearing Winona's new command, almost all doubts in Xing's heart dissipated, and he probably already had a guess. Seeing that V Brava gave up the dragon dance and flew towards Skarmory, whose body became shiny, Xing commanded slowly, "Focus energy outrage." Upon hearing the new command, Winona and Nalin's expressions changed, and they looked at Xing with a calm face in astonishment. At this moment, V Brava's body suddenly burst into a powerful momentum. The strength of the whole body gathered in the head, and suddenly tackle on the head of the astonished Skarmory. Boom! With a bang, V Brava and Skarmory staggered apart, turned around twice before falling to the ground and passing out. Seeing the situation, Xing hurried over and took out a small bottle and poured the life dew inside into V Brava's mouth. Gently pressing the pokeball on his waist, Audino ran out and threw various healing skills on V Brava for free. Looking at Winona, who was healing Skarmory, and Nalin, who was puffing her cheeks and looking angry, Xing didn't know what to say. After taking Audino up to heal Skarmory, the three walked into the house together, sat down, and the atmosphere fell into silence. "Tell me, what's the situation?" After a while of silence, Xing spoke first, looking at the two sisters in front of him suspiciously. It's just that Nalin stuck out her tongue, puffed her cheeks, and said, "I can't say it. It was Xing who didn't let us say it, just a little bit." "Sister, don't make trouble, brother Xing. You only left a sentence of let it be with the float." Reassuring Nalin, Winona looked at Xing and spoke softly. Although he was still puzzled, Xing didn't force it, and he didn't feel any malice from the two sisters. "Here, you said before that if you have any questions, just take this out." Seeing Xing thinking, Nalin and Winona glanced at each other. Each took out a pendant and handed it to Xing. Stretching out his hand to take the two pendants, Xing's nether power began to circulate rapidly, and the moon-white rays of light in his body poured out loudly. Covering their eyes with their hands, the two sisters saw Xing's appearance constantly changing through their fingers, and all the disguises were removed. With white hair, scarlet eyes, and a gentle and elegant face, all the pretense collapsed under the scouring of the power of you, and Xing's original appearance appeared in the room. Seeing Xing like this, the two sisters were not surprised at all, but full of joy and excitement. They looked at each other. As the rapid flow of Yuji power slowly stopped, Xing opened his eyes, with two extremely bright full moons hanging in his eyes, showing a thoughtful expression. Zero looking for flowers. The pendant has a very high-level ghost power that far exceeds his current level, but there is no information left. It only consumes 1/10 of the energy help he has increased the ghost power by a section. Afterwards, they gathered them together, refusing to release a single bit of them, all of which were hidden in the mark of teleport. It is not difficult to judge that it should be one of the means left by to protect the two sisters. Open the flaps of the two pendants, and there are two identical photos inside, both showing Xing's real face, and there are two similar little Stephanies on the left and right. The faces are exactly the same, but the slightly older one is in charm, and the smaller one is more stable, and the identities of the sisters are reversed. So, I can't leave anything and information for me? Or is there any restriction? After returning the two pendants to Nalin and Winona, Xing had some basic guesses, but he was still a little more confused. "What are you thinking? Bring the communicator." Just as Xing was thinking, Nalin's voice sounded again, forcibly suppressing her joy and pretending to be dissatisfied. "Oh, here." Hearing the voice, Xing quickly took out the communicator and handed it to Nalin, allowing her to operate. "Since I showed my true face in front of them, it means that they are people I trust." 2 hours later, walking on the streets of Fortree City, Xing held a wing-shaped silver white badge in his hand, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Thinking back to the different performances of the two sisters in the gym, although they didn't say anything, he has a lot of information and he can roughly make some guesses. Let's go with the flow, since it's my decision. Putting away the Bayou badge in his backhand, Xing put the little EV on his head and moved towards the airship. Soaring in the sky, the two unparalleled figures of normal watched the boy leave with a smile. Brother Xiaoxing will be back soon, sister. Xing made a promise, and he will definitely keep it. Under them, two Pokémon exude a terrifying elite-level aura. Watching Xing's leaving back for a moment, as if expecting something. Riding on the same sunshine and breeze as when he came, the boy's figure slowly disappeared. A few days later, on a ferry in the cabin, Xing was sitting on the bed, viciously kneading little Evie's cheek. How dare you say you didn't book the wrong ticket? Boo boy, just not. Then tell me why our destination is Moss Deep City, but now we are in Satopolis City. Bo, the world is round. KR. Looking at the eloquent EV, Xing weakly supported his forehead. If he had known that he would not have taught Ditto so much at the beginning, now he was fooling himself, and he could still speak like this. The two little Vulpix were sitting next to each other, looking at EV with admiration. Their big sister had such a powerful head, they made Xing speechless. If you can say it, today's rest time will be halved. Just when EV looked proud, Xing hit directly. Trainer is so unreasonable. In an instant, EV turned into a salted fish 527. The two little Vulpix looked at the little EV who lost his fighting spirit for a moment and hurried forward to comfort him softly. Rubbing the head of the little EV who lost the desire to live, Xing took out the communicator and boarded the trainer forum and began to check some Satopolis City messages. 1,000 years ago, meteorite descended and later formed the current Satopolis City. Looking through the information on the forum, as expected, it did not exceed Xing's expectations. Most of them were folk legendaries, and there were even some speculative conspiracy theories, without any valuable information. People of Satopolis, Sky Pillar, Primal Reversion, Eternal Flower, Rayquaza, among the 8 representative gymnasiums, this is the most interesting. Recalling the previous information, Xing's face showed a very strong interest, but he was quickly suppressed by him. These things, no matter which ones, are not something he can touch, at least not now. He is only at the elite level now, and the 10 things in his middle age are probably guarded by the terrifying King of Power. However, the water show in the Satopolis Gymnasium should be quite interesting. Let's go and see it later. Book the S ticket to Moss Deep City first. After thinking about it for a while, Xing took out the communicator and started a new booking. It was only about half a month before the gymnasium assessment in Rustboro Gymnasium. Before that, hurry up and get the last badge, and then you can prepare for the Evergrande Conference with peace of mind. Why do I always feel like I'm forgetting something? As soon as he picked up the communicator, a puzzled look suddenly appeared on Xing's face. Yuan felt that he had forgotten something important. Gym assessment, apprentice assessment, advanced rock-type Pokémon. Ditto is now elite. There is an expression of sudden realization on his face. And then Xing looked helplessly at Ditto, who was disappointed enough to return to his original appearance because the rest time was halved. The two little Vulpix kept touching Ditto, hoping to revive their big sister. At the beginning, Ditto was promoted to the elite, and he was so happy that he forgot about the subsequent apprenticeship assessment. Now it may be too late to conquer the new Pokémon. After all the apprentices involved should use the top-level Pokémon, which is only one step away from the elite. With the long-term training, the tacit understanding is not what Xing can catch up with now. Think about it, there is always a way. A few hours later, Xing had disembarked and sat in an auditorium, watching the performance in front of him with a bored face. Similar to the Cerulean Gym, the Satopolis Gym also had a water performance. However, it seems that Jerry and his teacher Juan will personally direct Pokémon to perform for some super large events, and most of the time it is performed by apprentices. And these apprentices obviously can't combine strength and beauty into one, and the skills they perform are only ornamental, which is too far behind. Therefore, at the moment Xing regretted spending 1,000 yuan on the ticket. If he had known, he might as well use the money and Ditto to taste the food. At this time, Ditto had already turned in a black's hat and fell into a deep sleep. It is no longer the Ditto who would be stunned by a water pulse. Now it is Hyper Beam, and it is not afraid. As the time passed by, every minute and every second, Xing's feeling of heartache also increased little by little. That was a whole 1,000 yuan. I just saw a group of flower racks, Satopolis Gymnasium, and the gang of black-hearted businessmen. So, it's no wonder that the Satopolis gym is so luxurious. It all depends on the money it makes to decorate it. Xing doesn't care how much money is spent. What he cares about is whether it is worth the money. I really want to send you to Giratina and get the money back. As the heartache reached a certain level, Xing looked at the group of acting apprentices with endless sighs, attracting several girls on the side. So hot, my ideal type, don't let anyone steal it from me. Fair play. Although it is not as good as Xing's original face, the appearance of this alliance identity is quite good, at least better than these acting apprentices, and it is not a problem to attract some innocent girls. After pondering for a while, Xing gave up his own thoughts, propped his chin with his hands, and looked expressionlessly at the apprentices who were struggling to perform on the stage. I don't know if it's Xing's illusion. He always feels that these apprentices are not performing their skills, but rather themselves. All kinds of contest actions, all kinds of accents, plus a suit of luxurious clothes. The audience's attention is more time spent on them than watching Pokémon. After reading it for a while, I couldn't take it anymore, and there was an extra magazine in Xing's hand, which was the one that Xing got from the airship with the Gardevoir maid costume on the cover. Ma Camp in a dress is way better than the show here. After carefully savoring the photo of Ma Camp wearing a skirt, Xing suddenly found himself in a much better mood. This shows how much these apprentices have hurt his soul. A few hours later, Xing walked out of the gymnasium, and the surrounding apprentices fled and looked at him with fearful eyes. At this time, Xing had a badge with 3 water droplets falling together, which was the rain badge of the Satopolis gym. Juan and Jerry were absent, and Xing's last bit of patience was completely exhausted, so he directly sent Ditto, who was in a bad mood. The two 3.5 guys who were in a bad mood teamed up and attacked so fiercely that they almost killed the apprentice on the opposite side. But even if they didn't achieve this level, it was not much worse. The guy who fought against Xing was smashed into the wall by his own Pokémon, and he was estimated to be hospitalized for quite a long time, and the medical expenses should be more than 1,000 yuan. But at this time, on the viewing platform, the few girls who were interested in Xing before also looked scared. They looked weird, but their shots were scary. It's just that one of the girls with blonde hair and black robe looked at Xing's leaving back with interest on his face. Compared with the so-called elegance, she still prefers the kind of fist-to-flesh, deadly moves, and that is the real Pokémon battle. In her opinion, Xing's battle just now played out the most brutal side of Pokémon, full of natural beauty. Combat is brutal. If you pursue elegance, don't blame rival for rubbing you on the ground. Although he was very angry because he was cheated of 1,000 yuan, Xing can be said to be refreshed now after going through the gymnasium war. His ship hasn't arrived yet, so it's not bad to take a stroll around this legendary town. 2 little Vulpix are following Xing, looking at the surrounding scenery curiously. Ditto is still in grief, turned into a red and white hat with a small flame on his head. After admiring the scenery of the city, Xing focused his attention on the 2 little Vulpix, and the data in the system was constantly being updated. The control power of the weather organ is constantly increasing, and the characteristics of the flame have also begun to change. Looking through the data given by the system, Xing is quite satisfied. Although the 2 little guys are only at the lowest level of the intermediate level at the moment, their breeder degree is quite high. After a long period of training, the little Icyrus has become quite proficient in controlling the weather organs, and he can freely manipulate the coming of hail weather. But at this time, Hail's weather intensity is not enough, and the lethal force released cannot reach Xing's standard. So, consider getting Weather Rock for research. Weather Rock, which has 4 weather classifications corresponding to hail, sandstorm, rainy day, and sunny day, is the treasure in the eyes of every trainer who builds weather tactics. The difference from a game is that in reality, the weather is also divided into strengths, such as hail weather, from snow, hail, blizzard. The lethality and tactics of each 10-star level are different. Many Pokémon have mastered weather ability and weather skills, but to develop them to that level depends on the Pokémon's own strength and control. And the blizzard among them cannot be done with simple weather hands, but also requires the assistance of members of the team who can manipulate the airflow. Today's Little Icerus is at most a level of snow. If Rival is a bug-type Pokémon, it's okay, but if it's a fire Pokémon, it will be melted before it touches the opponent. It's just that the treasure such as Weather Rock, even in Duyan's hands, is only a high-quality smooth rock, which is carried by his trump card Pokémon Bangila. Therefore, among the 8 representatives, the most likely to have the 3rd elite-level combat power, the master who is promoted to elite is Norman, but the most powerful one is Duyan. At the end of the elite battle, it is no longer a one-on-one battle, but a team battle. The cooperation between Pokémon and the tactics constructed by Trainer are the most important. Distressed for a while, Xing temporarily gave up the idea of obtaining Icy Rock. The current Little Icerus is far from the level that needs Weather Rock, so take your time. It's a pity that God's Ice Stone brings an additional snow hidden ability, which cannot provide inspiration and data support for weather research. Little Flame is fine. The control over flames is constantly improving, and it is almost time to consider absorbing the flames and pirated orbs in the future. Flipping through Xiao Huamiao's information, Xing's mood gradually improved, realizing that the study of Huamiao was easier than the weather. In addition, he has a pirated vermilion orb in his hand, which contains hundreds of special flames. A little research can provide him with countless inspirations. When the research reaches a certain level, Xing may be able to publish a Pokémon paper on special flames, making him a researcher. However, according to the information we have seen before, the Fire of Moltres in the Evergrande Conference may bring the effect of increasing the Sunshine ability to the small flame. After 2 seconds of unhappiness, Xing thought about it again. After all, if he wanted to increase the Sunshine ability, he would need to find another heat rock. When the time comes, Little Flame and Little Icerus will unite, not only to protect each other, but also to jointly create a special weather fog to transform the Chi core into 2. Vibrava can use his ability to feel the airflow and exert a strong combat power in it, adding 1 more core. After planning the plan and the road, Xing put away the system screen, smiled, and looked at the 2 little guys running around in front of him. At this time, the 2 little guys were looking at the mirror at a mirror booth, and they were carefully arranging their hairstyles. Ditto had turned into EV, looking at the 2 little guys lazily. With Ditto looking at the 2 little Vulpix, Xing felt relieved and began to look at the trainers and Pokémon on the surrounding streets. However, most of them are Coordinator, and the number is even much more than that of Trainer. Most of the Pokémon around them are water Pokémon. After all, Juan and Jerry, the owners of the Cetopolis Gym, both studied the Coordinator and Trainer professions, and both of them are more prestigious on the Coordinator. Frowning, Xing didn't want to waste any more time, picked up the 3 little guys, turned, and walked towards the shore. The next stop, Moss Deep City Super Power Gymnasium. Beside the harbor, Xing was sitting on a chair, flipping through a newspaper while blowing the sea breeze. Sinnoh Genius Girl Trainer. Cynthia came to Hoenn Region for a trip, and according to reliable sources, she is conducting battle trials in Rustboro City. Frowning lightly, Xing expressed his understanding of the Pokémon World newspaper and reasoned that Cynthia appeared in Rustboro City 2 months ago. However, no newspaper office dared to release the exact news about Cynthia. Not to mention the pressure from Sinnoh, they would not be able to afford to hold Cynthia accountable after her achievements in the future. I just don't know. Which realm is the current Cynthia? Xing is still quite curious about this matter. Many future champion elites are still young at the moment, but as one of the best, Hyarona's strength will definitely not be weak. It can be said that the next generation of trainers is fundamentally polarized, and the strong ones are ridiculously strong. Unlike at this time now, there is no lack of real strength and wisdom in every level. Folding up the newspaper in his hand and passing it to the little Eevee, Xing took out a glass of water, put in a few ice cubes, and drank it. In the entire Cytopolis city, apart from those things that he can't touch now, only this water with special energy and good taste can interest him. It seems that after the meteorite landed thousands of years ago, the overflowing energy transformed the water quality, not only for drinking, but also for strengthening the body. Therefore, after the residents of Cytopolis City built a city here, they sold this water body as a special tourist product, which broadened their income channels. It's just that when Xing used the power of darkness to feel the energy in the water, little Eevee suddenly stopped him and thought of a direction with his little feet. Is that Cynthia? Looking in the direction pointed by little Eevee, Xing vaguely saw a figure with blonde hair and black robe, dressed too obviously, so that Xing had a rough judgment. And Cynthia felt that her gaze was also looking towards Xing, as if she saw Xing, and a smile appeared on her face as she saw the prey. With a smile that made Xing's scalp tingle, Cynthia walked over, sat on the other side of the chair, and looked at Xing and little Eevee. I saw you in Rustboro City. Come to a battle. It is obviously a question sentence, but it is said by Cynthia as a declarative sentence, from which it can be heard that it is full of undeniable meaning. But Xing laughed when he heard Cynthia's strong words. This is the aura that a future champion trainer should have. You can use solation at ordinary times, whether it is gentle, cute, or loves to eat ice cream, or has difficulty in choosing, it doesn't matter. As long as you can switch to serious mode when facing a battle. Woo! It's just that when Xing was about to agree to the battle, a ship came slowly and stopped by the harbor. He took out the communicator to check, and after confirming that it was a ship, Xing said helplessly, "Sorry, I have to go. Let's fight again when I have a chance." After saying that, Xing picked up Eevee, who was watching the excitement, and prepared to walk towards the ship. Xing naturally wants to play against Cynthia to see how far he is from the future champion at this time. But the most important thing for him now is naturally to get the last badge first, tame a rock-type Pokémon, and cope with the gymnasium assessment in half a month. If you want to fight against Cynthia, as long as he goes all the way, there are plenty of opportunities. Are you going on board too? However, things were a bit out of Xing's expectation, and Cynthia also stood up together, walked towards the ship, and looked at him curiously. Xing was a little surprised, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, his combat effectiveness was only at the elite level. However, Xing was wrong this time. Cynthia has traveled to Hoenn for a long time, and it is difficult to see a trainer like Xing who fights so brutally among his peers. Even Jerry and Steven, who fought against her before, were tied up in the fight, as if they were restricted by something. In fact, that is indeed a common problem of the children of powerful forces. Systematic learning is good, but when facing Yeluzi, they will encounter the situation of punching teacher Fu to death. What's more, these trainers who survive life and death are not just as simple as Yeluzi. Haven't experienced life and death, haven't encountered a real strong enemy. How can other champions who haven't grown up compete with a trainer like Cynthia who started life and death at a young age? An hour later, on the deck beside the railing, Xing was talking with Cynthia. "So, your Gabite is having trouble molting?" "That's right, the 8th molt is stuck now." "Then according to the information you gave me, I will design a plan for you. A large part of the Dragon-type Pokémon will continue to grow stronger by shedding their skin, and the two quasi-gods, Dragonair and Gabite, are typical examples. In the breeder manual, Cynthia learned that the best time for Gabite to evolve is after the 9th molt, when Gabite will have the most perfect body contest condition. It's just that Cynthia is obviously too good for Gabite's breeder. After only 7 molts, Gabite has come to the edge of evolution. Even the best unchanging stones can't suppress Gabite's evolutionary instinct. So Cynthia has stopped Gabite's battle now, hoping to temporarily curb Gabite's evolution. And since it was a trip, Cynthia didn't want to rely on the power of the forces behind it, but relied on her own ability to complete the travel trial. During the conversation, Cynthia found that Xing had extremely rich knowledge of breeders, and with the idea of making friends and trying, she exchanged news about the weather rock with Xing. Although the news is not accurate, it is enough to make Xing's heart beat. Frowning lightly, Xing was already lost in thought. Molting itself is a strengthening process of energy. Standing on the edge of evolution to accumulate energy is like walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. If you're not careful, you will fall down. How to maintain balance? With the cool sea breeze blowing, Xing's thinking became more and more agitated. This problem is not only for Cynthia. Not only the partly molted dragon Pokémon. Many Pokémon have not yet reached the optimal contest condition, but the energy required for evolution has accumulated enough. This was the case in the previous Scolipede. In Whirlipede, the energy accumulation was completed and the light of evolution bloomed repeatedly. Fortunately, Venipede hadn't broken the racial restriction at that time. As a common worm Pokémon with slightly better aptitude, he could use the immutable stone to suppress evolution. But quasi-god Pokémon like Gabite, their light of evolution cannot be suppressed by common unchanging cloth. Xing himself can use the system to purify a perfect quality unchanging stone, but for safety reasons, he'd better not let others use it. If evolution cannot be suppressed, then there is no need to suppress it. As long as there is enough energy, it may be feasible for Gabite to complete 2 consecutive molts in a few minutes before evolution. With a flash of inspiration, Xing thought a method. Blindly suppressing it would only be counterproductive, and maybe he could find another way to complete the goal of molt. It's just that this risk is extremely high, not to mention whether it can provide such terrifyingly huge energy, whether Gabite can bear it, and absorb it is also a problem. But it was a way after all. After thinking about it, Xing turned his head to look at Cynthia and expressed his thoughts. Sufficient power, safety, power. There you go, Dragon Conference. Cynthia, who fell into deep thought after hearing Xing's thoughts, muttered to herself until at a certain moment, she seemed to think of something, looked at Xing happily, and said aloud, Dragon Conference, the annual Dragon Pokémon event, as long as Pokémon with Dragon Blood can participate in it and get huge benefits from it. It's just that if the trainer wants to participate, he can only go to the place where the conference will be held if he gets the invitation letter issued by the rumored dragon messenger. The remaining trainers who didn't get the invitation letter couldn't find that mysterious region even if they ran around the world. Xing is naturally very interested in it. Compared with Cynthia, who only has Gabites, his dragon Pokémon is not as simple as 1 or 2. Thank you, Mr. Bai. I'll contact some people first. After getting the solution, Cynthia thanked her, then turned and left the deck, as if to contact the people behind it. Xing also took out his notebook and started recording. He just put forward an idea, and the various subsequent breeder plans still need to be supplemented. For example, how to ensure that Gabite's body control and combat effectiveness will not decline without the premise of strengthening the energy. An hour later, Cynthia walked back from the cabin, came to the railing, looked at Xing, and said seriously, Mr. Bai, are you interested in joining the temple? Naturally, Cynthia would not invite Xing to join her forces so easily. After all, in addition to a different breeder plan, coupled with the good combat power shown in the Satopolis Gymnasium, these are not enough for Cynthia to invite. But in the last hour, the forces behind Cynthia almost checked Xing's alliance identity to the bottom. A commoner trainer, although he is a direct descendant of the alliance, he has no advantages except for a Trico from the 3 royal families. After debuting for 3 months, he was promoted to an elite trainer. At the same time, he took into account the status of a low-level breeder family and learned from the senior breeder family Xing E Master, who is only 1 step away from the master level. And almost every badge is not standing against the apprentice, but is obtained from the current gym owner, except Dingyan Gym and Satopolis Gym. The genius performances of the trainer and breeder families, coupled with the fact that they have little to do with the Hoenn Alliance, made the forces behind Cynthia love talents, so they let her recruit. And Cynthia is also quite interested. There are no geniuses in the generation of the temple, and she can't find any rival, so she will conduct the travel trial. If Xing joins the temple, they will be rivals competing on the same stage in the future, and they can fight whenever they want. 783. Can't? Thank you. Without the slightest hesitation, Xing directly rejected Cynthia. He was more interested in Team Rainbow Rockets than the temple. Okay, let's have a Pokemon battle then. Although slightly disappointed that Xing refused, Cynthia still took out a Pokeball and looked at Xing and EV with fighting spirit. Boom, boom, boom. 10 minutes later, a terrifying battle was taking place on the surface of the sea, and huge waves were constantly being thrown up, as if the ship would be capsized at any time. Most of the guests looked in horror at the two people beside the railing who were commanding the battle excitedly. But their legs were numb, and no one dared to step forward to stop them. However, there are quite a few of them who are serious, or interested in watching the battle on the sea. Most of them are trainers of different levels. With a collision between Iron Tail and Aqua Tail, the two figures separated, Gyarados on one side and Milotic on the other. Looking at that Milotic, Xing admitted that he needed to take back his previous words. This Milotic's dragon blood is also quite pure, and its strength is no less than that of Gyarados, and it actually has the Outrage move. Outrage, Broken Aqua Rays. Outrage, Hyper Beam. Xing and Cynthia's conductor spoke in unison and looked at each other in surprise, but the two showed extremely confident expressions. They all have full confidence in their own Pokémon. How can they lose to other Pokémon with the same moves? Without the slightest hesitation, both Gyarados and Milotic raised expressions of incomparable rage at the same time, opened their mouths, and a terrifying white light began to condense. Because the outrage was turned on, the energy of the two condensed extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, two beams of white light exuding terrifying fluctuations burst out. The light rendered the entire sea, and the sunlight became extremely dark in front of it. Because of the size of the mouth, Gyarados' beam of light was a bit larger, but Milotic's was a bit more solid, and for a long time, the two were a stalemate. Boom! The beam of light shattered, and a terrifying huge wave appeared, heading directly towards the ship. Under the monstrous waves, all the guests showed fearful eyes. Xing and Cynthia looked at each other helplessly, and both hands were pressed on the Pokeball at the waist at the same time. At this time, the two even had the time to chat. It is indeed inconvenient to fight at sea. Stop the big waves first. That's it. Just when the two were about to summon the Pokémon, a Pokémon exuding an elite-level aura floated in the sea, and with just a slight flap of its wings, the huge waves calmed down. Pokémon has wings, orange body, and oil-colored stomach, which is the representative of the Kanto region. Xing and Cynthia yearn for the inadvertently revealed terrifying mighty power. The elite level is really a completely different realm. At this time, the passengers who survived the catastrophe barely regained their composure, watching Xing, Cynthia, and Dragonite discussing one after another. Are these trainers so desperate to kill you? That seems to be a quasi-god Dragonite. Isn't today too exciting? Two red lights flashed, and Gyarados and Milotic, who were close to exhaustion, were put into the Pokeball. Xing breathed a sigh of relief. If Ditto fainted, it would be difficult to deal with turning back. Seeing the subdued sea and nodding in satisfaction, Dragonite turned around and landed on the ship, waving its small wings. Ignoring the excited passengers, Dragonite took out a communicator, tapped a few times, and looked at Cynthia. The picture of Cynthia was on the communicator. After carefully confirming that there was no problem, Dragonite took out a white envelope from the small bag on his body and handed it to Cynthia. Taking a look at the envelope, Cynthia thanked Dragonite and said, "Thank you, I will attend on time." With a soft sound, Dragonite turned around and waved its small wings as if it was about to fly away, but it seemed to feel something and suddenly stopped. Looking around, Dragonite locked Xing's eyes, leaned over, sniffed Xing several times, and showed a lovely expression of sudden realization. Flipping through the small bag on his body several times, Dragonite took out a white envelope again and handed it to Xing with a happy face. Xing, who possesses the power of you, naturally understood the meaning of Dragonite, took the envelope with a smile on his face, and at the same time took out a metal box and handed it to Dragonite. "This is my return gift. Remember to hide it and eat it." Dragonite, who received the metal box, heard Xing's words, stopped opening it, nodded his head seriously, then waved to Xing and left the ship. Looking at the set of procedures in front of her, Cynthia couldn't help being puzzled. She looked at Dongxing and asked, "Do you know that Dragonite?" Hearing Cynthia's inquiry, Xing just picked up the envelope in his hand, shook his head with a smile. It is naturally impossible for him to tell the truth. The identity of a dragon hunter cannot be revealed. Seeing Xing's reluctance to say anything, Cynthia just shook her head and looked at the envelope in her hand. The invitation letter for the Dragon Conference was naturally sent by Dragonite, the most terrifying dragon in the dragon family. His name is formed by combining fast and dragon. Although the wings are not big, the ability to control the airflow is terrifying. It can be said that Dragonite is quite powerful. Looking at Pokémon Pokédex, except for mythical beasts and phantom beasts, it seems that no Pokémon can compare with Dragonite in terms of wind control. However, Xing is very confident. After he completes the training of Vibrava, his ability to control the wind will not be weaker than that of Quick Press. On the white cloud of the blue sky, Dragonite opened the metal box, looked at the contents inside. His big eyes sparkled instantly, and carefully picked up one and put it in his mouth. The next moment, Dragonite's big eyes immediately narrowed their lovely arcs, and the contents of the metal box also appeared, which was the True Dragon Gem, developed by Xing at the beginning. The names True Dragon Gem and Towering Giant Tree are compared. Zhong-Air's Energy Cube is an energy cube prepared by Xing for Pokémon before they complete their final evolution. For example, Scolipede, Sizer, and Xing will design exclusive energy cubes for them after they have evolved to their final form, and the names are also directly named after Pokémon. Of course, even so, the quality of these energy cubes is extremely excellent, and it is no problem to use it to captivate Dragonite that has eaten the best energy cubes at most. After eating another piece, Dragonite treasured the metal box and put it in a small bag. He patted his stomach lightly, then waved his little wings and disappeared on the soaring in the sky in an instant. So time is so fast. On the ship, Xing looked at the time in the letter, and after a little calculation, he knew the approximate time. However, Cynthia is lucky. After all, Gabite's energy is already very unstable. If it really drags on for a year, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it. There was also a smile on Cynthia's face, obviously quite satisfied with the start time of the Dragon Conference. Smiling at each other, the two put away the invitation letters in their hands at the same time. There were quite a few people staring at them on the ship, and there were many powerful trainers among them. "Miss Cynthia, here is my tentative breeder plan for Gabite." While taking out the notebook and tearing out a few pages and handing it to Cynthia, Xing said seriously, "It's a matter of time. I only designed this plan for the time being. There are some recipes and massage methods in it, which can help Gabite strengthen digestion and soothe the mood. But fighting and training should be avoided, otherwise it is very likely to complete the evolution directly." After taking those few pages of notes, Cynthia flipped through them, and her face gradually became surprised. It wasn't that Xing's plan was bad. On the contrary, it was a little too good. Even though she entrusted Professor Rowan helped to develop the breeder program by herself, the other party is a researcher after all and is not good at targeted Pokémon breeder. However, The breeder scheme designed by Xing can completely complement the scheme given by Professor Rowan and effectively suppress the evolutionary nature of Gabite. Seriously putting away the few pages of notes in her hand, Cynthia looked at Xing very seriously. "Mr. Bai, are you really not considering joining the temple?" At this moment, Cynthia sent out the invitation again, not for the rival who can fight at any time in the future, but for her own breeder team. When many trainers reach a certain level, they will start to cultivate the second echelon and the third echelon, and the more terrifying ones will even form legions. At this time, the trainer was unable to take care of so many Pokémon due to lack of energy, so the Metropolis formed a breeder team and spent a lot of resources to hire breeders and researchers to join it. For example, Duyin, his wife, is a senior breeder, and his wife's disciple is also the vice president of the Rustboro City Breeder Guild, so he doesn't need to rely on outsiders at all. Of course, being the type of trainer who puts all his energy into a few Pokémon is another matter. I will open a breeder house in the future. If you're interested, Miss Cynthia, you can come. Xing could roughly guess some of Cynthia's thoughts, but he still rejected her with a smile. Not to mention the identity of the Alliance, just the identity of the Rockets, the identity of the Hunter, and the identity of the Executioner. It is doomed that he cannot belong to a person or an organization. Old Sea King. Sighing helplessly, Cynthia did not continue to extend the invitation, because at this time an unexpected guest had already walked over. "Hello, two excellent trainers." A chubby man wearing sunglasses, a flowered shirt, beach pants, and a pair of sandals walked over, with a strong Hideki hidden on his body. Although they pretended to be harmless to humans and animals, Xing and Cynthia easily detected that the man was a disguise. However, it is not so much detect as it is the perception of danger. The two who have experienced life and death can feel the huge threat to themselves from the man in front of them. Glancing at Cynthia next to him, whose fighting spirit was rising again, Xing stepped forward helplessly and said, "Senior, what's the matter with you?" Young people are really young and promising." Hearing Xing's address, the man froze for a moment, then laughed loudly. With a laugh, the man looked at Xing and said appreciatively, "You don't need to call me senior. I'm Yuantian Yashida. Just call me Uncle Yashida. Ever heard of Battle Frontier? Big club coming up in Hoenn in a year's time. Interested in becoming one of the pioneering brains?" Hearing what the other party said, Xing finally realized where he had heard this slightly familiar name. Not only is it from that world, but it has been constantly appearing on the trainer forum during this period of time, making people wonder if it is one of the founders of the hotly searched Battle Frontier. Zero. Asking for flowers. Looking at it now, it's not easy for the founder to be able to run around the world. Feeling the sense of danger from the other party, Xing thought thoughtfully. Cynthia on the side also showed an expression of enlightenment. After traveling in Hoenn for so long, she has heard about Battle Frontier. It can be said that Hoenn is the first stop of the Battle Frontier, because apart from Norman, none of the 8 representative hall owners is a direct descendant of the Alliance. At this time, Akita Yuantian came and brought the plan of Battle Frontier. The Hoenn Alliance, who had been distressed all the time, quickly reached a cooperation with him. It is allowed to create a Battle Frontier and build momentum for it, but its battle leader must meet the standards of the Alliance accordingly. Therefore, Yuantian Yashida is running around in Hoenn, looking for a trainer with potential and strength for investigation, and this time his goal is Xing or Bai Ruoxing. Among the various identities, Yuantian Ahida is most proud of being an intelligence officer, so he naturally knows the information about Cynthia and Bai Ruoxing like the back of his hand. As one of Hoenn's younger generation, there is no big force behind it. Apart from the master-apprentice relationship with Master Xing of Rustboro Gymnasium, only the Chris family is the investor. Moreover, the Chris family is also one of the core families within Alliance, which actually makes Hoenn Alliance love Bai Ruoxing even more. In addition, the identity of the breeder family is enough to prove that Bai Ruoxing is indeed a genius, and it can be called the best object for training. Just when Yuantian Yashida was thinking, Xing's helpless voice came. "Sorry, Mr. Yashida, my future goal is to open a breeder house. At this moment, Xing couldn't help but feel a little helpless. What day is it today? All kinds of big forces are rushing over to win him over. Come on, boy, think about it. Originally confident and full of confidence, Yashida was stunned for a moment and began to implement an uninterrupted harassment policy around Xing, completely without the slightest demeanor of a reasonable person. And Cynthia took out a bag of candy and ate it, looking at the scene in front of her happily, and made a mouth shape when Xing looked over. If you promised me before, you won't be harassed now. Speechless for a moment, Xing never expected that Cynthia would have such a black belly again. 24 hours later, in the restaurant on the ship. At this time, Xing sat face-on opposite Cynthia, who was gloating at his misfortune, with no expression on his face, and took out a pack of candy and put in the other's hand. Slowpoke brand candy, limited to 100 packs per year, don't laugh. Taking the candy with sparkling eyes, Cynthia immediately put away her smile. Her pretty face became serious and serious. As a foodie who loves ice cream, I also love candy very much. It's a pity that this brand of candy mega is hard to buy, and Cynthia can't buy it either. Booey, that's mine. But the little EV on Xing's head became excited instantly, flew over and started a fight with Cynthia. At this time, Yashida, who was beside Xing, spoke again. Young man, think about it. Young man, think about it, young man. Hearing the harassing 127 that had been going on for 24 hours, Xing collapsed and covered his forehead. The other party had been harassing him for 24 hours. Xing originally planned to go back to the room to avoid Yashida, but after the other party took out a copy of Caesar's breeder plan, he couldn't go back. That is the breeder method that directly reaches the elite level. Even Xing teachers need to spend several years to complete a copy. But Yashida didn't seem to plan to rely on this captivate Xing at all, but just repeated a sentence 24 hours a day to carry out mental attacks. At this moment, Xing doubted that the other contenders for the battle leader were also harassed by Yashida in this way. Okay, Uncle Yashida, I promise, but let me say first, I can't go to work on time, and I will punch a card when I have time. Finally unable to take it anymore, Xing said helplessly that it was not purely because of being harassed, but also because the other party's reward was too generous. He didn't want to, but he gave too much. Every year, there's a chance to conquer a Holy Land Pokémon, news from various gods, and a chance to obtain extremely precious treasures. These things cannot be obtained from the exchange system at all. They are all in the treasure troves of various organizations in last resort. For example, when Drake went to Baytown, he also used the Heavenly Wong Quan to obtain accurate information about the Sharon Dragon from the Alliance's internal data system. In the folk legendary, the polluted lake in Baytown was created by an unknown poisonous beast, so you can imagine how big the gap is. 4 elite-level masters. Sometimes even a little accident in the task information may lead to the end of death. As if he didn't react, Ahita was stunned for a full minute, then looked at Xing with joy and said, "No problem, young man, you will definitely become the pioneering brain of excellence." After saying that, Yashida took out a communicator, walked out of the restaurant with a smile, and found an excellent trainer who needed to contact his collaborators for follow-up deployment. In the plan, Battle Frontier needs some young and energetic trainers to support it, which is the best. It's just that in this day and age, it's so difficult to find a young, talented, capable, intelligent trainer who has no background. In Xing's impression, the last Battle Frontier seems to have only 1 or 2 young people, and the rest are uncles and grandpas. So Xing was quite puzzled at this time. What happened in the end, which caused the younger generation of trainers originally planned in the development zone to become almost all of the older generation of trainers in the end. Therefore, it is not difficult for Xing to understand Ahita's appearance. The era is broken, and there is a fault between the old generation of trainers and the new generation of trainers, which makes Ahita so eager. At this time, Cynthia and little EV had reached a consensus, each with a piece of candy in their mouths, looked at Xing and asked vaguely, "Xiao Bai, is that why you promised him?" "Boo boo booey? Ah Xing, are you just selling your body for resources?" eyes narrowed in a dangerous arc. Xing looked dangerously at the innocent little EV. "Why are you so skinny? You don't have to put on the roof tiles for a day." EV. Innocent.jpg. Xing. With a slight smile, Xing looked at Cynthia and asked, "Cynthia, do you like this candy? I still have a lot of it. I will give it to you for free. Do you want it?" EV was stunned suddenly, and his face changed greatly. "Booyee! Xing, I was wrong." Shouting, Evie jumped out of Cynthia's arms, lay on Xing's head, and kept charming. After hurting each other with little Evie for a while, Xing lowered his head and started to eat, and instead showed an inexplicable smile where Cynthia couldn't see. "I didn't expect that the road to the gymnasium was just deleted, and the Hoenn Alliance took the initiative to repair the road in front of me." Xing's lurking alliance has always been to reach the top, but after careful consideration, it does not intend to become the gymnasium owner. At this time, the Hoenn Alliance actually started the establishment of the battle frontier. Compare with the road to the gymnasium where the strong are like clouds and the competition is extremely terrifying. Battle frontier is obviously easier, although the rights may not be as good as the gymnasium owner. The high degree of freedom is exactly what Xing needs. The reason why Xing had been in a stalemate with Ahita for a long time was just for a little more freedom and a little more resource investment. Swallowing a mouthful of rice and raising his head again, Xing regained his helpless expression. His acting skills are quite good. A few hours later, Xing was still sitting in the dining room, flipping through a stack of materials in his hand, and Cynthia had already gone to the deck to fight. Unlike Xing, who only likes to fight with the strong, Cynthia is quite interested in even low-level battles. She loves to fight, regardless of whether rival is strong or weak. But it's clear that Cynthia is only really excited about fighting against the strong. The little Evie looked at the two little Vulpix and kept complaining about Xing's evil deeds. He glanced helplessly at the three little guys on the dining table, and Xing lowered his head again. Flipping through the materials in his hand, Xing found that his road to pioneering areas was not as smooth as he imagined, and he was rightly favored by Ahita and Alliance. But Yashida is only one of the 3.5 founders of Battle Frontier, and the people in power in the Alliance also have many factions. The forces in all aspects are intricate, and one or two members of the Dark Organization may even be mixed in. Xing is the best example. The Chris family behind Xing, if Riddy was still alive, would naturally have a great voice, but after Riddy's fall, the power of the Chris family has been shrinking day by day. Many people in the family want to get the position of pioneering brain. After all, although it may not be as good as the position of the owner at the beginning, the potential for long-term development is definitely not low. And from the moment Xing agreed to Ahita, he was naturally a member of his faction and became a competitor with other participants. Looking at the photos and documents in his hand, Xing's eyes gradually filled with malice and banter. Interesting. 5 days later, in a community, in a tall building, in a common house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, Xing was sitting on a futon, holding a glass of ice water in his hand. In front of him was a middle-aged woman with an extremely calm face, holding a cup of warm tea emitting heat. The eyes of the 2 little Vulpix were shining with red-blue superpower light, and they were engaged in a silent superpower confrontation with the opposite Soul Rock and Moon Rock, who were also shining with red-blue superpower light. The whole room was extremely quiet, but there was a terrifying and strange atmosphere. No matter any creature stepped into the room, it would instantly stand up. Half an hour later, the 2 little Vulpix and the 2 floating rocks took back Psychic at the same time, but the 2 little Vulpix showed confident and cute smiles on their faces. "Here's what you want, go ahead." Seeing the scene in front of her, the middle-aged woman's face was still extremely calm. She lightly wiped the space bracelet. A pink and yellow heart-shaped badge and a pokeball appeared in her hands, and handed them to Xing. After lowering his head, Xing straightened up and took the badge and pokeball, stood up and walked out of this ordinary house, while the 2 little Vulpix followed closely behind. Boom! With the sound of the door closing, The middle-aged woman in 02 drank the last sip of warm tea in the teacup, then stood up and walked to the kitchen to start cooking, as if nothing happened just now normal. The strange scene in front of him was Xing's gymnasium battle. Unlike common trainer, he was facing the real gym owner of Moss Deep Gym. This is the most mysterious owner of the 8 representative gymnasiums. All challengers can only see her 2 daughters, and there is no news of her on the internet. From the second Xing stepped into this city, a kind of deep feeling was guiding him. Until he found this house, a strange sense of enlightenment emerged in his heart. From the beginning to the end, except for the sentence that the middle-aged woman said when she gave badge, there was no sound in the whole room. At the gate of the community, Cynthia is hugging little Evie. Each of them is holding a piece of ice cream, eating happily, a quite harmonious scene. Cynthia has difficulty choosing, but Ditto doesn't, so one is in charge of paying and the other is in charge of selection. The cooperation is quite tacit, but there seems to be something wrong. The combination of beauties and cute pets has a high rate of attracting attention and turning heads, and there are many men who want to strike up a conversation. But as soon as he takes the first step, he will be scared away by Cynthia's cold gaze and little Evie's murderous eyes. One of the most annoying behaviors for foodies is to disturb them while eating, which is comparable to Outrage, who directly touches the dragon Pokémon without permission. Either die with dignity or die without dignity. There's no third choice. Seeing Xing come out, Cynthia and Evie waved their little hands happily. Xiaobai, you finally came out. Evie, so slow.jpg. With a slight smile, Xing walked over, looked at the two, and said, "Let's go, I got the badge. Fighting with Psychic is really boring." Although he's also a Psychic, this does not prevent Xingdis from others of his kind. He doesn't like to use Psychic in battle unless he himself fights in hand-to-hand combat. Putting the little EV on Xing's head and then conjuring an ice cream out of nowhere and handing it to Xing, Cynthia had an unexpected expression on her face. I just said that fighting those guys back then was extremely boring. As if recalling the previous battle, Cynthia looked disgusted, and a purple flower that only Xing could see nodded in agreement. Pokémon, Spiritome, Qualification Evaluation, Deep Purple, Gold. Nodding in agreement, Xing took the ice cream and took a bite, but he ate the ice cream shortly after drinking the ice water, and Xing immediately had a toothache. I forgot. Rubbing his own cheeks, Xing walked in front with a wry smile and handed the ice cream to the little EV who had just finished eating one on his head and was still in full swing. Taking the ice cream happily, little EV licked it happily. At this time, Cynthia looked at Xing expectantly and said, "Xiaobai, let's go shopping." Hearing Cynthia's words, Xing couldn't help being a little surprised. When did Cynthia have a hobby of shopping, which doesn't fit the other person's personality? I heard that there's a special durian-flavored ice cream here. It must be very special. Just when Xing was puzzled, Cynthia said the next sentence, directly breaking his doubt. Cynthia is still the same Cynthia. Hearing Cynthia's words, little Evie also had a look of anticipation, and her little feet kept touching Xing's forehead, obviously wanting to go. The minority obeys the majority, so Xing had no choice but to take out a map and take the two to the shopping street, hoping to end it soon. 3 hours later, Xing sat exhausted on a chair by the street, staring blankly at white cloud on soaring in the sky. So, why did it turn into a day trip to the food street, even though it was just eating ice cream? Besides, isn't this a shopping street? Why are there so many delicacies on sale? But looking at the tall buildings in front of him, Xing seemed to have returned to that world in an instant. The similarity was really high. At this time, a Pidgey landed on Xing's arm, tilting his head and looking at Xing curiously. He took out a piece of berry bread and handed it to Pidgey. After watching him leave, he shook his head slightly, and Xing looked at a person and a Pokémon who were ordering smoothies across the street. Xing generally understood why the owner chose to live in seclusion here. The population flow is too large, and there are many traces of Pokémon. It is indeed a good place to hide. However, the other party's psychic seems to be not simple. The two daughters travel between the community and the gymnasium every day, but no one notices that something is wrong. It should be the effect of spiritual hints. So it's no wonder that every trainer will cultivate a Pokémon of the evil type or ghost type for self-defense, but the superpower type is a bit weird. But fortunately, only the psychic from the elite level have such a terrifying ability, and the entire Pokémon world does not have more than one elite level with 170 power. And it seems that because of some weird restrictions, almost all psychic players with powerful talents are women, such as Sabrina, Catlia, and Olympia just now. But it seems that each region has an elite. Little Bai, try this. Just when Xing was thinking, Cynthia handed over a bowl of smoothie and then grabbed Xing, who had a loveless face, and ran to the next stall. Cynthia's physical fitness is quite terrifying. It can be said that Xing will be completely abused in a head-to-head confrontation without the power of you. During the system's detection, there's a terrifying power circulating in Cynthia's body, strengthening the body while protecting Cynthia. Even Xing's ghostly power can't compete with it. So, take some time to learn fighting skills. Sighing lightly, Xing decided to go back and practice fighting skills to strengthen his physical fitness. Although the power of the ghost is powerful, most of its effect is to strengthen the mental power, and it can only have a short-term temporary effect on the strengthening of the body, and it is not long-lasting. This is probably the so-called specialization in the art industry. Following behind Cynthia, thoughtfully, Xing scooped up a sip of smoothie. This smoothie tastes pretty good. Entering the smoothie, the sweetness of the fruit hits the face. Xing frowned lightly. It tastes good. The natural energy in the Pokémon world is extremely abundant, and the fruits are delicious. Come back and buy 100 copies. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is tired and lazy. At this time, even Cynthia and Evie sat on the chairs with tired faces. At this time, there were not many tourists. Looking at the two guys who have turned into Fein Na and Waste Boo, Xing has no expression on his face. He was more lively than anyone else a few minutes ago, and became lazy than anyone else in an instant. Looking around, Xing understood why these two foodies suddenly lost their fighting spirit. As far as the eye can see, all kinds of gourmet food are gone, replaced by various beauty shops. They seem to have left the beauty street. No wonder these two guys are not interested. Although Cynthia has top-notch looks, she doesn't care about her appearance. For Evie, whose body is ditto, her appearance can't be changed at will. Cosmetologists can be regarded as a derivative occupation of the breeder family. They mainly serve the coordinator and trainer of the contest competition, but some are dispensable. Contest, Invincible Vivi Beauty Shop? Looking at the name of the beauty shop, which is completely different from other beauty shops, like a clear lotus in the mud, Xing became a little confused. Is it the Vivi he remembered? The opponent didn't play many games, but Xing was quite impressed, mainly because he was attracted by the opponent's breeder concept. In Vivi's view, the hidden strength behind the beauty is the real beauty of Pokémon. Therefore, Vivi's beauty for Pokémon mostly advocates bringing out the charm of Pokémon itself and enhancing its strength, rather than messy hairstyles or clothing. For example, Vulpix, Vivi will prepare special sugar water for it to make its voice more cute and lethal, instead of wearing weird clothes on it. Because of his own philosophy, Vivi is not welcomed by those coordinator, but some trainers often find Vivi for Pokémon breeder instead. There is also the help of these trainers. Unlike the common beautician who can only live in one place, Vivi can travel around the whole world and constantly train herself. There are also many people who persuade Vivi to change jobs and become breeders, and many breeders have offered to accept apprentices, and there is even a master-level existence among them. It's just that in the end, they were all rejected by Vivi. Let's go. I've been shopping with you for so long. It's time to accompany me. Picking up Bao Na and Bao Bu, who were not interested, Xing walked towards Vivi's beauty shop. Regarding the other party's breeder technique and breeder philosophy, he still wanted to experience it for himself. It is also good for him to communicate with such an excellent beautician. An hour later, in the snow beauty shop, two Vulpix, little Eevee, and Audino are lying comfortably on the sofa on one side, while Cynthia is sitting happily among the Pokémon, hugging the children. Soft, fluffy, so comfortable. Cynthia really didn't expect that Xing, a brutal practical trainer, would actually raise so many cute Pokémon. On the other side, Xing is talking with Vivi. So your main focus on Vulpix's breeder is the weather? That's right, because Vulpix's ability is sunshine, not flash fire, so I put most of my energy into the development of weather. With the communication, Xing became more serious. Unlike Xing, Vivi's Vulpix is an extremely rare sunshine ability. Therefore, Vivi's breeder for Vulpix is mainly focused on the development of weather ability, and the level is quite high. Vivi's Vulpix can already achieve the level of Sunny Day. The 3 levels of sunny weather are divided into Sunny, Sunny Day, and Hot Summer. Vivi's Vulpix is in the 2nd level. It can be said that Vivi's breeder ability can be seen by raising the weather control to the 2nd level before evolution. If Xing's Vulpix evolves to add sunshine ability, then Vivi's breeder solution is very meaningful. You can't find if the weather is rock, but it can let Vulpix get more sun. I also have a special massage method here. Just wait a moment. After saying that, Vivi stood up and walked toward the door, which should be a storage room or something. Xing looked at the little Icerus and began to think, basking in the sun, if you live in the snow, can the weather intensity of the little Icerus increase with time? After all, the rare degree of weather rock is still too scary. It would be better if the natural scenery of assist can be used to increase the intensity of the weather. After thinking for a while, Xing took out the communicator and started searching. Let me see, the holy land of ice element. A few minutes later, Xing reluctantly put down the communicator. There are indeed many ice-type holy places, and many of them are in snow all year round. It's just that he can't stay in a holy land for a long time, and he can't stay in one place for a long time, let alone the extreme weather like snow. Let's find a way to collect icy rock, but the Chris family doesn't know if there is no Chi rock. Thinking of the big family behind him who specializes in ice, Xing's eyes brightened. After all, there was an elite once. Although it was a steel type, it might have a weather rock. It doesn't have to be icy rock as long as it is combined with heat rock, smooth rock, any one of the 3 weather rocks is fine. At this time, Vivi also came back, handed a note to Xing, and said with a smile, Mr. Bai, this is a massage technique I specially made for Vulpix, and it may be helpful to you. Seriously took the notebook and carefully put it away. Xing also took out a notebook from the space bracelet and handed it to Vivi. This is the development method of the special flame, and it is more suitable for Vulpix. Puzzled, he took the notes, and as he flipped through them, Vivi gradually became amazed. You must know that the development method of the special flame is also more precious than the development method of the weather. In the notes, Xing analyzed and deduced from the pirated orbs several special flame development methods suitable for the Vulpix family. There are various special recipes recorded in it, which can effectively increase the strength of the flame and endow it with special abilities. Vivi just gave Xing the note, for Li, out of goodwill and willingness to share her knowledge, and she never expected to receive such a precious gift in return. In fact, this is the way the breeders communicate with each other. It may not be fair to exchange knowledge for knowledge, but it is absolutely fair to the breeders. Mr. Bai, thank you for your note. For Vivi, this note is quite precious. As long as the knowledge in it is applied to Vulpix, it may be possible to complete the evolution soon. Nodding his head, Xing glanced unhappily at Cynthia, who was still immersed in happiness. He was a heroic trainer at first, but he revealed his true nature within a few days. With a sigh, at this moment, Vivi looked at Xing and asked again, I still have some questions to ask, please. Miss Vivi, don't be so polite. Your knowledge is of great help to me. Then in this berry puree. Mr. Bai, Miss Cynthia, goodbye. Standing at the door of the beauty salon, Vivi said goodbye to Xing and Cynthia, and they also said goodbye to Vivi with a chuckle. In addition to Xing, Cynthia also received some advice on training. Vivi is worthy of the name of a genius, and came up with a set of massage methods for Gabite's current situation. Help Gabite can effectively soothe the mood and complement Xing's recipes. Walking on the street, Cynthia took out 3 documents and put them together and began to check them. Cynthia laughed happily as she flipped through the pages. Looking at the happy Cynthia, Xing was a little curious. What's wrong? So happy. You could try to molt for the 8th time. Professor Rowan's breeder program, Xing's special recipe, Vivi's special massage method. The materials of the 3 are combined, and the programs of 3 talented polymaths are integrated. You can actually try to make Gabite try to complete the 8th molt before going to the Dragon Conference. It seems simple, but even a master breeder may take months to years to overcome this problem. But now, Cynthia met noble people one after another and easily solved the problem of the 8th shedding, and will soon be able to complete the last molting, owning a final evolved quasi-god Pokémon, Lilbite Shark. 743 Xiaobai. Are you really not going to join the temple? After flipping through the last page of information, Cynthia looked at Xing and sent out another invitation. It would be best to bring Vivi and Professor Rowan closer to the team. Just imagine, Professor who specializes in Pokémon research, Xing who is good at making recipes, Vivi who is very talented in massage, and Cynthia who is talented in fighting, is enough to form an excellent team. It's a pity that several people couldn't get together, let alone Xing. Vivi traveled the world, and Professor Rowan belonged to the Region Alliance, so it is impossible to belong to the Temple forces. I really can't help it. I belong to the world, so I can't be Miss Cynthia's exclusive breeder home. After saying something jokingly, Xing stepped forward and entered the street where the flow of people began to increase again. Little Evie looked up at Cynthia, whose head was tilted, not knowing why, and patted her forehead helplessly. Bye. If you don't follow, you'll get lost. Oh. Seemingly able to understand little Evie's words. Normal. Cynthia smelling salts came over, quickly followed Xing, and said with a cute expression, Xiaobai, let's go to the food street again. That's shopping. Forget it, let's go. Boy, smoothie. Okay, Sha. A few days later, in Rustboro City, Xing and Du Yan were sitting opposite each other, their faces very serious, while little Evie was lying on the side, exuding an elite-level aura. Ditto made the cut. Elite. When did this happen? While on the boat yesterday. Do you think I believe it? Anyway, I believe it. Looking at the upright, shameless guy with a face full of black lines, Du Yan was a little helpless. It was too unreliable. Looking at the opposite, Du Yan, who might go berserk at any time, Xing was quite happy, as if he had avenged his revenge for being beaten by the vegetable ant in the restaurant. That's right, it's that narrow-minded. Seeing that Xing was still laughing, Du Yan became more and more irritable. Stinky boy, what a joke. Is there anything you can do for the apprentice assessment in 3 days' time? Look at this. Finally, before Du Yan was about to hit someone, Xing looked at Evie beside him and nodded. Receiving the command from Xing, little Evie stood up and jumped out, and the light began to overflow, and the figure was hidden in it. The Cetopolis-like light covered the whole body, and while the figure was constantly changing, a little monster with fierce eyes appeared on the floor, and Du Yan looked over it in puzzlement. Larvitar, ditto transform. Show me. No, this is a high-level aura. How did you do that, kid? In just 1 minute, Du Yan's face changed constantly, from puzzlement to surprise to doubt, which can be said to be quite exciting. Without directly answering Du Yan's question, Xing first looked at Larvitar and nodded, and after getting the information, Larvitar transformed again, and what appeared was an elite sizer. The last one is a little EV lying in Xing's arms. Its strength fluctuates very strangely. When it is strong, it has an elite level, and when it is weak, it doesn't even have a low level. This is Xing's new development of EV Flash's ability, the changeable strength version, with its own highest strength as the upper limit, and can freely control the level of strength. This ability is not only used to deal with gymnasium battles, it is also more and more guaranteed for Xing to switch identities and protect his own personal safety. Without asking too much, Yin just glanced at Qi Xing and little Evie with a strange expression and then nodded in satisfaction. There is no need to ask about his family's affairs so clearly. By the way, what happened to that white pine? Yin, written by Su Xing, asked after avenging a small revenge. It's not bad. Half a month ago, he was carried out from the Dying Mountains half dead, and it's not a problem to pit a wave of rocks. Although his face was still dissatisfied, Yin still sighed. That's not pitting. That's retribution. Qi Xing corrected Yin with a serious face, looking like a good boy, but the malice in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Looking at each other, both Qi Xing and Yin could see the playfulness in each other's eyes, and they laughed at the same time. The Rock Guild should return the property to its original owner, the one with the surname Bai. I just don't know, which white is it? After speaking meaningfully, Yin started to chase people away. Stinky boy, get out. Your Xingy teacher is always worried about you, Xiao Wan. Xiao Ming also miss you. Go and see them. By the way, it's good for you to bring back that child, and I also added an investment. Smiling and waving, Qi Xing walked out with little Evie. Yin said it was an investment. Rather, he used this reason to help himself. Wait a minute, Xingy teacher, where are Kenan and Jenny's dreams? Hello, young Master Bai. Everyone seems to be at Pokémon Academy today. Okay, sorry to trouble you. After stopping an apprentice to inquire, Qi Xing took out the communicator, sent 2 messages, and then walked out of the gymnasium and walked towards the Pokémon Academy. It's really not a holiday today, and I didn't notify anyone when I came back. Only Yin, the owner of the gymnasium, will stay in the gymnasium safely. Soon, Qi Xing was standing at the door of Pokémon Academy, waiting for someone. Soon, the blonde girl Cynthia ran over with 3 boxes of takoyaki and handed 2 of them to Fong Zhixing and little Evie. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner later. After receiving the takoyaki, Qi Xing said helplessly, watching Cynthia's cheeks puff up from eating takoyaki. Is this the first time we met at that restaurant? His desserts are delicious. Following Qi Xing, Cynthia asked while eating takoyaki with a look of nostalgia on her face, as if she liked that restaurant very much. Then go there and eat. Walking into the ultramodern academy, Qi Xing headed towards his destination, with Cynthia holding Evie at his side. The combination of handsome men, beautiful women, and cute pets has a high rate of turning heads and attracting attention. But because of the creepy aura of the 3, no one dares to step forward. It's just that both Qi Xing and Cynthia are trainers who have experienced life and death. On the surface, they seem to be normal people's contest conditions, no different from ordinary people. But the inner nerves have long been different from ordinary people, such as Qi Xing. Changing identities is like split personality, so the 2 of them don't care about these gazes. According to the last route, Qi Xing came to Xing Yi teacher's laboratory first. According to the situation, Kenan should be teaching the children in Wanghua at this time, and Jinny Meng should be handling affairs in the Breeders' Guild. It was just a little unexpected that everyone gathered in Xing Yi teacher's laboratory. Jinny Meng, Kenan, and Wanghua gathered together. When Qi Xing took out the key card and walked in, everyone looked over. When they saw Qi Xing, everyone froze, and then a smile appeared on their faces. Xiaobai, you are finally back. Brother, have you encountered any interesting rock Pokemon? Boss, I want to go on a trip with you. Everything is quiet. Xing, come and sit down and rest first. Hearing the chaotic voices, Qi Xing smiled unconsciously, took steps, and walked in with Cynthia, who was holding Evie. When everyone saw the figure of a blonde girl behind Qi Xing, they couldn't help casting probing and curious gazes. Hi everyone, my name is Cynthia from Sinnoh. Without the slightest softness at all, Cynthia regained the heroic and generous elegance when she saw Qi Xing for the first time. It's just that Qi Xing, who was standing by the side, was quite speechless looking at this blonde girl with first-class acting skills. She can act quite well. In an instant, the girls left Qi Xing behind and started asking various questions around Cynthia. Kenan, Miss Cynthia, may I have a look at your gabite? Mwangwa, Sister Cynthia, I want to watch it too. Jenny dreamed, Sister Cynthia, I want it too. Looking at Jenny Meng, who was taken away by the other 2 girls, Completely forgetting that she is 2 years older than Cynthia, Qi Xing has black lines all over her head. Fortunately, she didn't become a policeman, otherwise she might not be able to recognize the criminal walking by. Looking at the children making a fuss, Xing Yi teacher chuckled and shook his head, looked at Qi Xing and said, "How is this period? Is there any danger?" "Teacher, don't worry. Anyone who can put me in danger is a good person." Announcing the good but not the bad, Qi Xing replied with a smile. He didn't want Xing Yi teacher to worry about him. Besides, he was indeed more like a bad guy in comparison. "But the children at home have become interesting. I'll show you later." Nodding the pokeball on his waist, Xing smiled. "Go talk to the children first. They miss you very much." Xing Yi teacher lightly smiled after tidying up Qi Xing's hair like a mother for a child. After a while, Qi Xing put on the white robe and glasses and started observing Gabite with Xing Yi teacher and Jenny Ming. "Xiao Bai, this level of development is too scary." "Senior sister, can we speak more completely?" "Xiao Ming, Xing, don't make trouble." "Well, what's the matter?" Speechlessly staring at each other, Qi Xing and Xing Yi teacher were only confused. Jenny really couldn't do anything and silently began to check Gabite. Confusedly looking at her junior brother and teacher, Jenny Ming still didn't understand what happened, so she had to focus on checking Gabite. The three girls on the side listened to their conversation. Cynthia tilted her head and showed a puzzled look, while Kenan and Nwangwa lowered their heads, their pretty faces glowing lovely red. Compared with Cynthia, who has practiced Pokémon since she was a child, kept practicing and learning all kinds of knowledge, the other two girls obviously have more contact with the internet and know more about all kinds of knowledge. So a little bit. Eyes shifted back to the trio, inspecting Gabite, constantly taking out various instruments for measurement, writing and drawing on the record board in his hand. Gabite's various body data were quickly analyzed and recorded. After Qi Xing and Jenny Ming finished recording, they handed the record board to Xing Yi teacher, and then Qi Xing turned on the system to scan to see how far his record was from the system. "It's still too bad." Frowning and putting away the system panel, although Qi Xing's breeder ability is enough to assess the intermediate level, there is still a big gap compared with the system's scanning system. Zero asked for flowers 0. 15-year-old mid-level breeders are rare in the entire history of the Alliance. Even the Xing Yi teacher was promoted at the age of 20. At this time, Xing Yi teacher also completed the recording, holding a pen and constantly making revisions on the 3 records, and the 3 breeder plans were gradually released. Xing, Xiao Ming, come and take a look." After checking for the last time, Xing Yi teacher waved towards Xing and Jenny Ming. They came to the table and sat down. The two picked up the edited report and looked at it. The gap was quite obvious. Qi Xing and Jenny Ming were crushed mercilessly by Xing Yi teacher. Xing Yi teacher is only 1 step away from the master level, but only 1 achievement short, but there is no problem in terms of knowledge. 0. From this breeder plan, it can be seen that Xing Yi teacher has only slightly modified the plan of Qi Xing and Jenny Ming. In addition, the breeder plan designed by Xing Yi teacher made Qi Xing's eyes shine, which was different from his eagerness for quick success. Xing Yi teacher advocated weakening part of Gabite's energy first. Although it may not be perfect, it can allow Gabite to complete the 9th molt without any problems. Jenny Ming's breeder plan is not simple. Similar to Xing Yi teacher's plan, she wants to reduce energy by making props and curb Gabite's evolution. "Cynthia, you should discuss it with Gabite." After reading it, Qi Xing solemnly handed the 3 breeder plans to Cynthia and Gabite. This is their path, and only they can make a decision. 10 minutes later, Cynthia put down the document in her hand and wrote that Gabite looked at each other seriously for a long time. "I see, Gabite." Looking into Gabite's eyes, Cynthia nodded. "Gabite and I choose Xiaobai's plan." After seeing it with Cynthia and Gabite, they still chose Qi Xing's plan. "If you want to reach the top, you must be perfect, and there must be no shortage." Qi Xing's plan is extremely unstable, but isn't the trainer's path full of danger and darkness? And they have come to this day likewise. Seeing that Cynthia and Gabite chose Qi Xing's plan, Xing Yi's teacher smiled happily and he would be very happy to be a teacher if his disciple was excellent than himself. At least, that's how she is. 2 hours later, in a restaurant, Jenny Ming and Cynthia were sweeping the delicacies on the table. Kenan was serving food for little Evie, and Nguyen took advantage of this to harass Xing. "Boss, I really want to travel. Is the homework done? Is the Pokemon training done? Is a route planned? Written. Done. Planned. Forehead." Being choked by the little girl who seemed to have planned it long ago, Xing didn't expect that this child didn't play cards according to the routine. However, children in the Pokemon world are precocious, so it is naturally impossible to be the same as that world, and there are many excellent routines. Rubbing Nguyen's little head, Xing thought for a while and said, "The Evergrande Conference is 2 months later. I'll take you there. Let's have a bite." After all, the girl's heart is still lively, and it's not good to suppress it for too long, and it's not bad to take 040 out for a trip occasionally. "Boss is so kind. I will never speak ill of you again." Hearing Xing's answer, Nguyen said with a smile, but Xing's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. "Smelly girl, are you speaking ill of me?" Wu laughed a big, Chiu begging Fong release fruit over. It was too late to run. The girl's cute little face was constantly deformed in the boy's hands, pitifully begging for mercy. Seeing Nguyen's pitiful appearance, Xing pinched Nguyen's cheek angrily and then let it go. "Thank you for not killing me, boss. Boss eats meat." Nguyen, who had escaped from death for a few seconds, came up again and kept putting meat in Xing's bowl. Looking at the silly girl in front of him, Xing actually laughed. Unlike hunters and Team Rockets, he has high hopes for Nguyen and has also taken over the responsibility of taking care of Nguyen from Nguyen's father and mother. So he naturally hopes that she can maintain this kindness and happiness. The same is true for Oriki Suzu, which is why Xing sent her to Sinnoh on a long-term mission to find Pokemon, and the dirty work is done by himself. He is very selfish. As long as the people around him are good enough, other things, as long as they don't harm his family members, even if the world is destroyed, it has nothing to do with him. He was never a nice guy. "Okay, I'm going to order dessert. What do you want?" "Whatever." Time's in. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Xing turned around and walked out. Fortunately, he understood the hobbies of the girls. Otherwise, he might be killed. "My lord, you are back." As soon as the door was closed, a figure walked over from the side and said to Xing very respectfully. Glancing at the figure coldly, Xing stepped forward and said at the same time, "How was the Pokemon training? Are you sure about the apprenticeship assessment in 3 days' time?" Hearing Xing's extremely indifferent words, Bai Song quickly said, "I'm sure. In 3 days I will definitely defeat the apprentices of the Rock Guild. Retire and behave well in 3 days." Nodding, Xing ignored Bai Song, went to the front desk, ordered some desserts, and then returned to the box. But Bai Song watched Xing return to the room and slowly heaved a sigh of relief. His psychological shadow on Xing is really not small, and he would rather go to the Dian Mountains again than contact Xing. In the room, Xing stretched out his hand and buried his face in the big bowl. The little Eevee, who was drinking juice, picked up, took out a tissue, and wiped Eevee's small mouth. "Usually I didn't cheat on you. Why do you feel like a starving ghost when you encounter something delicious?" Xing said helplessly, wiping Eevee's small mouth. "Bui, bui. Pokemon are in the rivers and lakes, eating meat with big mouthfuls and drinking with big bowls." With 2 little feet together, Eevee called out with a serious face. "Boom!" Knocking little Eevee on the head, Xing said with black lines all over his head, "I told you a story back then, but I didn't ask you to do it." Covering her little head, little Eevee looked at Xing with disbelief. Even a trainer has to be reasonable. "Xiaobai, don't bully Eevee." Just when Xing was about to ravage Eevee, 2 voices rang out in unison, snatching Eevee away. One is Cynthia, a foodie girl who has the same hobbies as Eevee, and the other is Jenny Ming, a confused girl who is confused by little Eevee's beauty. Looking at the little Eevee, who was protected by the 2, with a proud face, Xing was unable to hold his forehead. Pokemon grew up, and trainer couldn't control it anymore. But a few minutes later, little EV was our ****D while lying in Qi Xing's arms, while eating Slowpoke brand candy. With a painful and happy expression, the two girls on the opposite side looked speechless. Tough little EV, a bag of candy can sell you. After giving little EV a set of operations called Ravages, which is actually a massage, Dongxing, who was a little tired, picked up the water in front of him and drank it. After all, the new effect of the flash ability has just been developed, and it must be constantly stimulated and cultivated to bring out its effect quickly. At this time, Nuangua beside Qi Xing handed over an electronic screen. Boss, the major seed players of the Evergrande Conference, but it's too early now, and many people haven't collected the badge yet. After taking over the electronic screen, Qi Xing rubbed Nuangua's little head before looking at the data on the electronic screen. This thing is actually meaningless. With Qi Xing's elite-level strength, if he hadn't condensed a special fire stone to evolve Vulpix for the opportunity of contact with a holy flame, he would have never been able to participate in the Evergrande Conference. In the rival above the conference, Qi Xing was mostly unable to raise any desire to fight. As long as Scolipede, Sizer, and Ditto played, they basically crushed the game. Not to mention the elite level. Even Common's quasi-elite will not be Qi Xing's rival, unless a quasi-elite like Du Yin and Norman play to completely abuse Qi Xing. But this is impossible. After all, one of the restrictions of the Region Conference is that only trainers who have debuted within 3 years can participate, but a trainer who can become an elite within 3 years is already called a genius. Facing such a genius, all major forces will try to win him over, and the rewards of the Evergrande Conference will not be so attractive to him, so naturally he will not participate. At the same time, there's a gap in the era. The number of genius trainers in this era is extremely rare, and they all look down on the existence of Conference 4.2. For example, Steven, Cynthia, etc. Their goals are all directed at the elite battle. If Qi Xing has no demand for the Holy Flame, he should also be preparing for the Masterless battle. Those who are slightly stronger, most of the children of the gymnasium owner have been staying in the gymnasium, and the strongest one who start to travel now is the Vine Tree in Dewford Town, but it is too late to collect 8 badges. For various reasons, the gold content of the Region Conference is not as high as it used to be, but now there will be 1 or 2 dark horses every year, which may pose a threat to Qi Xing. After reading the information, Qi Xing chuckled, handed the electronic screen to Nuangua, looked at the girl's cute expression begging for praise, and said directly, "Nice job. Then it's done. Take me to the conference in 2 months." Hearing Qi Xing's praise, Nuangua's face was full of joy and expectation. A day later, on the battlefield behind the Rustboro gym, Shelder, Ice Shard Cone Attack. Hearing the trainer's order, the Shelder, shaped like a huge shell, opened its mouth wide, and shot 5 fist-sized icicle spears at the opposite Snowbaihu. Seeing the size and speed of Ice Shard, Qi Xing nodded with satisfaction, but after a few weeks of training, this level is already very good for a rookie trainer. In addition, through shaping the shape, the Ice Shard skill has been transformed into the shape of Icicle Spear, which has stronger lethality and is much more practical than Icicle Spear. And according to Nuangua's command, the development of Ice Shard is obviously not just a variant of the Cone Attack. There should be many tactics. Icirus, Icy Wind. The little Icirus opened his mouth lightly, and a small but fierce cold wind whizzed out, not only turning the 5 icicle spears toward Shelder, but also increasing the strength of the icicle spears. Shelder, dodge in the direction of 6 o'clock. Nuangua responded quite quickly, but Shelder's own mobility is not good, and Icy Wind caused 02 to freeze. Although he dodged in the right direction in time, he was finally hit by 3 strengthened icicle spears and lost his fighting ability in an instant. Good performance. Although Nuangua lost, Qi Xing was very satisfied. The talent Nuangua showed was really excellent. All 10 Ice Shard skills have been fully utilized. Cynthia on the side also looked at Nuangua with admiration. He thought that Qi Xing trainer and the breeders were very talented, but he didn't expect the ability to read people to be so good. Hearing Qi Xing's compliment, Nwangwa said happily, "Thank you, boss." The Shelder who was being hugged was also sticking out his tongue quite happily. Looking at the happy Nwangwa, Xing was also very pleased. It's time to find a special evolutionary stone. Not wanting to waste Nwangwa and Shelder's excellent talent, Xing intends to find a water stone with perfect quality and special effects for it, which can best be integrated into the power of Ice God Pillar Regice. At this time, a Pokémon with a gorgeous film on its head and a light blue body, which looked like a long-necked dragon, walked over, but its size was quite small, only half a meter. This Pokémon is just the fossilized Pokémon, Amora. To be precise, it is a baby Amora who has just been revived, so the size is so small. And this Amora is the Pokémon that Duyin invested in Nwangwa. Xing didn't study its value carefully, but Xing can judge how precious it is from its aptitude. Pokémon, Amora, Baby, Ability, Snowfall, Qualification Evaluation, Light Purple. The aptitude of Shallow Purple and the revived fossil Pokémon are enough for Precious, not to mention the Snow ability that can be used as a Weather Hand. In addition, it is in the first form, and it has not even passed the infancy period. It is extremely malleable, and its various values add up to no less than some quasi-god Pokémon with low qualifications. When he first saw Amora last night, Xing almost suspected that Lao Du had lost his mind and went crazy. Such a perfect Pokémon was actually given away as soon as he said it. However, when Xing inquired, he only got one sentence. "It will be fine for you to set up your home in the Rustboro gym in the future." Just one sentence blocked the rest of Xing's words. Anyway, if he opens a breeder house in the future, it doesn't matter where he lives. It's better to live in a gymnasium. Besides, after Du Yin becomes an elite, he will definitely travel the entire Pokémon world. Xing is really worried about Kennen guarding the gym alone. With another organization like the Rock Guild, Kennen might not be able to defend the Rustboro gym. At this time, Cynthia came up, looked at Nwangwa, and said, "Want to play a battle with me?" The words were filled with a lot of interest. Pulling Nwangwa behind him, Xing complained to Cynthia, "You are at least a high-level Pokémon. What a ghost, bullying children is not like this." Dazed for a moment, the fighting spirit dissipated and the golden-haired idiot became embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Xiaobai. I forgot." After complaining about Cynthia, who was dazzled by the fighting spirit, Xing looked at Nwangwa again and said, "Guazi, you're not in a hurry to cultivate a third Pokémon now. Take your time, understand?" Nwangwa is not as precarious as Xing when he first debuted. With so many backers to open the way, it can be said to be a perfect start, so the cultivation of Pokémon can be done slowly. Nwangwa is also quite obedient, nodding seriously. "Got it, boss. I will follow your orders." Although the girl is innocent, she is not stupid. She can tell who is good to her. She can feel Xing's cherishment and love, so she trusts Xing so much. Smiling and rubbing Nwangwa's little head, Xing began to conceive of the future path for Nwangwa, which is suitable for Nwangwa's Hail Team configuration, how to match it better. After all, using Amora as a weather player is different from the Abomasnow he had imagined before, and various configurations must be readjusted. Abomasnow has a fairly mature set of tactics, and when combined it is like a stance, unable to fight at all, but it is a bit fiercely targeted by the fire system. Aurorus is huge and inconvenient to move, but the special attack is very good. It can take into account the position of the turret, and there are many configurations around the settings of the weather hand and the turret. First of all, a Meat Shield Pokémon is needed to stand by Amora's side to block sneak attacks from the dark or targeted attacks from the enemy. The evolution of Shelder, Cloyster, has a very strong defense just to protect Aurorus. When Du Yin gave Amora to Nwangwa, he should have thought about it for 900 years, and he would send it out after confirming that it was quite suitable for Nwangwa. The defense of the three pillars is not simple. You can try to find resources related to Regice and purify them. In this way, you may be able to give Cloyster an extremely terrifying defense. Mamoswine also has a very good defensive power, plus a team doctor. Milotic can be considered, and by the way, he can be used as a co-attacker to prevent fire Pokémon. Plus, Boo Xing, what are you thinking? As the train of thought continued to expand, Xing's eyes gradually lit up, but little Evie's voice suddenly sounded, and his big eyes looked at him suspiciously. Looking at those clear eyes, Xing was slightly stunned, but then shook his head helplessly. After all, Nguangua had to walk the road of trainer by himself. Trainers taming Pokémon is not as simple as imagined. It is possible that at a certain time, if they meet a certain Pokémon, they will become each other's family members. This is not a so-called plan. The relationship between Pokémon and trainer has never been that simple. They're the best friends, the most tacit partners, and even family members, the kind of life and death. Taking out a light blue book from the space bracelet and rubbing it lightly for a while, Xing handed it to Nguangua with a smile. Good performance, reward for you. Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard. After taking the book, Iguis said happily, there's still a problem here. Your cone-shaped ice shard may be good, but as the old saying goes, what if Rival is a flying-type Pokémon with a gust move? Not to mention the flying Pokémon, but if Rival has a move that can control the wind, how do you deal with it? In Xing Teacher's Library in the Rustboro Gymnasium, Nguangua holds a notebook and keeps recording under Xing's coaching, showing a look of enlightenment from time to time. Seeing the serious and cute girl, Xing smiled lightly, picked up the water glass and took a sip, and after his throat felt better, he continued his lecture. However, Shelder can master Icicle Crash after evolution. In order to prepare early, the development of Ice Shard skills needs to continue. The control of energy continues to strengthen. In addition to the cone shape, what other Ice Shards does Ingula hold? Hearing Xing's inquiry, Nguangua flipped forward the notebook in her hand and didn't stop until a certain page and handed the notebook to Xing. Boss, that's it. There are balls, powered snow, and... Looking at the Shelder's Ice Shard development recorded in the notebook, Xing sat on a chair and began to think. Shelder's talent in energy control is really good, but it's a pity that it's not easy to move. Otherwise, it's a good choice to use the shaping flow tactic. However, you can find some Pokémon that are easy to move and have good fists and feet for exercise, such as Weevil, Beartic, and other Pokémon. Combined with Shelder's excellent talent in ice energy shaping, he may become a weapon master proficient in 18 weapons. With a flash of thought, Xing picked up a pen and started writing in his notebook, just to provide a way of thinking whether to leave or not depends on Nguangua himself. Seeing Xing's handwriting gradually appear, Nguangua's eyes sparkled and moved over to her. The girl was very curious about her boss's thoughts. Soon, Xing put down his pen and handed the notebook back to Nguangua. It's just an idea. You don't need to follow it. You have to have your own ideas, understand? Understood. Thank you, boss. Although puzzled, Nguangua still nodded obediently and reached out to take the notebook. Okay, let's go to exercise. You haven't finished your training today. Seeing the back of the girl leaving the library, Xing took out his notebook and started writing. Nguangua's strength and talent are already top-notch among the newly debuted rookie trainers, and her knowledge-learning progress is also good. Xing plans to arrange for her to start traveling after the Evergrande Conference. It is enough to arrange some subordinates of the bounty group to guard secretly. He also needs to start looking for the next team. The Evergrande Conference is a pretty good opportunity. Although most of the real geniuses are recruited and left by the major forces, there are still one or two who slip through the net after all, and you can try to recruit them. It is best to be the kind of trainer who has just started training for a year or two and is still decent. As for the preparations for the breeder house, Xing himself will definitely not be able to do it. At least he needs to recruit more breeder houses. But the advantage of opening a breeder house is that it can establish a connection with the Full Moon Bounty Group. When Nguangua starts to travel, he can come forward as the owner of the breeder house. Just as Xing was planning, a blonde girl quietly looked into the house. Her eyes lit up when she saw Xing. She walked in directly and took out the Pokeball full of fighting spirit. Xiaobai, it's been so long in class. Let's relax in the battle. Looking at the fighting maniac in front of him, Xing, who was planning a route, said politely, I won't fight. This Cynthia really deserves the title of the strongest of the younger generation. Except when eating, it is always looking for a rival that can fight. In just 2 days, the gym apprentices were beaten up by Cynthia's Pokémon, and all of them were tortured out of psychological shadow. Even Du Yan was very annoyed, just when Xing came back. He simply left the gymnasium and took Xing teacher to go directly to the two-person world. "Oh, Xiaobai, lend me the EV, let's go out to eat." Slightly disappointed, but soon cheered up, Cynthia begged Xing for EV, and because of their common hobbies, the two became good sisters. He took out a sleeping EV from under the table and handed it to Cynthia. Seeing the two figures leave, Xing shook his head and continued to work. Looking around, the entire Rustboro gym seems to be just two normal people, he and Kennen. Life is not easy, the protagonist sighs. What did Lao do? Such a huge expenditure. Buy fossils again. Betting on stones is harmful. After planning the route, Xing took out the account book of the gymnasium and started to calculate, but found a huge expenditure and couldn't help but get confused. So far, Duyan's best luck in betting on stones is his Aerodactyl, which is quasi-elite peak, and the second is a Mora, which is already a Nwangwa Pokemon at this time. However, the fossils in the Pokemon world are not so simple, and all kinds of Pokemon may be resurrected from the fossils. Not long after, Xing closed the books in his hands, and there was nothing wrong with it. Except for the various fossils Duyan bought and the resources needed for resurrection, there was almost no expenditure. These apprentices are doing well. You can consider providing them with Earl Dervish Pokemon. There are still some Geodudes in the gym. Some good ones include Niter Mailsign, Aaron, but these rookies should not be able to support such resource-consuming Pokemon. Flipping through the apprentice manual in the gym, Xing found 1 or 2 seedlings to make a living. If he can help them, they can contribute to the Rustboro gym in the future. If he is ungrateful, he will kill the other party himself to convince others. Old Du is good at fighting with breeder Pokemon, but he is really not good at cultivating talents. Closing the apprentice manual, Xing was quite helpless. Fortunately, Kennen is taught by a teacher in Xing, coupled with his own talent excellent, tough personality, otherwise he might be raised by Duyan. But even so, the Rustboro Gymnasium doesn't have any available people, and Kennen will inherit the gymnasium in the future, and I'm afraid he can only be a bear commander. This is the Rock Legion? Taking out the last manual that Duyan handed over to him. After opening it, Qien's, was shocked immediately at the Legion list, and it's not just as simple as a prototype, it's quite complete. No wonder the assessment is tomorrow. Lao Du and teacher are still free to go on a date. No wonder Lao Du and teacher are never worried that junior sister will not have anyone available under her command in the future. No wonder Tu Zhu would spend such a huge price to buy fossils. 3 no wonders. All Xing's doubts were shattered. A trainer who was only 1 step away from King Li Tian, and a breeder who was only 1 step away from the master. It can be said that if too much energy was not distracted by this Legion plan, Du Yan and Master Xing, 2 absolute geniuses, might have been promoted to elite trainer and master breeder respectively by this time. The beloved son of the parents has a far-reaching plan for it. Xing understood this sentence very well at this moment. If the Rock Legion is fully formed, what is a house owner? Even Kennen, the Elite Four champion, can try to win it. It's 7 o'clock in the afternoon, it's autumn, and the sun sets earlier. At this time, Xing was looking at the manual in his hand with incomparable immersion. The Legion plan jointly developed by Du Yan and Xing teacher is really amazing. For several hours, he didn't even understand 1/10 of the knowledge, let alone the incomparably complicated coordination and details. The existence of every Pokemon is the absolute core of it, but no matter which one is lost, the Legion can operate freely, and the knowledge contained in it really fascinates Xing. Strange, why is Hippopotas and Bastiodon paired together in this configuration? Why does this Agron have to use heavy metal? Isn't it better to be stronger here? What are the 2 sandstorms here, and the 3 weather hands for a rainy day? As his fingers continued to swipe over the details, Xing's brain speed continued to accelerate, and his face gradually turned pale. Obviously, the physical exertion caused by the rapid brain operation was not enough. Finally, an hour later, Xing panted heavily and leaned back on the chair, gulping down the ice water in his hand. His brain gradually calmed down. Forcibly analyzing a legion plan at the level of an intermediate breeder family and changing to another breeder family, I am afraid that it has gone mad. Fortunately, Xing possesses the power of the ghost and the power of the north wind to keep smelling salts and calmness. It could draw attention back to 47 Way from the legion plan in time. Compared with this plan, the prototypes of my two legions are simply unsightly. After taking a sip of water and recovering a bit, Xing couldn't help laughing bitterly. This legion plan smashed his pride to pieces. I still have a lot to learn. Going out of the house and stretching, the power of the ghost and the power of the north wind flowed slowly. Xing's face gradually returned to blood, and his expression calmed down. The current Xing is very fortunate that he has no plans to embark on the road of the pavilion owner. It is okay to say that, but it is too difficult to be promoted to the 8th representative pavilion. It's not like Sabrina, a representative gym with family heritage, or Koga, a veteran trainer who's been immersed in the trainer's road for more than 10 years. Although Xing's talent is extremely excellent, others are also making progress. In those novels, the villain doesn't make any progress at all, waiting for the protagonist to catch up and kill him. Battle Frontier was established with the strong support of Alliance, and it must have invested a lot in resources and knowledge. If it becomes the pioneering brain of it, Alliance will definitely invest a lot in Xing. Coupled with the fact that Xing has successfully entered the Alliance's sights, Giovanni will definitely increase his investment, Aka, in Xing. With the support of many aspects, his speed of catching up with the older generation will definitely be accelerated a lot. That's right, except for Steven and Cynthia. Xing has completely lost interest in his peers. In his sight, only Du Yin, Norman, and other older trainers. The result of the age gap is that the truly talented trainers in the younger generation cannot find rival among their peers, and they cannot match the older generation of trainers. Geniuses like Cynthia even have to go through travel trials and run around the world to find rival. So Xing turned his attention to the older generation of trainers. As Miriam passed by, soaring in the sky has completely turned into gold, and the sunset glow is ethereal, attracting people's attention. Just when Xing was relaxing for a short while, admiring the gold sunset, he suddenly felt some abnormal movement, lightly wiped the space bracelet on his wrist, and 2 Pokémon eggs were taken out. After all, Pokeball can subdue Pokémon, so it is very simple to put a Pokémon egg on the space bracelet. The technology tree of the Pokémon world is really crooked, and as it appeared in Xing's hands, the 2 Pokémon eggs began to tremble, as if they wanted to hatch immediately, and descended into the Pokémon world normal. The Pokémon in the 2 Pokémon eggs are exactly the 2 children of Dano and Dornmecia, Xing, who survived 2 near-deaths in Trial Island and Rustboro Forest. The power of Yoji slowly flowed out, comforting the 2 little guys who were about to be born. Bide, the time has not come yet. Sensing the message from Xing, the 2 little guys in the Pokémon egg acted coquettishly, but they didn't struggle anymore, wanting to give birth to Shell Smash. Xing originally planned to incubate through the system, but since he got the invitation letter of the Dragon Conference, he delayed the time again. There must be many resources that are beneficial to Dragon Pokémon at the Dragon Conference. After you get it, you can use the system to incubate it, which will benefit the 2 little guys even more. Sensing the 2 little guys who kept charm in the Pokémon egg, Xing shouted into the garden, Icarus Flame. Times 2. Hearing Xing's voice, the heads of 2 little Vulpix emerged from the flowers, looking at Xing suspiciously. Take care of my 2 sisters. If you make a mistake, you have to come back and report it. Do you understand? Handing the 2 Pokémon eggs to little Icarus and little Flame, Xing instructed Dano and Dornmecia with the power of the ghost under the angry look of the 2 little guys. Puffing out their cheeks and glaring at Xing, The two little guys held up two Pokemon eggs with Psychic and ran toward the middle of the yard. In the middle of the courtyard, Trico, Audino, Bygene-colored Sizer, and common-size Scolipede, floating V-Brava figures can also be vaguely seen. Since Sizer, Scolipede, and V-Brava have each found a way to disguise themselves, they can appear together, but only in the Rustboro gym. Speaking of which, after winning the championship, Holy Land can consider. Stinky Boy, what are you looking at? Just as Xing was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the corridor. It was Du Yin who was holding teacher Xing. Don't disturb Xing's thinking, let's go in. Xing teacher said softly. Understood, ma'am, please. Hearing Xing teacher's whisper, Du Yin immediately acted like a dog and led his wife forward. Looking at the scene in front of him that was not so insulting, but extremely lethal, Chi's single dog Xing was quite uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath and looking up at the sky again, Xing continued to think, where did I just think? By the way, consider the Holy Land. It was just halfway through his reconsideration when two lovely voices interrupted Xing's train of thought again. Xiao Bai, we are back and brought you delicious food. Bui Bui, Xing, this cake is super delicious. It was Cynthia and Evie, two foodies holding a small cake in their hands, ran up to Xing with a happy face and handed the cake over. With a light sigh, Xing gave up thinking, took the cake, and ate it. If he didn't guess wrong, he should still. Mwangwa, boss, I want to eat cake too. Kenan, brother, eating alone is not a good habit. Sure enough, the other two girls also appeared out of nowhere, even more elusive than Ghost, and handed out the cake. Xing looked helplessly at the girls. What kind of ghost family do I raise? Isn't it enough to have you?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.